Classic Audiobooks presents The Haunters and the Haunted Ghost Stories and Tales of the Supernatural by Ernest Rhys. Before we continue, don't forget to like and subscribe. Your support is very important to us. Part 1. Ghost Stories from Literary Sources. Introduction. In this ghost book, Monsieur Larigot, himself a writer of supernatural tales, has collected a remarkable batch of documents, fictive or real, describing the one human experience that is hardest to make good. Perhaps the very difficulty of it has rendered it more tempting to the writers who have dealt with the subject. His collection, notably varied and artfully chosen as it is, yet by no means exhausts the literature, which fills a place apart with its own recognized classics, magic masters, and dealers in the occult. Their testimony serves to show that the forms by which men and women are haunted are far more diverse and subtle than we knew. So much so that one begins to wonder at last if every person is not liable to be possessed. For lurking under the seeming identity of these visitations, the dramatic differences of their entrances and appearances night and day are so marked as to suggest that the experience is, given the fit temperament and occasion, inevitable. One would even be disposed, accepting this idea, to bring into the account, as valid, stories and pieces of literature not usually accounted part of the ghostly canon. There are the novels and tales, whose argument is the tragedy of a haunted mind. Such are Dickens' Haunted Man, in which the ghost is memory, Hawthorne's Scarlet Letter, in which the ghost is cruel conscience, and Balzac's Quest of the Absolute, in which the old Flemish house of Balthazar Claus, in the Rue de Paris at Douai, is haunted by a daemon more potent than that of Canidia. One might add some of Balzac's shorter stories, among them The Elixir, and some of Hawthorne's twice-told tales, including Edward Randolph's Portrait. On the French side, we might note too that terrible graveyard tale of Guy de Maupassant, La Morte, in which the lover who has lost his beloved keeps vigil at her grave by night in his despair, and sees, dreadful resurrection, que toutes les tombes étaient ouvertes, et tous les cadavres en étaient sortis. And why? That they might efface the lying legends inscribed on their tombs and replace them with the actual truth. Villiers de l'Isle-Adam has in his Contes Cruels given us the strange story of Vera, which may be read as a companion study to La Morte, with another recall from the dead to end a lover's obsession. Nature and supernature cross in de l'Isle-Adam's mystical drama, Axel, a play which will never hold the stage, masterly attempt as it is to dramatize the inexplainable mystery. Among later tales ought to be reckoned Edith Wharton's Tales of Men and Ghosts, and Henry James's The Two Magics, whose Turn of the Screw gives us new instances of the evil genii that haunt mortals, in this case 2 innocent children. One remembers sundry folk tales with the same motive, of children bewitched or forspoken, inspiring them. And an old charm in Orkney which used to run, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, bitten sore they be bairn, wha have bitten thee? Care to their black vein, till thou hast thy health again, mend thou in God's name. John Aubrey, in his Miscellanies, has many naive evidences of the twilight region of consciousness, like that between wake and sleep, which tends to fade when we are wide awake. So much so that we call it visionary. Yet it is very real to the haunted folk, to Aubrey's correspondent, the rector of Chedzoy, or to the false love of the demon lover, or that Mr. Bourne of whom Glanville tells in the Iron Chest of Durley, or the Bishop of Odious who was St. Augustine's friend, or for that matter the son of Monica himself. The reality of these visitations may seem dim, but the most skeptical of us cannot doubt that, whether from some quickened fear of death or impending disaster, from evil conscience or swift intensification of vision, whether in the forms of beloved sons lost at sea or of other revenants who were held indispensably dear in life, the haunters have appeared to the absolute belief of those who saw them, or their simulacra. It poseth me, said Richard Baxter, to think of what kind these visitants are. Do good spirits dwell then so near us, or are they sent on such messages? The question indeed poseth most of us, but we cannot leave the inquiry alone. Monsieur Larigot, realizing this preoccupation, has in the course of his investigations, during many years, arrived at the conclusion that there is an art of the supernatural, apart from the difficult science of psychical research, worth cultivating for its own sake. So he has gone to Glanville and Arise Evans and the credulous old books, to Edgar Poe and Lord Lytton and the modern writers who tell supernatural tales. He gives us their material without positing its unquestionable effect as police court evidence. And if we recognize its artistic interest, he does not mind much if we say at last with one great visionary, hoc est illusionum. But into those realms of illusion, we ought not, if he is right, to enter lightly. Those who do enter there are warned that, having done so, they will not remain the same. They become aware of what Eugenius meant, who said, "I am unbodied by thy books, and thee, and in thy papers find my ecstasy. Or if I please but to descend a strain, thy elements do screen my soul again. I can undress myself by thy bright glass, and then resume the enclosure as I was. Now I am earth, and now a star, and then a spirit, now a star, and earth again." We see that there is another aspect to the occultation of Orion, and a very ominous one. Aurelius appeared to St. Augustine and made clear a dark passage to him in his reading, and that great divine and father of the Church knew it to be an enlightenment from above. But what of the other visitants from regions that are unblessed? Paracelsus has taught us to be careful in our dealings with the realities and the fantasies, as he would conceive them, of the other world. For under the earth do wander half men. And there are other and worse manifestations due to black magic or nigromancy, and to the black witches and white and the false sorcerers who have violently intruded into the true mystery, like swine broken into a delicate garden. Against these subtle and powerful magicians, no weapons, coats of mail, or brigandines will help, no shutting of doors or locks, for they penetrate through all things, and all things are open to them. Writing as a physician, Paracelsus sought to anticipate by his celestial medicine and his 12 signs the whole mystery of healing and the cure of the troubled souls and bodies of men and women, which are not accorded but at odds with nature and supernature. The spirits of discord are indeed always with us, and whether you see them as witches, disguised in the living human form, or as monstrous and terrifying dream figures, or as floating impalpable atmospheres, they are vigilantly to be guarded against. We know Vervain and Dilhinda's witches from their will, in the old herbals, but we need new drugs. As for that witch which hath haunted all of us, maledicta, Lilly in his astrology has a remedy. Take unguentum populeum and vervain and hypericon, and put a red-hot iron into it. You must anoint the backbone, or wear it in your breast. The haunting apparitions are not all of earth. Cornelius Agrippa, in his book of the Secret Doctrine, shows that they are astral too. The familiar spirits of Mars, in his account, are no lovelier than Macbeth's witches. They appear in a tall body, choleric, a filthy countenance, of colour brown, swarthy or red, having horns like hart's horns, and griffin's claws, and bellowing like wild bulls. But the spirits of Mercury are delightful. They indeed are, of colour clear and bright, like unto a knight armed, and the motion of them is as it were silver-coloured clouds. So, if Mars has troubled the world, as in the unhappy history of our own time, we must hope for the brighter forms and the remedial and aerial messengers of Mercury. We may seem to have strayed from the proper boundaries in going so far, but it is one of the offices of this book to widen the area of research and relate the ghost story anew to the whole literature of wonder and imagination. Such sagas as that which Dr. Douglas Hyde has translated with consummate art from the Irish, Teig O'Kane and the Corpse, which Mr. W.B. Yeats called a little masterpiece, or Boccaccio's story of the Spectre hounds that pulled down the daughter of Anastasio, or Scott's Wandering Willie's Tale, or Hawker's Cruel Coppinger, or Edgar Poe's Fall of the House of Usher, are of their kind, not to be beaten. And in their own way, some of the later records are as telling. One can take the book as a textbook of the supernatural, or as a storybook of that middle world which has given us the ghosts that Homer and Shakespeare conjured up. Ernest Rhys. The Fall of the House of Usher, by Edgar Allan Poe. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone, on horseback, through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy House of Usher. I know not how it was, but with the first glimpse of the building, a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved by any of that half-pleasurable, because poetic sentiment with which the mind usually receives even the sternest natural images of the desolate or terrible. I looked upon the scene before me, upon the mere house and the simple landscape features of the domain, upon the bleak walls, upon the vacant eye-like windows, upon a few rank sedges, and upon a few white trunks of decayed trees, with an utter depression of soul which I can compare to no earthly sensation more properly than to the after-dream of the reveller upon opium, the bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping off of the veil. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an unredeemed dreariness of thought which no goading of the imagination could torture into aught of the sublime. What was it? I paused to think. What was it that so unnerved me in the contemplation of the House of Usher? It was a mystery all insoluble, nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded upon me as I pondered. I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion that while, beyond doubt, there are combinations of very simple natural objects which have the power of thus affecting us, still the analysis of this power lies among considerations beyond our depth. It was possible, I reflected, that a mere different arrangement of the particulars of the scene, of the details of the picture, would be sufficient to modify, or perhaps to annihilate its capacity for sorrowful impression. And acting upon this idea, I reined my horse to the precipitous brink of a black and lurid tarn that lay in unruffled lustre by the dwelling, and gazed down, but with a shudder even more thrilling than before, upon the remodelled and inverted images of the grey sedge, and the ghastly tree stems, and the vacant and eye-like windows. Nevertheless, in this mansion of gloom, I now proposed to myself a sojourn of some weeks. Its proprietor, Roderick Usher, had been one of my boon companions in boyhood, but many years had elapsed since our last meeting. A letter, however, had lately reached me in a distant part of the country, a letter from him, which, in its wildly importunate nature, had admitted of no other than a personal reply. The MS gave evidence of nervous agitation. The writer spoke of acute bodily illness, of a mental disorder which oppressed him, and of an earnest desire to see me, as his best and indeed his only personal friend, with a view of attempting, by the cheerfulness of my society, some alleviation of his malady. It was the manner in which all this and much more was said. It was the apparent heart that went with his request, which allowed me no room for hesitation, and I accordingly obeyed forthwith what I still considered a very singular summons. Although, as boys, we had been even intimate associates, yet I really knew little of my friend. His reserve had been always excessive and habitual. I was aware, however, that his very ancient family had been noted, time out of mind, for a peculiar sensibility of temperament, displaying itself, through long ages, in many works of exalted art, and manifested of late in repeated deeds of munificent yet unobtrusive charity, as well as in a passionate devotion to the intricacies, perhaps even more than to the orthodox and easily recognizable beauties, of musical science. I had learned, too, the very remarkable fact that the stem of the Usher race, all time-honored as it was, had put forth, at no period, any enduring branch. In other words, that the entire family lay in the direct line of descent, and had always, with very trifling and very temporary variation, so lain. It was this deficiency, I considered, while running over in thought the perfect keeping of the character of the premises with the accredited character of the people, and while speculating upon the possible influence which the one, in the long lapse of centuries, might have exercised upon the other. It was this deficiency, perhaps, of collateral issue, and the consequent undeviating transmission, from sire to son, of the patrimony with the name, which had at length so identified the two as to merge the original title of the estate in the quaint and equivocal appellation of the House of Usher, an appellation which seemed to include, in the minds of the peasantry who used it, both the family and the family mansion. I have said that the sole effect of my somewhat childish experiment, that of looking down within the tarn, had been to deepen the first singular impression. There can be no doubt that the consciousness of the rapid increase of my superstition, for why should I not so term it, served mainly to accelerate the increase itself. Such, I have long known, is the paradoxical law of all sentiments having terror as a basis. And it might have been for this reason only, that when I again uplifted my eyes to the house itself, from its image in the pool, there grew in my mind a strange fancy, a fancy so ridiculous indeed, that I but mention it to show the vivid force of the sensations which oppressed me. I had so worked upon my imagination as really to believe that about the whole mansion and domain there hung an atmosphere peculiar to themselves and their immediate vicinity, an atmosphere which had no affinity with the air of heaven, but which had reeked up from the decayed trees and the grey wall and the silent tarn, a pestilent and mystic vapour, dull, sluggish, faintly discernible and leaden-hued. Shaking off from my spirit what must have been a dream, I scanned more narrowly the real aspect of the building. Its principal feature seemed to be that of an excessive antiquity. The discoloration of ages had been great. Minute fungi overspread the whole exterior, hanging in a fine tangled webwork from the eaves. Yet all this was apart from any extraordinary dilapidation. No portion of the masonry had fallen, and there appeared to be a wild inconsistency between its still perfect adaptation of parts and the crumbling condition of the individual stones. In this there was much that reminded me of the specious totality of old woodwork, which has rotted for long years in some neglected vault, with no disturbance from the breath of the external air. Beyond this indication of extensive decay, however, the fabric gave little token of instability. Perhaps the eye of a scrutinizing observer might have discovered a barely perceptible fissure, which, extending from the roof of the building in front, made its way down the wall in a zigzag direction until it became lost in the sullen waters of the tarn. Noticing these things, I rode over a short causeway to the house. A servant in waiting took my horse, and I entered the Gothic archway of the hall. A valet of stealthy step thence conducted me, in silence, through many dark and intricate passages in my progress to the studio of his master. Much that I encountered on the way contributed, I know not how, to heighten the vague sentiments of which I have already spoken. While the objects around me, while the carvings of the ceilings, the sombre tapestries of the walls, the ebon blackness of the floors, and the phantasmagoric armorial trophies which rattled as I strode, were but matters to which, or to such as which, I had been accustomed from my infancy, while I hesitated not to acknowledge how familiar was all this. I still wondered to find how unfamiliar were the fancies which ordinary images were stirring up. On one of the staircases, I met the physician of the family. His countenance, I thought, wore a mingled expression of low cunning and perplexity. He accosted me with trepidation and passed on. The valet now threw open a door and ushered me into the presence of his master. The room in which I found myself was very large and lofty. The windows were long, narrow, and pointed, and at so vast a distance from the black oaken floor as to be altogether inaccessible from within. Feeble gleams of encrimsoned light made their way through the trellised panes and served to render sufficiently distinct the more prominent objects around. The eye, however, struggled in vain to reach the remoter angles of the chamber or the recesses of the vaulted and fretted ceiling. Dark draperies hung upon the walls. The general furniture was profuse, comfortless, antique and tattered. Many books and musical instruments lay scattered about, but failed to give any vitality to the scene. I felt that I breathed an atmosphere of sorrow. An air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all. Upon my entrance, Usher arose from a sofa on which he had been lying at full length, and greeted me with a vivacious warmth which had much in it, I at first thought, of an overdone cordiality. of the constrained effort of the ennuyé man of the world. A glance, however, at his countenance convinced me of his perfect sincerity. We sat down, and for some moments, while he spoke not, I gazed upon him with a feeling half of pity, half of awe. Surely man had never before so terribly altered, in so brief a period, as had Roderick Usher. It was with difficulty that I could bring myself to admit the identity of the one being before me with the companion of my early boyhood. Yet the character of his face had been at all times remarkable. A cadaverousness of complexion, an eye large, liquid, and luminous beyond comparison, lips somewhat thin and very pallid, but of a surpassingly beautiful curve, a nose of a delicate Hebrew model, but with a breadth of nostril, unusual in similar formations, a finely molded chin, speaking, in its want of prominence, of a want of moral energy, hair of a more than web-like softness and tenuity. These features, with an inordinate expansion above the regions of the temple, made up altogether a countenance not easily to be forgotten. And now in the mere exaggeration of the prevailing character of these features, and of the expression they were wont to convey, lay so much of change that I doubted to whom I spoke. The now ghastly pallor of the skin, and the now miraculous luster of the eye, above all things startled and even awed me. The silken hair, too, had been suffered to grow all unheeded, and as, in its wild gossamer texture, it floated rather than fell about the face, I could not, even with effort, connect its arabesque expression with any idea of simple humanity. In the manner of my friend, I was at once struck with an incoherence, an inconsistency, and I soon found this to arise from a series of feeble and futile struggles to overcome an habitual trepidancy, an excessive nervous agitation. For something of this nature I had indeed been prepared, no less by his letter than by reminiscences of certain boyish traits, and by conclusions deduced from his peculiar physical conformation and temperament. His action was alternately vivacious and sullen. His voice varied rapidly from a tremulous indecision, when the animal spirits seemed utterly in abeyance, to that species of energetic concision, that abrupt, weighty, unhurried and hollow-sounding enunciation, that leaden, self-balanced and perfectly modulated guttural utterance, which may be observed in the lost drunkard or the irreclaimable eater of opium during the periods of his most intense excitement. It was thus that he spoke of the object of my visit, of his earnest desire to see me, and of the solace he expected me to afford him. He entered, at some length, into what he conceived to be the nature of his malady. It was, he said, a constitutional and a family evil, and one for which he despaired to find a remedy. A mere nervous affection, he immediately added, which would undoubtedly soon pass on. It displayed itself in a host of unnatural sensations. Some of these, as he detailed them, interested and bewildered me, although perhaps the terms and the general manner of the narration had their weight. He suffered much from a morbid acuteness of the senses. The most insipid food was alone endurable. He could wear only garments of certain texture. The odors of all flowers were oppressive. His eyes were tortured by even a faint light, and there were but peculiar sounds, and these from stringed instruments, which did not inspire him with horror. To an anomalous species of terror, I found him a bounden slave. "I shall perish," said he. "I must perish in this deplorable folly. Thus, and not otherwise, shall I be lost. I dread the events of the future, not in themselves, but in their results. I shudder at the thought of any, even the most trivial incident, which may operate upon this intolerable agitation of soul. I have indeed no abhorrence of danger, except in its absolute effect, in terror. In this unnerved, in this pitiable condition, I feel that the period will sooner or later arrive when I must abandon life and reason together, in some struggle with the grim phantasm, fear. I learned, moreover, at intervals, and through broken and equivocal hints, another singular feature of his mental condition. He was enchained by certain superstitious impressions in regard to the dwelling which he tenanted, and whence for many years he had never ventured forth, in regard to an influence whose supposititious force was conveyed in terms too shadowy here to be restated, an influence which some peculiarities in the mere form and substance of his family mansion had, by dint of long sufferance, he said, obtained over his spirit, an effect which the physique of the grey walls and turrets, and of the dim tarn into which they all looked down, had at length brought about upon the morale of his existence. He admitted, however, although with hesitation, that much of the peculiar gloom which thus afflicted him could be traced to a more natural and far more palpable origin, to the severe and long-continued illness, indeed to the evidently approaching dissolution of a tenderly beloved sister, his sole companion for long years, his last and only relative on earth. Her decease, he said, with a bitterness which I can never forget, would leave him the hopeless and the frail, the last of the ancient race of the Ushers. While he spoke, the Lady Madeline, for so was she called, passed slowly through a remote portion of the apartment and, without having noticed my presence, disappeared. I regarded her with an utter astonishment, not unmingled with dread, and yet I found it impossible to account for such feelings. A sensation of stupor oppressed me as my eyes followed her retreating steps. When a door, at length, closed upon her, my glance sought instinctively and eagerly the countenance of the brother, but he had buried his face in his hands, and I could only perceive that a far more than ordinary wanness had overspread the emaciated fingers through which trickled many passionate tears. The disease of the Lady Madeline had long baffled the skill of her physicians. A settled apathy, a gradual wasting away of the person, and frequent although transient affections of a partially cataleptical character were the unusual diagnosis. Hitherto she had steadily borne up against the pressure of her malady and had not betaken herself finally to bed. But on the closing in of the evening of my arrival at the house, she succumbed, as her brother told me at night with inexpressible agitation, to the prostrating power of the destroyer, and I learned that the glimpse I had obtained of her person would thus probably be the last I should obtain, that the lady, at least while living, would be seen by me no more. For several days ensuing, her name was unmentioned by either Usher or myself, and during this period I was busied in earnest endeavors to alleviate the melancholy of my friend. We painted and read together, or I listened, as if in a dream, to the wild improvisations of his speaking guitar. And thus, as a closer and still closer intimacy admitted me more unreservedly into the recesses of his spirit, the more bitterly did I perceive the futility of all attempt at cheering a mind from which darkness, as if an inherent positive quality, poured forth upon all objects of the moral and physical universe in one unceasing radiation of gloom. I shall ever bear about me a memory of the many solemn hours I thus spent alone with the master of the House of Usher. Yet I should fail in any attempt to convey an idea of the exact character of the studies or of the occupations in which he involved me or led me the way. An excited and highly distempered ideality threw a sulphureous luster over all. His long improvised dirges will ring forever in my ears. Among other things, I hold painfully in mind a certain singular perversion and amplification of the wild air of the last waltz of von Weber, from the paintings over which his elaborate fancy brooded, and which grew, touch by touch, into vagueness at which I shuddered the more thrillingly, because I shuddered knowing not why. From these paintings, vivid as their images now are before me, I would in vain endeavor to adduce more than a small portion which should lie within the compass of merely written words. By the utter simplicity, by the nakedness of his designs, he arrested and overawed attention. If ever mortal painted an idea, that mortal was Roderick Usher. For me at least, in the circumstances then surrounding me, there arose out of the pure abstractions which the hypochondriac contrived to throw upon his canvas an intensity of intolerable awe, no shadow of which felt I ever yet in the contemplation of the certainly glowing yet too concrete reveries of Fuseli. One of the phantasmagoric conceptions of my friend, partaking not so rigidly of the spirit of abstraction, may be shadowed forth, although feebly, in words. A small picture presented the interior of an immensely long and rectangular vault or tunnel, with low walls, smooth, white, and without interruption or device. Certain accessory points of the design served well to convey the idea that this excavation lay at an exceeding depth below the surface of the earth. No outlet was observed in any portion of its vast extent, and no torch or other artificial source of light was discernible, yet a flood of intense rays rolled throughout and bathed the whole in a ghastly and inappropriate splendor. I have just spoken of that morbid condition of the auditory nerve which rendered all music intolerable to the sufferer, with the exception of certain effects of stringed instruments. It was perhaps the narrow limits to which he thus confined himself upon the guitar, which gave birth in great measure to the fantastic character of his performances. But the fervid facility of his impromptus could not be so accounted for. They must have been, and were, in the notes, as well as in the words of his wild fantasias, for he not unfrequently accompanied himself with rhymed verbal improvisations, the result of that intense mental collectedness and concentration to which I have previously alluded, as observable only in particular moments of the highest artificial excitement. The words of one of these rhapsodies I have easily remembered. I was, perhaps, the more forcibly impressed with it, as he gave it, because, in the under or mystic current of its meaning, I fancied that I perceived, and for the first time, a full consciousness on the part of Usher, of the tottering of his lofty reason upon her throne. The verses, which were entitled The Haunted Palace, ran very nearly, if not accurately, thus. 1. In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace, reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion, it stood there, never seraph spread a pinion over fabric half so fair. 2. Banners yellow, glorious, golden, on its roof did float and flow. This, all this, was in the olden time long ago, and every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day, along the ramparts plumed and pallid, a winged odour went away. 3. Wanderers in that happy valley, through 2 luminous windows, saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law, round about a throne, where sitting, Porphyrogene, in state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. 4. And all with pearl and ruby glowing, was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, 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 and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. 5. But evil things, in robes of sorrow, assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And round about his home, the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed. 6. And travellers now within that valley, through the red-litten windows, see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while like a rapid ghastly river, through the pale door, a hideous throng rush out forever, and laugh, but smile no more. I well remember that suggestions arising from this ballad led us into a train of thought wherein there became manifest an opinion of Usher's, which I mention not so much on account of its novelty, for other men have thought thus, as on account of the pertinacity with which he maintained it. This opinion, in its general form, was that of the sentience of all vegetable things. But, in his disordered fancy, the idea had assumed a more daring character, and trespassed, under certain conditions, upon the kingdom of inorganization. I lack words to express the full extent or the earnest abandon of his persuasion. The belief, however, was connected, as I have previously hinted, with the grey stones of the home of his forefathers. The conditions of the sentience had been here, he imagined, fulfilled in the method of collocation of these stones, in the order of their arrangement, as well as in that of the many fungi which overspread them, and of the decayed trees which stood around. Above all, in the long undisturbed endurance of this arrangement, and in its reduplication in the still waters of the tarn. Its evidence, the evidence of the sentience, was to be seen, he said, and I here started as he spoke, in the gradual yet certain condensation of an atmosphere of their own about the waters and the walls. The result was discoverable, he added, in that silent yet importunate and terrible influence, which for centuries had molded the destinies of his family, and which made him what I now saw him, what he was. Such opinions need no comment, and I will make none. Our books, the books which for years had formed no small portion of the mental existence of the invalid, were, as might be supposed, in strict keeping with this character of phantasm. We pored together over such works as the Ververs et Chartreuse of Gresset, the Belphegor of Machiavelli, the Heaven and Hell of Swedenborg, the Subterranean Voyage of Nicholas Klim by Holberg, the Chiromancy of Robert Flude, of Jean d'Indaginé, and of de la Chambre, the Journey into the Blue Distance of Teig, and the City of the Sun of Campanella. One favorite volume was a small octavo edition of the Directorium Inquisitorum by the Dominican Aymeric de Gironne, and there were passages in Pomponius Mela about the old African satyrs and Egipans, over which Usher would sit dreaming for hours. His chief delight, however, was found in the perusal of an exceedingly rare and curious book in quarto Gothic, the Manual of a Forgotten Church, the Vigiliae Mortuorum Coram Ecclesiae Maguntine. I could not help thinking of the wild ritual of this work, and of its probable influence upon the hypochondriac, when one evening, having informed me abruptly that the Lady Madeline was no more, he stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight previously to its final interment in one of the numerous vaults within the main walls of the building. The worldly reason, however, assigned for this singular proceeding was one which I did not feel at liberty to dispute. The brother had been led to his resolution, so he told me, by consideration of the unusual character of the malady of the deceased, of certain obtrusive and eager inquiries on the part of her medical men, and of the remote and exposed situation of the burial ground of the family. I will not deny that when I called to mind the sinister countenance of the person whom I met upon the staircase on the day of my arrival at the house, I had no desire to oppose what I regarded as at best but a harmless and by no means an unnatural precaution. At the request of Usher, I personally aided him in the arrangements for the temporary entombment. The body having been encoffined, we two alone bore it to its rest. The vault in which we placed it, and which had been so long unopened that our torches, half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, gave us little opportunity for investigation, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission for light. Lying at great depth, immediately beneath that portion of the building in which was my own sleeping apartment. It had been used, apparently, in remote feudal times for the worst purpose of a donjon keep, and, in later days, as a place of deposit for powder or some other highly combustible substance, as a portion of its floor and the whole interior of a long archway through which we reached it were carefully sheathed with copper. The door, of massive iron, had been also similarly protected. Its immense weight caused an unusually sharp grating sound as it moved upon its hinges. Having deposited our mournful burden upon trestles within this region of horror, we partially turned aside the yet unscrewed lid of the coffin and looked upon the face of the tenant. A striking similitude between the brother and sister now first arrested my attention. And Usher, divining perhaps my thoughts, murmured out some few words from which I learned that the deceased and himself had been twins, and that sympathies of a scarcely intelligible nature had always existed between them. Our glances, however, rested not long upon the dead, for we could not regard her unawed. The disease which had thus entombed the lady in the maturity of youth had left, as usual in all maladies of a strictly cataleptical character, the mockery of a faint blush upon the bosom and the face, and that suspiciously lingering smile upon the lip which is so terrible in death. We replaced and screwed down the lid, and having secured the door of iron, made our way, with toil, into the scarcely less gloomy apartments of the upper portion of the house. And now, some days of bitter grief having elapsed, an observable change came over the features of the mental disorder of my friend. His ordinary manner had vanished. His ordinary occupations were neglected or forgotten. He roamed from chamber to chamber with hurried, unequal, and objectless step. The pallor of his countenance had assumed, if possible, a more ghastly hue. but the luminousness of his eye had utterly gone out. The once occasional huskiness of his tone was heard no more, and a tremulous quaver, as if of extreme terror, habitually characterized his utterance. There were times, indeed, when I thought his unceasingly agitated mind was laboring with some oppressive secret, to divulge which he struggled for the necessary courage. At times, again, I was obliged to resolve all into the mere inexplicable vagaries of madness, for I beheld him gazing upon vacancy for long hours, in an attitude of the profoundest attention, as if listening to some imaginary sound. It was no wonder that his condition terrified, that it infected me. I felt creeping upon me, by slow yet certain degrees, the wild influences of his own fantastic yet impressive superstitions. It was, especially upon retiring to bed late in the night of the 7th or 8th day after the placing of the Lady Madeline within the donjon, that I experienced the full power of such feelings. Sleep came not near my couch, while the hours waned and waned away. I struggled to reason off the nervousness which had dominion over me. I endeavored to believe that much, if not all of what I felt, was due to the bewildering influence of the gloomy furniture of the room, of the dark and tattered draperies, which, tortured into motion by the breath of a rising tempest, swayed fitfully to and fro upon the walls, and rustled uneasily about the decorations of the bed. But my efforts were fruitless. An irrepressible tremor gradually pervaded my frame, and at length there sat upon my very heart an incubus of utterly causeless alarm. Shaking this off with a gasp and a struggle, I uplifted myself upon the pillows, and peering earnestly within the intense darkness of the chamber, hearkened, I know not why, except that an instinctive spirit prompted me, to certain low and indefinite sounds which came, through the pauses of the storm, at long intervals, I knew not whence. Overpowered by an intense sentiment of horror, unaccountable yet unendurable, I threw on my clothes with haste, for I felt that I should sleep no more during the night, and endeavored to arouse myself from the pitiable condition into which I had fallen by pacing rapidly to and fro through the apartment. I had taken but a few turns in this manner, when a light step on an adjoining staircase arrested my attention. I presently recognized it as that of Usher. In an instant afterward he rapped with a gentle touch at my door, and entered, bearing a lamp. His countenance was, as usual, cadaverously wan, but moreover there was a species of mad hilarity in his eyes, and evidently restrained hysteria in his whole demeanor. His air appalled me, but anything was preferable to the solitude which I had so long endured, and I even welcomed his presence as a relief. "And you have not seen it?" he said abruptly, after having stared about him for some moments in silence. "You have not then seen it? But stay, you shall." Thus speaking, and having carefully shaded his lamp, he hurried to one of the casements and threw it freely open to the storm. The impetuous fury of the entering gust nearly lifted us from our feet. It was indeed a tempestuous yet sternly beautiful night, and one wildly singular in its terror and its beauty. A whirlwind had apparently collected its force in our vicinity, for there were frequent and violent alterations in the direction of the wind, and the exceeding density of the clouds, which hung so low as to press upon the turrets of the house, did not prevent our perceiving the lifelike velocity with which they flew, careering from all points against each other, without passing away into the distance. I say that even their exceeding density did not prevent our perceiving this. Yet we had no glimpse of the moon or stars, nor was there any flashing forth of the lightning. But the undersurfaces of the huge masses of agitated vapor, as well as all terrestrial objects immediately around us, were glowing in the unnatural light of a faintly luminous and distinctly visible gaseous exhalation which hung about and enshrouded the mansion. You shall not behold this," said I, shudderingly to Usher, as I led him, with a gentle violence, from the window to a seat. "These appearances, which bewilder you, are merely electrical phenomena not uncommon, or it may be that they have their ghastly origin in the rank miasma of the tarn. Let us close this casement. The air is chilling and dangerous to your frame. Here is one of your favorite romances. I will read, and you shall listen. and so we will pass away this terrible night together. The antique volume which I had taken up was The Mad Tryst of Sir Launcelot Canning, but I had called it a favourite of Usher's more in sad jest than in earnest. For in truth, there is little in its uncouth and unimaginative prolixity which could have had interest for the lofty and spiritual ideality of my friend. It was, however, the only book immediately at hand, and I indulged a vague hope that the excitement which now agitated the hypochondriac might find relief, for the history of mental disorder is full of similar anomalies, even in the extremeness of the folly which I should read. Could I have judged, indeed, by the wild, overstrained air of vivacity with which he hearkened, or apparently hearkened, to the words of the tale, I might well have congratulated myself upon the success of my design. I had arrived at that well-known portion of the story where Ethelred, the hero of the tryst, having sought in vain for peaceable admission into the dwelling of the hermit, proceeds to make good an entrance by force. Here, it will be remembered, the words of the narrative run thus: "And Ethelred, who was by nature of a doughty heart, and who was now mighty withal, on account of the powerfulness of the wine which he had drunken, waited no longer to hold parley with the hermit, who, in sooth, was of an obstinate and maliceful turn, but feeling the rain upon his shoulders and fearing the rising of the tempest, uplifted his mace outright, and, with blows, made quickly room in the plankings of the door for his gauntleted hand. And now pulling therewith sturdily, he so cracked and ripped and tore all asunder, that the noise of the dry and hollow-sounding wood alarmed and reverberated throughout the forest." At the termination of this sentence I started and for a moment paused, for it appeared to me, although I at once concluded that my excited fancy had deceived me, it appeared to me that, from some very remote portion of the mansion, there came, indistinctly, to my ears, what might have been, in its exact similarity of character, the echo, but a stifled and dull one, certainly, of the very cracking and ripping sound which Sir Launcelot had so particularly described. It was, beyond doubt, the coincidence alone which had arrested my attention, for, amid the rattling of the sashes of the casements and the ordinary commingled noises of the still increasing storm, the sound, in itself, had nothing, surely, which should have interested or disturbed me. I continued the story. But the good champion Ethelred, now entering within the door, was sore enraged and amazed to perceive no signal of the maliceful hermit, but in the stead thereof a dragon of a scaly and prodigious demeanour, and of a fiery tongue, which sat in guard before a palace of gold, with a floor of silver, and upon the wall there hung a shield of shining brass with this legend enwritten: "Who entereth herein, a conqueror hath been, who slayeth the dragon, the shield he shall win." And Ethelred uplifted his mace, and struck upon the head of the dragon, which fell before him, and gave up his pesty breath, with a shriek so horrid and harsh, and withal so piercing, that Ethelred had feigned to close his ears with his hands against the dreadful noise of it, the like whereof was never before heard. Here again I paused abruptly, and now with a feeling of wild amazement, for there could be no doubt whatever that, in this instance, I did actually hear, although from what direction it proceeded I found it impossible to say, a low and apparently distant but harsh, protracted, and most unusual screaming or grating sound, the exact counterpart of what my fancy had already conjured up for the dragon's unnatural shriek as described by the romancer. Oppressed, as I certainly was, upon the occurrence of the second and most extraordinary coincidence, by 1,000 conflicting sensations, in which wonder and extreme terror were predominant, I still retained sufficient presence of mind to avoid exciting by any observation the sensitive nervousness of my companion. I was by no means certain that he had noticed the sounds in question, although, assuredly, a strange alteration had, during the last few minutes, taken place in his demeanour. From a position fronting my own, he had gradually brought round his chair, so as to sit with his face to the door of the chamber, and thus I could but partially perceive his features, although I saw that his lips trembled, as if he were murmuring inaudibly. His head had dropped upon his breast, yet I knew that he was not asleep, from the wide and rigid opening of the eye as I caught a glance of it in profile. The motion of his body, too, was at variance with this idea, for he rocked from side to side with a gentle, yet constant and uniform sway. Having rapidly taken notice of all this, I resumed the narrative of Sir Launcelot, which thus proceeded. And now the champion, having escaped from the terrible fury of the dragon, bethinking himself of the brazen shield, and of the breaking up of the enchantment which was upon it, removed the carcass from out of the way before him, and approached valorously over the silver pavement of the castle to where the shield was upon the wall, which in sooth tarried not for his full coming, but fell, down at his feet upon the silver floor, with a mighty great and terrible ringing sound. No sooner had these syllables passed my lips, than, as if a shield of brass had indeed, at the moment, fallen heavily upon a floor of silver, I became aware of a distinct, hollow, metallic, and clangorous, yet apparently muffled reverberation. Completely unnerved, I leaped to my feet, but the measured rocking movement of Usher was undisturbed. I rushed to the chair on which he sat. His eyes were bent fixedly before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. But, as I placed my hand upon his shoulder, there came a strong shudder over his whole person. A sickly smile quivered about his lips, and I saw that he spoke in a low, hurried and gibbering murmur, as if unconscious of my presence. Bending closely over him, I at length drank in the hideous import of his words. Not hear it? Yes, I hear it, and have heard it. Long, many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard it, yet I dared not. Oh, pity me, miserable wretch that I am. I dared not speak. We have put her living in the tomb. Said I not that my senses were acute? I now tell you that I heard her first feeble movements in the hollow coffin. I heard them, many days ago, yet I dared not speak. And now, tonight, Ethelred, ha, the breaking of the hermit's door, and the death cry of the dragon, and the clangor of the shield. Say rather, the rending of her coffin, and the grating of the iron hinges of her prison, and her struggles within the coppered archway of the vault. Oh, whither shall I fly? Will she not be here anon? Is she not hurrying to upbraid me for my haste? Have I not heard her footstep on the stair? Do I not distinguish that heavy and horrible beating of her heart? Madman! Here he sprang furiously to his feet, and shrieked out his syllables, as if in the effort he were giving up his soul. Madman! I tell you that she now stands without the door. As if in the superhuman energy of his utterance there had been found the potency of a spell. The huge antique panels to which the speaker pointed threw slowly back upon the instant their ponderous and ebony jaws. It was the work of the rushing gust, but then, without those doors, there did stand the lofty and enshrouded figure of the Lady Madeline of Usher. There was blood upon her white robes, and the evidence of some bitter struggle upon every portion of her emaciated frame. For a moment she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold, then with a low, moaning cry fell heavily inward upon the person of her brother, and in her violent and now final death agonies bore him to the floor a corpse and a victim to the terrors he had anticipated. From that chamber, and from that mansion, I fled aghast. The storm was still abroad in all its wrath as I found myself crossing the old causeway. Suddenly there shot along the path a wild light, and I turned to see whence a gleam so unusual could have issued, for the vast house and its shadows were alone behind me. The radiance was that of the full setting and blood-red moon which now shone vividly through that once barely discernible fissure of which I have before spoken as extending from the roof of the building, in a zigzag direction, to the base. While I gazed, this fissure rapidly widened. There came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the satellite burst at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder. There was a long, tumultuous shouting sound, like the voice of 1,000 waters, and the deep and dank tarn at my feet closed sullenly and silently over the fragments of the House of Usher. The Old Nurse's Story from The Portent. By George MacDonald. I set out one evening for the cottage of my old nurse, to bid her goodbye for many months. probably years. I was to leave the next day for Edinburgh, on my way to London, whence I had to repair by coach to my new abode, almost to me like the land beyond the grave. So little did I know about it, and so wide was the separation between it and my home. The evening was sultry when I began my walk, and before I arrived at its end, the clouds rising from all quarters of the horizon, and especially gathering around the peaks of the mountain, betokened the near approach of a thunderstorm. This was a great delight to me. Gladly would I take leave of my home with the memory of a last night of tumultuous magnificence, followed probably by a day of weeping rain, well suited to the mood of my own heart in bidding farewell to the best of parents and the dearest of homes. Besides, in common with most Scotchmen who are young and hardy enough to be unable to realize the existence of coughs and rheumatic fevers, it was a positive pleasure to me to be out in rain, hail, or snow. I am come to bid you goodbye, Margaret, and to hear the story which you promised to tell me before I left home. I go tomorrow. Do you go so soon, my darling? Well, it will be an awful night to tell it in, but, as I promised, I suppose I must. At the moment, 2 or 3 great drops of rain, the first of the storm, fell down the wide chimney, exploding in the clear turf fire. Yes, indeed you must, I replied. After a short pause, she commenced. Of course she spoke in Gaelic, and I translate from my recollection of the Gaelic, but rather from the impression left upon my mind than from any recollection of words. She drew her chair near the fire, which we had reason to fear would soon be put out by the falling rain, and began. How old the story is, I do not know. It has come down through many generations. My grandmother told it to me, as I tell it to you, and her mother and my mother sat beside, never interrupting, but nodding their heads at every turn. Almost it ought to begin like the fairy tales. Once upon a time, it took place so long ago, but it is too dreadful and too true to tell like a fairy tale. There were 2 brothers, sons of the chief of our clan, but as different in appearance and disposition as 2 men could be. The elder was fair-haired and strong, much given to hunting and fishing. Fighting too, upon occasion, I dare say, when they made a foray upon the Saxon to get back a mouthful of their own. But he was gentleness itself to everyone about him, and the very soul of honor in all his doings. The younger was very dark in complexion, and tall and slender compared to his brother. He was very fond of book learning, which, they say, was an uncommon taste in those times. He did not care for any sports or bodily exercises but one, and that too was unusual in these parts. It was horsemanship. He was a fierce rider, and as much at home in the saddle as in his study chair. You may think that so long ago there was not much fit room for riding hereabouts, but, fit or not fit, he rode. From his reading and riding, the neighbours looked doubtfully upon him, and whispered about the black art. He usually bestrode a great powerful black horse, without a white hair on him, and people said it was either the devil himself or a demon horse from the devil's own stud. What favoured this notion was that in or out of the stable, the brute would let no other than his master go near him. Indeed, no one would venture after he had killed 2 men, and grievously maimed a third, tearing him with his teeth and hoofs like a wild beast. But to his master he was obedient as a hound, and would even tremble in his presence sometimes. The youth's temper corresponded to his habits. He was both gloomy and passionate. Prone to anger, he had never been known to forgive. Debarred from anything on which he had set his heart, he would have gone mad with longing if he had not gone mad with rage. His soul was like the night around us now, dark and sultry and silent, but lighted up by the red levin of wrath and torn by the bellowings of thunder passion. He must have his will. Hell might have his soul. Imagine then the rage and malice in his heart when he suddenly became aware that an orphan girl, distantly related to them, who had lived with them for nearly 2 years, and whom he had loved for almost all that period, was loved by his elder brother, and loved him in return. He flung his right hand above his head, and swore a terrible oath that if he might not, his brother should not, rushed out of the house, and galloped off among the hills. The orphan was a beautiful girl, tall, pale, and slender, with plentiful dark hair, which, when released from the snood, rippled down below her knees. Her appearance formed a strong contrast with that of her favored lover, while there was some resemblance between her and the younger brother. This fact seemed, to his fierce selfishness, ground for a prior claim. It may appear strange that a man like him should not have had instant recourse to his superior and hidden knowledge, by means of which he might have got rid of his rival with far more of certainty and less of risk. But I presume that for the moment, his passion overwhelmed his consciousness of skill. Yet I do not suppose that he foresaw the mode in which his hatred was about to operate. At the moment when he learned their mutual attachment, probably through a domestic, the lady was on her way to meet her lover as he returned from the day's sport. The appointed place was on the edge of a deep, rocky ravine, down in whose dark bosom brawled and foamed a little mountain torrent. You know the place, Duncan, my dear, I dare say. Here she gave me a minute description of the spot, with directions how to find it. Whether anyone saw what I am about to relate, or whether it was put together afterwards, I cannot tell. The story is like an old tree, so old that it has lost the marks of its growth. But this is how my grandmother told it to me. An evil chance led him in the right direction. The lovers, startled by the sound of the approaching horse, parted in opposite directions along a narrow mountain path on the edge of the ravine. Into this path he struck at a point near where the lovers had met, but to opposite sides of which they had now receded, so that he was between them on the path. Turning his horse up the course of the stream, he soon came in sight of his brother on the ledge before him. With a suppressed scream of rage, he rode headlong at him, and ere he had time to make the least defense, hurled him over the precipice. The helplessness of the strong man was uttered in one single despairing cry as he shot into the abyss. Then all was still. The sound of his fall could not reach the edge of the gulf. Divining in a moment that the lady, whose name was Elsie, must have fled in the opposite direction, he reined his steed on his haunches. He could touch the precipice with his bridle hand half outstretched. His sword hand half outstretched would have dropped a stone to the bottom of the ravine. There was no room to wheel. One desperate practicability alone remained. Turning his horse's head towards the edge, he compelled him by means of the powerful bit to rear till he stood almost erect, and so, his body swaying over the gulf, with quivering and straining muscles to turn on his hind legs. Having completed the half-circle, he let him drop, and urged him furiously in the opposite direction. It must have been by the devil's own care that he was able to continue his gallop along that ledge of rock. He soon caught sight of the maiden. She was leaning, half fainting, against the precipice. She had beard her lover's last cry, and although it had conveyed no suggestion of his voice to her ear, she trembled from head to foot, and her limbs would bear her no farther. He checked his speed, rode gently up to her, lifted her unresisting, laid her across the shoulders of his horse, and riding carefully till he reached a more open path, dashed again wildly along the mountainside. The lady's long hair was shaken loose and dropped, trailing on the ground. The horse trampled upon it and stumbled, half dragging her from the saddlebow. He caught her, lifted her up, and looked at her face. She was dead. I suppose he went mad. He laid her again across the saddle before him and rode on, reckless with her. Horse and man and maiden were found the next day, lying at the foot of a cliff, dashed to pieces. It was observed that a hind shoe of the horse was loose and broken. Whether this had been the cause of his fall could not be told. But ever when he races, as race he will, till the day of doom, along that mountainside, his gallop is mingled with the clank of the loose and broken shoe. For like the sin, the punishment is awful. He shall carry about for ages the phantom body of the girl, knowing that her soul is away, sitting with the soul of his brother, down in the deep ravine, or scaling with him the topmost crags of the towering mountain peaks. There are some who, from time to time, see the doomed man careering along the face of the mountain, with the lady hanging across the steed, and they say it always betokens a storm, such as this which is now raving about us. I had not noticed till now, so absorbed had I been in her tale, that the storm had risen to a very ecstasy of fury. They say likewise that the lady's hair is still growing, for every time they see her it is longer than before, and that now such is its length and the headlong speed of the horse, that it floats and streams out behind, like one of those curved clouds, like a comet's tail, far up in the sky. Only the cloud is white, and the hair dark as night. And they say it will go on growing until the last day, when the horse will falter, and her hair will gather in, and the horse will fall, and the hair will twist and twine, and wreathe itself like a mist of threads about him, and blind him to everything but her. Then the body will rise up within it, face to face with him, animated by a fiend, who, twining her arms around him, will drag him down to the bottomless pit. I may mention something which now occurred, and which had a strange effect on my old nurse. It illustrates the assertion that we see around us only what is within us. Marvelous things enough will show themselves to the marvelous mood. During a short lull in the storm, just as she had finished her story, we heard the sound of iron-shod hooves approaching the cottage. There was no bridle way into the glen. A knock came to the door, and on opening it, we saw an old man seated on a horse with a long, slenderly filled sack lying across the saddle before him. He said he had lost the path in the storm, and seeing the light, had scrambled down to inquire his way. I perceived at once, from the scared and mysterious look of the old woman's eyes, that she was persuaded that this appearance had more than a little to do with the awful rider, the terrific storm, and myself who had heard the sound of the phantom hoofs. As he ascended the hill, she looked after him, with wide and pale but unshrinking eyes. Then turning in, shut and locked the door behind her, as by a natural instinct. After 2 or 3 of her significant nods, accompanied by the compression of her lips, she said, "He need not think to take me in, wizard as he is with his disguises. I can see him through them all. Duncan, my dear, when you suspect anything, do not be too incredulous. This human demon is, of course, a wizard still, and knows how to make himself, as well as anything he touches, take a quite different appearance from the real one. Only every appearance must bear some resemblance, however distant, to the natural form. That man you saw at the door was the phantom of which I have been telling you. What he is after now, of course, I cannot tell. But you must keep a bold heart and a firm and wary foot as you go home tonight." I showed some surprise, I do not doubt, and perhaps some fear as well, but I only said, "How do you know him, Margaret?" "I can hardly tell you," she replied, "but I do know him. I think he hates me. Often of a wild night, when there is moonlight enough by fits, I see him tearing round this little valley, just on the top edge, all round, the lady's hair and the horse's mane and tail driving far behind, and mingling, vaporous, with the stormy clouds. About he goes, in wild, careering gallop, now lost as the moon goes in, then visible far round when she looks out again, an airy, pale grey spectre, which few eyes but mine could see. For as far as I am aware, no one of the family but myself has ever possessed the double gift of seeing and hearing both. In this case I hear no sound, except now and then a clank from the broken shoe. But I did not mean to tell you that I had ever seen him. I am not a bit afraid of him."
"He cannot do more than he may. His power is limited, else ill enough would he work the miscreant." "But," said I, "what has all this, terrible as it is, to do with the fright you took at my telling you that I had heard the sound of the broken shoe? Surely you are not afraid of only a storm?" "No, my boy, I fear no storm. But the fact is that that sound is seldom heard, and never, as far as I know, by any of the blood of that wicked man, without betokening some ill to one of the family, and most probably to the one who hears it. But I am not quite sure about that. Only some evil it does portend, although a long time may elapse before it shows itself. And I have a hope it may mean someone else than you." "Do not wish that," I replied. "I know no one better able to bear it than I am, and I hope, whatever it may be, that I only shall have to meet it. It must surely be something serious to be so foretold. It can hardly be connected with my disappointment in being compelled to be a pedagogue instead of a soldier." "Do not trouble yourself about that, Duncan," replied she. A soldier you must be. The same day you told me of the clank of the broken horseshoe, I saw you return wounded from battle and fall fainting from your horse in the street of a great city. Only fainting, thank God. But I have particular reasons for being uneasy at your hearing that boding sound. Can you tell me the day and hour of your birth? No, I replied. It seems very odd when I think of it, but I really do not know even the day. Nor anyone else, which is stranger still, she answered. How does that happen, nurse? We were in terrible anxiety about your mother at the time. So ill was she, after you were just born, in a strange, unaccountable way, that you lay almost neglected for more than an hour. In the very act of giving birth to you, she seemed to the rest around her to be out of her mind. So wildly did she talk, but I knew better. I knew that she was fighting some evil power, and what power it was, I knew full well. For twice, during her pains, I heard the click of the horseshoe, but no one could help her. After her delivery, she lay as if in a trance, neither dead nor at rest, but as if frozen to ice and conscious of it all the while. Once more I heard the terrible sound of iron, and at the moment your mother started from her trance, screaming, "My child! My child!" We suddenly became aware that no one had attended to the child, and rushed to the place where he lay wrapped in a blanket. Uncovering him, we found him black in the face, and spotted with dark spots upon the throat. I thought he was dead, but with great and almost hopeless pains, we succeeded in making him breathe, and he gradually recovered. But his mother continued dreadfully exhausted. It seemed as if she had spent her life for her child's defense and birth. That was you, Duncan, my dear. I was in constant attendance upon her. About a week after your birth, as near as I can guess, just in the gloaming, I heard yet again the awful clank, only once. Nothing followed till about midnight. Your mother slept, and you lay asleep beside her. I sat by the bedside. A horror fell upon me suddenly, though I neither saw nor heard anything. Your mother started from her sleep with a cry which sounded as if it came from far away, out of a dream, and did not belong to this world. My blood curdled with fear. She sat up in bed, with wide, staring eyes and half-open, rigid lips, and feeble as she was, thrust her arms straight out before her with great force, her hands open and lifted up, with the palms outwards. The whole action was of one violently repelling another. She began to talk wildly as she had done before you were born, but though I seemed to hear and understand it all at the time, I could not recall a word of it afterwards. It was as if I had listened to it when half asleep. I attempted to soothe her, putting my arms round her, but she seemed quite unconscious of my presence, and my arms seemed powerless upon the fixed muscles of hers. Not that I tried to constrain her, for I knew that a battle was going on of some kind or other, and my interference might do awful mischief. I only tried to comfort and encourage her. All the time I was in a state of indescribable cold and suffering, whether more bodily or mental I could not tell. But at length I heard yet again the clank of the shoe. A sudden peace seemed to fall upon my mind. Or was it a warm, odorous wind that filled the room? Your mother dropped her arms and turned feebly towards her baby. She saw that he slept a blessed sleep. She smiled like a glorified spirit and fell back exhausted on the pillow. I went to the other side of the room to get a cordial. When I returned to the bedside, I saw at once that she was dead. Her face smiled still, with an expression of the uttermost bliss. Nurse ceased, trembling as overcome by the recollection, and I was too much moved and awed to speak. At length, resuming the conversation, she said, "You see it is no wonder, Duncan, my dear, if, after all this, I should find, when I wanted to fix the date of your birth, that I could not determine the day or the hour when it took place. All was confusion in my poor brain, but it was strange that no one else could, any more than I. One thing only I can tell you about it. As I carried you across the room to lay you down, for I assisted at your birth, I happened to look up to the window. Then I saw what I did not forget, although I did not think of it again till many days after. A bright star was shining on the very tip of the thin crescent moon." "Oh then," said I, It is possible to determine the day and the very hour when my birth took place. See the good of book learning, replied she. When you work it out, just let me know, my dear, that I may remember it. That I will. A silence of some moments followed. Margaret resumed, I am afraid you will laugh at my foolish fancies, Duncan. But in thinking over all these things, as you may suppose I often do, lying awake in my lonely bed, the notion sometimes comes to me. What if my Duncan be the youth whom his wicked brother hurled into the ravine, come again in a new body, to live out his life, cut short by his brother's hatred? If so, his persecution of you, and of your mother for your sake, is easy to understand. And if so, you will never be able to rest till you find your fairy, wherever she may have been born on the face of the earth. For born she must be, long ere now, for you to find. I misdoubt me much, however, if you will find her without great conflict and suffering between, for the powers of darkness will be against you, though I have good hope that you will overcome at last. You must forgive the fancies of a foolish old woman, my dear. I will not try to describe the strange feelings, almost sensations that arose in me while listening to these extraordinary utterances, lest it should be supposed I was ready to believe all that Margaret narrated or concluded. I could not help doubting her sanity, but no more could I help feeling peculiarly moved by her narrative. Few more words were spoken on either side, but, after receiving renewed exhortations to carefulness on the way home, I said goodbye to dear old nurse, considerably comforted, I must confess, that I was not doomed to be a tutor all my days, for I never questioned the truth of that vision and its consequent prophecy. I went out into the midst of the storm, into the alternating throbs of blackness and radiance, now the possessor of no more room than what my body filled, and now isolated in world-wide space, and the thunder seemed to follow me, bellowing after me as I went. Absorbed in the story I had heard, I took my way, as I thought, homewards. The whole country was well known to me. I should have said before that night that I could have gone home blindfold. Whether the lightning bewildered me and made me take a false turn, I cannot tell, for the hardest thing to understand, in intellectual as well as moral mistakes, is how we came to go wrong. But after wandering for some time, plunged in meditation, and with no warning whatever of the presence of inimical powers, a brilliant lightning flash showed me that at least I was not near home. The light was prolonged for a second or two by a slight electric pulsation, and by that I distinguished a wide space of blackness on the ground in front of me. Once more, wrapped in the folds of a thick darkness, I dared not move. Suddenly it occurred to me what the blackness was, and whither I had wandered. It was a huge quarry, of great depth, long disused, and half filled with water. I knew the place perfectly. A few more steps would have carried me over the brink. I stood still, waiting for the next flash, that I might be quite sure of the way I was about to take before I ventured to move. While I stood, I fancied I heard a single hollow plunge in the black water far below. When the lightning came, I turned and took my path in another direction. After walking for some time across the heath, I fell. The fall became a roll, and down a steep declivity I went, over and over, arriving at the bottom uninjured. Another flash soon showed me where I was, in the hollow valley, within a couple of 100 yards from Nurse's cottage. I made my way towards it. There was no light in it, except the feeblest glow from the embers of her peat fire. She is in bed, I said to myself, and I will not disturb her. Yet something drew me towards the little window. I looked in. At first I could see nothing. At length, as I kept gazing, I saw something, indistinct in the darkness, like an outstretched human form. By this time, the storm had lulled. The moon had been up for some time, but had been quite concealed by tempestuous clouds. Now, however, these had begun to break up, and while I stood looking into the cottage, they scattered away from the face of the moon, and a faint vapory gleam of her light, entering the cottage through a window opposite that at which I stood, fell directly on the face of my old nurse, as she lay on her back outstretched upon chairs, pale as death, and with her eyes closed. The light fell nowhere but on her face, A stranger to her habits would have thought that she was dead. But she had so much of the appearance she had had on a former occasion that I concluded at once she was in one of her trances. But having often heard that persons in such a condition ought not to be disturbed, and feeling quite sure she knew best how to manage herself, I turned, though reluctantly, and left the lone cottage behind me in the night, with the death-like woman lying motionless in the midst of it. I found my way home without any further difficulty, and went to bed, where I soon fell asleep, thoroughly wearied, more by the mental excitement I had been experiencing than by the amount of bodily exercise I had gone through. My sleep was tormented with awful dreams, yet strange to say, I awoke in the morning refreshed and fearless. The sun was shining through the chinks in my shutters, which had been closed because of the storm, and was making streaks and bands of golden brilliancy upon the wall. I had dressed and completed my preparations long before I heard the steps of the servant who came to call me. What a wonderful thing waking is! The time of the ghostly moonshine passes by, and the great positive sunlight comes. A man who dreams and knows that he is dreaming thinks he knows what waking is, but knows it so little that he mistakes, one after another, many a vague and dim change in his dream for an awaking. When the true waking comes at last, he is filled and overflowed with the power of its reality. So likewise, one who in the darkness lies waiting for the light about to be struck, and trying to conceive with all the force of his imagination what the light will be like, is yet, when the reality flames up before him, seized as by a new and unexpected thing, different from and beyond all his imagining. He feels as if the darkness were cast to an infinite distance behind him. So shall it be with us when we wake from this dream of life into the truer life beyond, and find all our present notions of being thrown back as into a dim, vapory region of dreamland, where yet we thought we knew, and whence we looked forward into the present. This must be what Novalis means when he says, "Our life is not a dream, but it may become a dream, and perhaps ought to become one." And so I look back upon the strange history of my past, sometimes asking myself, can it be that all this has really happened to the same me, who am now thinking about it in doubt and wonderment? The Superstitious Man's Story by Thomas Hardy. There was something very strange about William's death. Very strange indeed, sighed a melancholy man in the back of the van. It was the seedman's father, who had hitherto kept silence. And what might that have been? Asked Mr. Lackland. William, as you may know, was a curious, silent man. You could feel when he came near ye, and if he was in the house or anywhere behind you without your seeing him, there seemed to be something clammy in the air, as if a cellar door opened close by your elbow. Well, one Sunday, at a time that William was in very good health to all appearance, the bell that was ringing for church went very heavy all of a sudden. The sexton, who told me out, said he had not known the bell go so heavy in his hand for years. It was just as if the gudgeons wanted oiling. That was on the Sunday, as I say. During the week after, it chanced that William's wife was staying up late one night to finish her ironing, she doing the washing for Mr. and Mrs. Hardcome. Her husband had finished his supper and gone to bed as usual some hour or two before. While she ironed, she heard him coming downstairs. He stopped to put on his boots at the stair-foot, where he always left them, and then came on into the living room where she was ironing, passing through it towards the door, this being the only way from the staircase to the outside of the house. No word was said on either side, William not being a man given to much speaking, and his wife being occupied with her work. He went out and closed the door behind him. As her husband had now and then gone out in this way at night, before when unwell, or unable to sleep for want of a pipe, she took no particular notice and continued at her ironing. This she finished shortly after, and, as he had not come in, she waited a while for him, putting away the irons and things, and preparing the table for his breakfast in the morning. Still he did not return, but supposing him not far off, and wanting to go to bed herself, tired as she was, she left the door unbarred and went to the stairs, after writing on the back of the door with chalk, "Mind and do the door," because he was a forgetful man. To her great surprise, and I might say alarm, On reaching the foot of the stairs, his boots were standing there as they always stood when he had gone to rest. Going up to their chamber, she found him in bed sleeping as sound as a rock. How he could have got back again without her seeing or hearing him was beyond her comprehension. It could only have been by passing behind her very quietly while she was bumping with the iron. But this notion did not satisfy her. It was surely impossible that she should not have seen him come in through a room so small. She could not unravel the mystery, and felt very queer and uncomfortable about it. However, she would not disturb him to question him then, and went to bed herself. He rose and left for his work very early the next morning, before she was awake, and she waited his return to breakfast with much anxiety for an explanation, for thinking over the matter by daylight made it seem only the more startling. When he came in to the meal, he said, before she could put her question, "What's the meaning of them words chalked on the door?" She told him, and asked him about his going out the night before. William declared that he had never left the bedroom after entering it, having in fact undressed, lain down, and fallen asleep directly, never once waking till the clock struck 5, and he rose up to go to his labour. Betty Privet was as certain in her own mind that he did go out as she was of her own existence, and was little less certain that he did not return. She felt too disturbed to argue with him, and let the subject drop as though she must have been mistaken. When she was walking down Longpuddle Street later in the day, she met Jim Weedle's daughter, Nancy, and said, "Well, Nancy, you do look sleepy today." "Yes, Mrs. Privet," said Nancy. "Now don't tell anybody, but I don't mind letting you know what the reason o't is. Last night being old Midsummer Eve, some of us church porch, and didn't get home till near 1. "Did you?" says Mrs. Privet. "Old Midsummer yesterday, was it? Faith, I didn't think where 'twas Midsummer or Michaelmas. I'd too much work to do." "Yes, and we were frightened enough, I can tell 'ee by what we saw." "What did ye see?" "You may not remember, sir, having gone off to foreign parts so young, that on Midsummer night it is believed hereabout that the faint shapes of all the folk in the parish who are going to be at death's door within the year can be seen entering the church. Those who get over their illness come out again after a while. Those that are doomed to die do not return." "What did you see?" asked William's wife. "Well," says Nancy, backwardly, "we needn't tell what we saw, or who we saw." "You saw my husband," said Betty Privet in a quiet way. "Well, since you put it so," says Nancy, hanging fire. "We thought we did see him, but it was darkish, and we was frightened, and of course it might not have been he. Nancy, you needn't mind letting it out, though 'tis kept back in kindness, and he didn't come out of the church again. I know it as well as you." Nancy did not answer yes or no to that, and no more was said. But 3 days after, William Privet was mowing with John Chills in Mr. Hardcome's meadow, and in the heat of the day they sat down to their bitter nunch under a tree and empty their flagon. Afterwards, both of them fell asleep as they sat. John Childs was the first to wake, and, as he looked towards his fellow mower, he saw one of those great white miller's souls, as we call them, that is to say, a miller moth, come from William's open mouth while he slept and fly straight away. John thought it odd enough, as William had worked in a mill for several years when he was a boy. He then looked at the sun and found by the place-oat that they had slept a long while, and as William did not wake, John called to him and said it was high time to begin work again. He took no notice, and then John went up and shook him and found he was dead. Now, on that very day, old Philip Hookhorn was down at Longpuddle Spring, dipping up a pitcher of water, and as he turned away, who should he see coming down to the spring on the other side but William, looking very pale and old. This surprised Philip Hookhorn very much, for years before that time William's little son, his only child, had been drowned in that spring while at play there, and this had so preyed upon William's mind that he'd never been seen near the spring afterwards, and had been known to go half a mile out of his way to avoid the place. On inquiry, it was found that William in body could not have stood by the spring, being in the mead 2 miles off, and it also came out that at the time at which he was seen at the spring was the very time when he died. A rather melancholy story, observed the emigrant after a minute's silence. Yes, yes. Well, we must take ups and downs together, said the seedman's father. A Story of Ravenna, by Boccaccio. Ravenna being a very ancient city in Romagna, there dwelt sometime a great number of worthy gentlemen, among whom I am to speak of one more especially, named Anastasio, descended from the family of Onesti, who by the death of his father, and an uncle of his, was left extraordinarily abounding in riches and growing to years fitting for marriage. As young gallants are easily apt enough to do, he became enamored of a very beautiful gentlewoman, who was daughter of Messer Paolo Traversario, one of the most ancient and noble families in all the country. Nor made he any doubt by his means and industrious endeavour to derive affection from her again, for he carried himself like a brave-minded gentleman, liberal in his expenses, honest and affable in all his actions, which commonly are the true notes of a good nature, and highly to be commended in any man. But howsoever, fortune became his enemy. These laudable parts of manhood did not any way friend him, but rather appeared hurtful to himself. So cruel, unkind, and almost merely savage did she show herself to him, perhaps in pride of her singular beauty, or presuming on her nobility by birth, both which are rather blemishes than ornaments in a woman when they be especially abused. The harsh and uncivil usage in her grew very distasteful to Anastasio, and so insufferable that after a long time of fruitless service, requited still with nothing but coy disdain, desperate resolutions entered into his brain, and often he was minded to kill himself. But better thoughts, supplanting those furious passions, he abstained from such a violent act, and governed by mere manly consideration, determined that as she hated him, he would requite her with the like, if he could, wherein he became altogether deceived, because as his hopes grew to a daily decaying, yet his love enlarged itself more and more. Thus Anastasio persevering still in his bootless affection, and his expenses not limited within any compass, it appeared in the judgment of his kindred and friends that he was fallen into a mighty consumption, both of his body and means. In which respects many times they advised him to leave the city of Ravenna, and live in some other place for such a while as might set a more moderate stint upon his spendings, and bridle the indiscreet course of his love, the only fuel which fed his furious fire. Anastasio held out thus a long time without lending an ear to such friendly counsel, but in the end he was so closely followed by them, as being no longer able to deny them, he promised to accomplish their request. Whereupon, making such extraordinary preparation, as if he were to set out thence for France or Spain, or else into some further country, he mounted on horseback, and accompanied with some few of his familiar friends, departed from Ravenna, and rode to a country dwelling-house of his own, about 3 or 4 miles distant from the city, at a place called Chiasse, and there upon a very good green erecting divers tents and pavilions, such as great persons make use of in the time of progress, he said to his friends which came with him thither, that there he determined to make his abiding, they all returning back unto Ravenna, and coming to visit him again so often as they pleased. Now it came to pass that about the beginning of May, it being then a very mild and serene season, and he leading there a much more magnificent life than ever he had done before, inviting divers to dine with him this day and as many tomorrow, and not to leave him till after supper, upon a sudden falling into remembrance of his cruel mistress, he commanded all his servants to forbear his company, and suffer him to walk alone by himself a while, because he had occasion of private meditations, wherein he would not by any means be troubled. It was then about the 9th hour of the day, and he walking on solitary all alone, having gone some half a mile distance from the tents, entered into a grove of pine trees, never minding dinner time or anything else, but only the unkind requital of his love. Suddenly he heard the voice of a woman seeming to make most mournful complaints, which breaking off his silent considerations, made him to lift up his head to know the reason of this noise. When he saw himself so far entered into the grove before he could imagine where he was, he looked amazedly round about him, and out of a little thicket of bushes and briars round engirt with spreading trees, he espied a young damsel come running towards him, naked from the middle upward, her hair lying on her shoulders, and her fair skin rent and torn with the briars and brambles, so that the blood ran trickling down mainly, she weeping, wringing her hands, and crying out for mercy so loud as she could. 2 fierce bloodhounds also followed swiftly after, and where their teeth took hold did most cruelly bite her. Last of all, mounted on a lusty black courser, came galloping a knight, with a very stern and angry countenance, holding a drawn short sword in his hand, giving her very dreadful speeches, and threatening every minute to kill her. This strange and uncouth sight bred in him no mean admiration, as also kind compassion to the unfortunate woman, out of which compassion sprung an earnest desire to deliver her, if he could, from a death so full of anguish and horror. But seeing himself to be without arms, he ran and plucked up the plant of a tree, which handling as if it had been a staff, he opposed himself against the dogs and the knight, who, seeing him coming, cried out in this manner to him, "Anastasio, put not thyself in any opposition, but refer to my hounds and me to punish this wicked woman as she hath justly deserved." And in speaking these words, the hounds took fast hold on her body, so staying her until the knight was come nearer to her, and alighted from his horse, when Anastasio, after some other angry speeches, spake thus to him, "I cannot tell what or who thou art, albeit thou takest such knowledge of me. Yet I must say it is mere cowardice in a knight, being armed as thou art, to offer to kill a naked woman, and make thy dogs thus to seize on her, as if she were a savage beast. Therefore believe me, I will defend her so far as I am able." "Anastasio," answered the knight, "I am of the same city as thou art, and do well remember that thou wast a little lad when I, who was then named Guido Anastasio, and thine uncle, became as entirely in love with this woman as now thou art with Paolo Traversario's daughter. But through her coy disdain and cruelty, such was my heavy fate that desperately I slew myself with this short sword which thou beholdest in mine hand, for which rash sinful deed I was and am condemned to eternal punishment. This wicked woman, rejoicing immeasurably in mine unhappy death, remained no long time alive after me, and for her merciless sin of cruelty, and taking pleasure in my oppressing torments, dying unrepentant, and in pride of her scorn, she had the like sentence of condemnation pronounced on her, and was sent to the same place where I was condemned. There the 3 impartial judges imposed this further infliction on us both, namely, that she should fly in this manner before me. And I, who loved her so dearly while I lived, must pursue her as my deadly enemy, not like a woman that had a taste of love in her. And so often as I can overtake her, I am to kill her with this sword, the same weapon wherewith I slew myself. Then am I enjoined therewith to open her accursed body and tear out her heart, with her other inwards, as now thou seest me do, which I give to my hounds to feed on. Afterward, such is the appointment of the supreme powers, that she reassumeth life again, even as if she had not been dead at all, and falling to the same kind of flight, I with my hounds am still to follow her, without any respite or intermission. Every Friday, and just at this hour, our course is this way, where she suffereth the just punishment inflicted on her. Nor do we rest any of the other days, but are appointed unto other places, where she cruelly executed her malice against me, who am now, of her dear affectionate friend, ordained to be her endless enemy, and to pursue her in this manner for so many years, as she exercised months of cruelty towards me. Hinder me not, then, in being the executioner of divine justice, for all thy interposition is but in vain in seeking to cross the appointment of supreme powers." Anastasio, having heard all this discourse, his hair stood upright, like porcupine's quills, and his soul was so shaken with the terror that he stepped back to suffer the knight to do what he was enjoined, looking yet with mild commiseration on the poor woman, who kneeling most humbly before the knight, and sternly seized on by the 2 bloodhounds, he opened her breast with his weapon, drawing forth her heart and bowels, which instantly he threw to the dogs, and they devoured them very greedily. Soon after the damsel, as if none of this punishment had been inflicted on her, started up suddenly, running amain towards the seashore, and the hounds, swiftly following her, as the knight did the like, after he had taken his sword and was mounted on horseback, so that Anastasio had soon lost all sight of them, and could not guess what could become of them. After he had heard and observed all these things, he stood a while as confounded with fear and pity, like a simple silly man, hoodwinked with his own passions, not knowing the subtle enemy's cunning illusions in offering false suggestions to the sight, to work his own ends thereby, and increase the number of his deceived servants. Forthwith he persuaded himself that he might make good use of this woman's tormenting, so justly imposed on the knight to prosecute, if thus it should continue still every Friday. Wherefore, setting a good note or mark upon the place, he returned back to his own people, and at such times as he thought convenient, sent for divers of his kindred and friends from Ravenna, who being present with him, thus he spake to them: Dear kinsmen and friends, ye have long while importuned me to discontinue my over-doting love to her whom you all think, and I find to be my mortal enemy, as also to give over my lavish expenses, wherein I confess myself too prodigal, both which requests of yours I will condescend to, provided that you will perform one gracious favour for me, namely, that on Friday next, Messer Paolo Traversario, his wife, daughter, with all other women linked in lineage to them, and such beside only as you shall please to appoint, will vouchsafe to accept a dinner here with me. As for the reason thereto moving me, you shall then more at large be acquainted with all. This appeared no difficult matter for them to accomplish. Wherefore, being returned to Ravenna, and as they found the time answerable to their purpose, they invited such as Anastasio had appointed them, and although they found it somewhat a hard matter to gain her company, whom he had so dearly affected, yet notwithstanding, the other women won her along with them. A most magnificent dinner had Anastasio provided, and the tables were covered under the pine trees, where he saw the cruel lady so pursued and slain, directing the guests so in their seating that the young gentlewoman, his unkind mistress, sat with her face opposite unto the place where the dismal spectacle was to be seen. About the closing up of dinner, they began to hear the noise of the poor persecuted woman, which drove them all to much admiration, desiring to know what it was, and no one resolving them. They rose from the tables, and looking directly as the noise came to them, they espied the woeful woman, the dogs eagerly pursuing her, the knight galloping after them with his drawn weapon, and came very near unto the company, who cried out with loud exclaims against the dogs, and the knight stepped forth in assistance of the injured woman. The knight spake unto them as formerly he had done to Anastasio, which made them draw back, possessed with fear and admiration, while he acted the same cruelty as he did the Friday before, not differing in the least degree. Most of the gentlewomen there present, being near allied to the unfortunate woman, and likewise to the knight, remembering well both his love and death, did shed tears as plentifully as if it had been to the very persons themselves in usual performance of the action indeed. Which tragical scene being passed over, and the woman and knight gone out of their sight, all that had seen this strange accident fell into diversity of confused opinions, yet not daring to disclose them, as doubting some further danger to ensue thereon. But beyond all the rest, none could compare in fear and astonishment with the cruel young maid affected by Anastasio, who both saw and observed all with a more inward apprehension, knowing very well that the moral of this dismal spectacle carried a much nearer application to her than any other in the company. For now she could call to mind how unkind and cruel she had shown herself to Anastasio, even as the other gentlewoman formerly did to her lover, still flying from him in great contempt and scorn, for which she thought the bloodhounds also pursued her at the heels already, and a sort of vengeance to mangle her body. This fear grew so powerful upon her that to prevent the like heavy doom from falling on her, she studied, and therein bestowed all the night season, how to change her hatred into kind love, which at the length she fully obtained, and then purposed to procure in this manner. Secretly she sent a faithful chambermaid of her own to greet Anastasio on her behalf, humbly entreating him to come see her, because now she was absolutely determined to give him satisfaction, in all which, with honour, he could request of her. Whereto Anastasio answered that he accepted her message thankfully, and desired no other favour at her hand, but that which stood with her own offer, namely, to be his wife in honorable marriage. The maid, knowing sufficiently that he could not be more desirous of the match than her mistress showed herself to be, made answer in her name that this motion would be most welcome to her. Hereupon the gentlewoman herself became the solicitor to her father and mother, telling them plainly that she was willing to be the wife of Anastasio, which news did so highly content them that upon the Sunday next following the marriage was very worthily solemnized, and they lived and loved together very kindly. Thus, the divine bounty, out of the malignant enemy's secret machinations, can cause good effects to arise and succeed. For from this conceit of fearful imagination in her, not only happened this long-desired conversion of a maid so obstinately scornful and proud, but likewise all the women of Ravenna, being admonished by her example, grew afterward more tractable to men's honest motions than ever they showed themselves before. And let me make some use hereof, fair ladies, to you not to stand over nicely conceited of your beauty and good parts, when men solicit you with their best services. Remember then this disdainful gentlewoman, but more especially her, who being the death of so kind a lover was therefore condemned to perpetual punishment, and he made the minister thereof whom she had cast off with coy disdain, from which I wish your minds to be free, as mine is ready to do you any acceptable service. Teig O'Kane and the Corpse, translated from the Irish, by Dr. Douglas Hyde. There was once a grown-up lad in the county Leitrim, and he was strong and lively, and the son of a rich farmer. His father had plenty of money, and he did not spare it on the son. Accordingly, when the boy grew up, he liked sport better than work, and as his father had no other children, he loved this one so much that he allowed him to do in everything just as it pleased himself. He was very extravagant, and he used to scatter the gold money as another person would scatter the white. He was seldom to be found at home, but if there was a fair, or a race, or a gathering within 10 miles of him, you were dead certain to find him there. And he seldom spent a night in his father's house, but he used to be always out rambling, and like Sean Bowie long ago, there was grad gach cailin iam brolach alain, the love of every girl in the breast of his shirt, and it's many's the kiss he got and he gave, for he was very handsome, and there wasn't a girl in the country but would fall in love with him, only for him to fasten his 2 eyes on her, and it was for that someone made this ran on him. Look at the, rogue, it's for kisses he's rambling. It isn't much wonder, for that was his way. He's like an old hedgehog. At night he'll be scrambling from this place to that, but he'll sleep in the day. At last he became very wild and unruly. He wasn't to be seen day or night in his father's house, but always rambling or going on his céilí, night visit, from place to place, and from house to house, so that the old people used to shake their heads and say to one another, "It's easy seen what will happen to the land when the old man dies. His son will run through it in a year, and it won't stand him that long itself." He used to be always gambling and card-playing and drinking, but his father never minded his bad habits, and never punished him. But it happened one day that the old man was told that the son had ruined the character of a girl in the neighborhood, and he was greatly angry, and he called the son to him, and said to him, quietly and sensibly, "Avik," says he, "you know I loved you greatly up to this, and I never stopped you from doing your choice thing whatever it was, and I kept plenty of money with you, and I always hoped to leave you the house and land, and all I had after myself would be gone. But I heard a story of you today that has disgusted me with you. I cannot tell you the grief that I felt when I heard such a thing of you. And I tell you now plainly that unless you marry that girl, I'll leave house and land and everything to my brother's son. I never could leave it to anyone who would make so bad a use of it as you do yourself, deceiving women and coaxing girls. Settle with yourself now whether you'll marry that girl and get my land as a fortune with her, or refuse to marry her and give up all that was coming to you. And tell me in the morning which of the 2 things you have chosen." "Och, Domnu Shiri, father, you wouldn't say that to me, and I such a good son as I am. Who told you I wouldn't marry the girl?" says he. But his father was gone, and the lad knew well enough that he would keep his word too. And he was greatly troubled in his mind, for as quiet and as kind as the father was, he never went back of a word that he had once said. And there wasn't another man in the country who was harder to bend than he was. The boy did not know rightly what to do.
He was in love with the girl indeed, and he hoped to marry her sometime or other. But he would much sooner have remained another while as he was, and follow on at his old tricks, drinking, sporting, and playing cards. And along with that, he was angry that his father should order him to marry, and should threaten him if he did not do it. "Isn't my father a great fool?" says he to himself. "I was ready enough and only too anxious to marry Mary. And now since he threatened me, faith, I've a great mind to let it go another while." His mind was so much excited that he remained between two notions as to what he should do. He walked out into the night at last to cool his heated blood, and went on to the road. He lit a pipe, and as the night was fine, he walked and walked on, until the quick pace made him begin to forget his trouble. The night was bright, and the moon half full. There was not a breath of wind blowing, and the air was calm and mild. He walked on for nearly 3 hours, when he suddenly remembered that it was late in the night, and time for him to turn. "Musha, I think I forgot myself," says he. "It must be near 12 o'clock now." The word was hardly out of his mouth, when he heard the sound of many voices, and the trampling of feet on the road before him. "I don't know who can be out so late at night as this, and on such a lonely road," said he to himself. He stood listening, and he heard the voices of many people talking through other, but he could not understand what they were saying. "Oh, Wira," says he, "I'm afraid." It's not Irish or English they have. It can't be their Frenchman. He went on a couple of yards further, and he saw well enough by the light of the moon a band of little people coming towards him, and they were carrying something big and heavy with them. "Oh, murder," says he to himself. "Sure it can't be that they're the good people that's in it." Every rib of hair that was on his head stood up, and there fell a shaking on his bones, for he saw that they were coming to him fast. He looked at them again, and perceived that there were about 20 little men in it, and there was not a man at all of them higher than about 3 feet or 3 feet and a half, and some of them were grey, and seemed very old. He looked again, but he could not make out what was the heavy thing they were carrying until they came up to him, and then they all stood round about him. They threw the heavy thing down on the road, and he saw on the spot that it was a dead body. He became as cold as the death, and there was not a drop of blood running in his veins, when an old little grey maneen came up to him and said, "Isn't it lucky we met you, Teig O'Kane?" Poor Teig could not bring out a word at all, nor open his lips if he were to get the world for it, and so he gave no answer. "Teig O'Kane," said the little grey man again, "isn't it timely you met us?" Teig could not answer him. "Teig O'Kane," says he, "the 3rd time, isn't it lucky and timely that we met you?" But Teig remained silent, for he was afraid to return an answer, and his tongue was as if it was tied to the roof of his mouth. The little grey man turned to his companions, and there was joy in his bright little eye. "And now," says he, "Teig O'Kane hasn't a word. We can do with him what we please." Teig," says he, "you're living a bad life, and we can make a slave of you now, and you cannot withstand us, for there's no use in trying to go against us. Lift that corpse." Teig was so frightened that he was only able to utter the 2 words, "I won't." For as frightened as he was obstinate and stiff, the same as ever. "Teig O'Kane won't lift the corpse," said the little maneen with a wicked little laugh, for all the world like the breaking of a lock of dry kippines, and with a little harsh voice like the striking of a cracked bell. "Teig O'Kane won't lift the corpse. Make him lift it." And before the word was out of his mouth, they had all gathered round poor Teig, and they all talking and laughing through other. Teig tried to run from them, but they followed him, and a man of them stretched out his foot before him as he ran, so that Teig was thrown in a heap on the road. Then, before he could rise up, the fairies caught him, some by the hands and some by the feet, and they held him tight, in a way that he could not stir, with his face against the ground. 6 or 7 of them raised the body then, and pulled it over to him, and left it down on his back. The breast of the corpse was squeezed against Teig's back and shoulders, and the arms of the corpse were thrown around Teig's neck. Then they stood back from him a couple of yards and let him get up. He rose, foaming at the mouth and cursing, and he shook himself,
thinking to throw the corpse off his back. But his fear and his wonder were great when he found that the two arms had a tight hold round his own neck, and that the two legs were squeezing his hips firmly, and that, however strongly he tried, he could not throw it off, any more than a horse can throw off its saddle. He was terribly frightened then, and he thought he was lost. "Oh, Shone, forever," said he to himself. "It's the bad life I'm leading that has given the good people this power over me. I promise to God and Mary, Peter and Paul, Patrick and Bridget, that I'll mend my ways for as long as I have to live, if I come clear out of this danger, and I'll marry the girl." The little grey man came up to him again, and said he to him, "Now, Teig, says he, you didn't lift the body when I told you to lift it, and see how you were made to lift it. Perhaps when I tell you to bury it, you won't bury it until you're made to bury it." "Anything at all that I can do for your honor," said Teig, "I'll do it," for he was getting sense already, and if it had not been for the great fear that was on him, he never would have let that civil word slip out of his mouth. The little man laughed a sort of laugh again. "You're getting quiet now, Teig," says he. "I'll go bail, but you'll be quiet enough before I'm done with you. Listen to me now, Teig O'Kane, and if you don't obey me in all I'm telling you to do, you'll repent it. You must carry with you this corpse that is on your back to Teampole Damus, and you must bring it into the church with you, and make a grave for it in the very middle of the church, and you must raise up the flags and put them down again the very same way, and you must carry the clay out of the church and leave the place as it was when you came, so that no one could know that there had been anything changed. But that's not all. Maybe that the body won't be allowed to be buried in that church. Perhaps some other man has the bed, and if so, it's likely he won't share it with this one. If you don't get leave to bury it in Teampole Damus, you must carry it to Carrickfadvic Orus, and bury it in the churchyard there, and if you don't get it into that place, take it with you to Teampole Ronan, and if that churchyard is closed on you, take it to Imlog Fada, and if you're not able to bury it there, you've no more to do than to take it to Kilbredia, and you can bury it there without hindrance. I cannot tell you what one of those churches is the one where you will have leave to bury that corpse under the clay, but I know that it will be allowed you to bury him at some church or other of them. If you do this work rightly, we will be thankful to you, and you will have no cause to grieve. But if you are slow or lazy, believe me, we shall take satisfaction of you." When the grey little man had done speaking, his comrades laughed and clapped their hands together. "Glick, glick, hui, hui!" they all cried. Go on, you have 8 hours before you till daybreak, and if you haven't this man buried before the sun rises, you're lost." They struck a fist and a foot behind on him, and drove him on in the road. He was obliged to walk, and to walk fast, for they gave him no rest. He thought himself that there was not a wet path, or a dirty boreen, or a crooked contrary road in the whole county, that he had not walked that night. The night was at times very dark, and whenever there would come a cloud across the moon he could see nothing, and then he used often to fall. Sometimes he was hurt, and sometimes he escaped, but he was obliged always to rise on the moment and to hurry on. Sometimes the moon would break out clearly, and then he would look behind him and see the little people following at his back. And he heard them speaking amongst themselves, talking and crying out, and screaming like a flock of seagulls. And if he was to save his soul, he never understood as much as one word of what they were saying. He did not know how far he had walked, when at last one of them cried out to him, "Stop here." He stood, and they all gathered round him. "Do you see those withered trees over there?" says the old boy to him again. "Teampole Damus is among those trees, and you must go in there by yourself, for we cannot follow you or go with you. We must remain here. Go on boldly." Teig looked from him, and he saw a high wall that was in places half broken down, and an old grey church on the inside of the wall, and about a dozen withered old trees scattered here and there round it. There was neither leaf nor twig on any of them, but their bare, crooked branches were stretched out like the arms of an angry man when he threatens. He had no help for it, but was obliged to go forward. He was a couple of 100 yards from the church, but he walked on and never looked behind him until he came to the gate of the churchyard. The old gate was thrown down, and he had no difficulty in entering. He turned then to see if any of the little people were following him, but there came a cloud over the moon, and the night became so dark that he could see nothing. He went into the churchyard, and he walked up the old grassy pathway leading to the church. When he reached the door, he found it locked. The door was large and strong, and he did not know what to do. At last he drew out his knife with difficulty and stuck it in the wood to try if it were not rotten, but it was not. "Now," said he to himself, "I have no more to do. The door is shut, and I can't open it." Before the words were rightly shaped in his own mind, a voice in his ear said to him, "Search for the key on the top of the door, or on the wall." He started. "Who is that speaking to me?" he cried, turning round. But he saw no one. The voice said in his ear again, "Search for the key on the top of the door, or on the wall." "What's that?" said he, and the sweat running from his forehead. "Who spoke to me?" "It's I, the corpse, that spoke to you," said the voice. "Can you talk?" said Teig. "Now and again," said the corpse. Teig searched for the key, and he found it on the top of the wall. He was too much frightened to say any more, but he opened the door wide, and as quickly as he could, and he went in, with the corpse on his back. It was as dark as pitch inside, and poor Teig began to shake and tremble. "Light the candle," said the corpse. Teig put his hand in his pocket, as well as he was able, and drew out a flint and steel. He struck a spark out of it, and lit a burnt rag he had in his pocket. He blew it until it made a flame, and he looked round him. The church was very ancient, and part of the wall was broken down. The windows were blown in or cracked, and the timber of the seats were rotten. There were 6 or 7 old iron candlesticks left there still, and in one of these candlesticks, Teig found the stump of an old candle, and he lit it. He was still looking round him on the strange and horrid place in which he found himself, when the cold corpse whispered in his ear, "Bury me now, bury me now. There is a spade, and turn the ground." Teig looked from him, and he saw a spade lying beside the altar. He took it up, and he placed the blade under a flag that was in the middle of the aisle, and leaning all his weight on the handle of the spade, he raised it. When the first flag was raised, it was not hard to raise the others near it, and he moved 3 or 4 of them out of their places. The clay that was under them was soft and easy to dig, but he had not thrown up more than 3 or 4 shovelfuls when he felt the iron touch something soft like flesh. He threw up 3 or 4 more shovelfuls from around it, and then he saw that it was another body that was buried in the same place. "I'm afraid I'll never be allowed to bury the 2 bodies in the same hole," said Teig in his own mind. "You corpse there on my back," says he, "will you be satisfied if I bury you down here?" But the corpse never answered him a word. "That's a good sign," said Teig to himself. "Maybe he's getting quiet," and he thrust the spade down in the earth again. Perhaps he hurt the flesh of the other body, for the dead man that was buried there stood up in the grave and shouted an awful shout. "Who, go, 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 or you're a dead man." And then he fell back in the grave again. Teig said afterwards that of all the wonderful things he saw that night, that was the most awful to him. His hair stood upright on his head like the bristles of a pig. The cold sweat ran off his face, and then came a tremor over all his bones until he thought that he must fall. But after a while he became bolder, when he saw that the second corpse remained lying quietly there, and he threw in the clay on it again, and he smoothed it overhead, and he laid down the flags carefully, as they had been before. "It can't be that he'll rise up any more," said he. He went down the aisle a little further and drew near to the door, and began raising the flags again, looking for another bed for the corpse on his back. He took up 3 or 4 flags and put them aside, and then he dug the clay. He was not long digging until he laid bare an old woman without a thread upon her but her shirt. She was more lively than the first corpse, for he had scarcely taken any of the clay away from about her, when she sat up and began to cry, "Ho, you bodach, clown! Ha, you bodach! Where has he been that he got no bed?" Poor Teig drew back, and when she found that she was getting no answer, she closed her eyes gently, lost her vigor, and fell back quietly and slowly under the clay. Teig did to her as he had done to the man. He threw the clay back on her and left the flags down overhead. He began digging again near the door, but before he had thrown up more than a couple of shovelfuls, he noticed a man's hand laid bare by the spade. "By my soul, I'll go no further then," said he to himself. "What use is it for me?" And he threw the clay in again on it, and settled the flags as they had been before. He left the church then, and his heart was heavy enough. But he shut the door and locked it, and left the key where he found it. He sat down on a tombstone that was near the door, and began thinking. He was in great doubt what he should do. He laid his face between his two hands, and cried for grief and fatigue, since he was dead certain at this time that he never would come home alive. He made another attempt to loosen the hands of the corpse that were squeezed round his neck, but they were as tight as if they were clamped, and the more he tried to loosen them, the tighter they squeezed him. He was going to sit down once more, when the cold, horrid lips of the dead man said to him, "Carrick fadvic oris," and he remembered the command of the good people to bring the corpse with him to that place, if he should be unable to bury it where he had been. He rose up and looked about him. "I don't know the way," he said. As soon as he had uttered the word, the corpse stretched out suddenly its left hand, that had been tightened round his neck, and kept it pointing out, showing him the road he ought to follow. Teig went in the direction that the fingers were stretched, and passed out of the churchyard. He found himself on an old rutty stony road, and he stood still again, not knowing where to turn. The corpse stretched out its bony hand a second time, and pointed out to him another road, not the road by which he had come when approaching the old church. Teig followed that road, and whenever he came to a path or road meeting it, the corpse always stretched out its hand and pointed with its fingers, showing him the way he was to take. Many was the crossroad he turned down, and many was the crooked boreen he walked, until he saw from him an old burying ground at last, beside the road. But there was neither church nor chapel nor any other building in it. The corpse squeezed him tightly, and he stood. Bury me in the burying ground," said the voice. Teig drew over towards the old burying place, and he was not more than about 20 yards from it, when, raising his eyes, he saw hundreds and hundreds of ghosts, men, women, and children, sitting on the top of the wall round about, or standing on the inside of it, or running backwards and forwards and pointing at him, while he could see their mouths opening and shutting as if they were speaking, though he heard no word, nor any sound amongst them at all. He was afraid to go forward, so he stood where he was, and the moment he stood, all the ghosts became quiet and ceased moving. Then Teig understood that it was trying to keep him from going in, that they were. He walked a couple of yards forwards, and immediately the whole crowd rushed together towards the spot to which he was moving, and they stood so thickly together that it seemed to him that he never could break through them, even though he had a mind to try. But he had no mind to try it. He went back broken and dispirited, and when he had gone a couple of 100 yards from the burying ground, he stood again, for he did not know what way he was to go. He heard the voice of the corpse in his ear saying, "Teampole Ronan," and the skinny hand was stretched out again, pointing him out the road. As tired as he was, he had to walk, and the road was neither short nor even. The night was darker than ever, and it was difficult to make his way. Many was the toss he got, and many a bruise they left on his body. At last he saw Teampole Ronan from him in the distance, standing in the middle of the burying ground. He moved over towards it, and thought he was all right and safe, when he saw no ghosts nor anything else on the wall, and he thought he would never be hindered now from leaving his load off him at last. He moved over to the gate, but as he was passing in, he tripped on the threshold. Before he could recover himself, something that he could not see seized him by the neck, by the hands, and by the feet, and bruised him, and shook him, and choked him, until he was nearly dead. And at last he was lifted up, and carried more than 100 yards from that place, and then thrown down in an old dike, with the corpse still clinging to him. He rose up, bruised and sore, but feared to go near the place again, for he had seen nothing the time he was thrown down and carried away. "You corpse up on my back," said he. "Shall I go over again to the churchyard?" But the corpse never answered him. "That's a sign you don't wish me to try it again," said Teig. He was now in great doubt as to what he ought to do, when the corpse spoke in his ear and said, "Imlog fada." "Oh, murder," said Teig. "Must I bring you there? If you keep me long walking like this, I tell you I'll fall under you." He went on, however, in the direction the corpse pointed out to him. He could not have told himself how long he had been going, when the dead man behind suddenly squeezed him and said, "There." Teig looked from him, and he saw a little low wall that was so broken down in places that it was no wall at all. It was in a great wide field, in from the road, and only for 3 or 4 great stones at the corners that were more like rocks than stones. There was nothing to show that there was either graveyard or burying ground there. "Is this Imlog fada? Shall I bury you here?" said Teig. "Yes," said the voice. "But I see no grave or gravestone, only this pile of stones," said Teig. The corpse did not answer, but stretched out its long, fleshless hand to show Teig the direction in which he was to go. Teig went on accordingly, but he was greatly terrified, for he remembered what had happened to him at the last place. He went on, with his heart in his mouth, as he said himself afterwards. But when he came to within 15 or 20 yards of the little low square wall, there broke out a flash of lightning, bright yellow and red, with blue streaks in it, and went round about the wall in one course, and it swept by as fast as the swallow in the clouds, and the longer Teig remained looking at it, the faster it went, till at last it became like a bright ring of flame round the old graveyard, which no one could pass without being burnt by it. Teig never saw from the time he was born, and never saw afterwards, so wonderful or so splendid a sight as that was. Round went the flame, white and yellow and blue sparks leaping out from it as it went, and although at first it had been no more than a thin, narrow line, it increased slowly until it was at last a great broad band, and it was continually getting broader and higher, and throwing out more brilliant sparks, till there was never a colour on the ridge of the earth that was not to be seen in that fire, and lightning never shone and flame never flamed, that was so shining and so bright as that. Teig was amazed. He was half dead with fatigue, and he had no courage left to approach the wall. There fell a mist over his eyes, and there came a surawn in his head, and he was obliged to sit down upon a great stone to recover himself. He could see nothing but the light, and he could hear nothing but the whir of it as it shot round the paddock faster than a flash of lightning. As he sat there on the stone, the voice whispered once more in his ear, "Kill Breedya," and the dead man squeezed him so tightly that he cried out. He rose again, sick, tired, and trembling, and went forward as he was directed. The wind was cold, and the road was bad, and the load upon his back was heavy, and the night was dark, and he himself was nearly worn out, and if he had had very much farther to go, he must have fallen dead under his burden. At last, the corpse stretched out its hand and said to him, "Bury me there." "This is the last burying place," said Teig in his own mind, "and the little grey man said I'd be allowed to bury him in some of them, so it must be this. It can't be, but they'll let him in here." The first faint streak of the ring of day was appearing in the east, and the clouds were beginning to catch fire, but it was darker than ever, for the moon was set, and there were no stars. Make haste," said the corpse, and Teig hurried forward as well as he could to the graveyard, which was a little place on a bare hill, with only a few graves in it. He walked boldly in through the open gate, and nothing touched him, nor did he either hear or see anything. He came to the middle of the ground, and then stood up and looked round him for a spade or shovel to make a grave. As he was turning round and searching, he suddenly perceived what startled him greatly, a newly dug grave right before him. He moved over to it and looked down, and there at the bottom he saw a black coffin. He clambered down into the hole and lifted the lid, and found that, as he thought it would be, the coffin was empty. He had hardly mounted up out of the hole, and was standing on the brink, when the corpse, which had clung to him for more than 8 hours, suddenly relaxed its hold of his neck, and loosened its shins from round his hips, and sank down with a plop into the open coffin. Teig fell down on his 2 knees at the brink of the grave, and gave thanks to God. He made no delay then, but pressed down the coffin lid in its place, and threw in the clay over it with his 2 hands, and when the grave was filled up, He stamped and leaped on it with his feet until it was firm and hard, and then he left the place. The sun was fast rising as he finished his work, and the first thing he did was to return to the road and look out for a house to rest himself in. He found an inn at last, and lay down upon a bed there, and slept till night. Then he rose up and ate a little, and fell asleep again till morning. When he awoke in the morning, he hired a horse and rode home. He was more than 26 miles from home where he was, and he had come all that way with the dead body on his back in one night. All the people at his own home thought that he must have left the country, and they rejoiced greatly when they saw him come back. Everyone began asking him where he had been, but he would not tell anyone except his father. He was a changed man from that day. He never drank too much. He never lost his money over cards, and especially, he would not take the world and be out late by himself of a dark night. He was not a fortnight at home until he married Mary, the girl he had been in love with, and it's at their wedding the sport was, and it's he was the happy man from that day forward, and it's all I wish that we may be as happy as he was. The Haunted and the Haunters, or The House and the Brain, by Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. A friend of mine, who is a man of letters and a philosopher, said to me one day, as if between jest and earnest, "Fancy, since we last met, I have discovered a haunted house in the midst of London." Really haunted? And by what? Ghosts? Well, I can't answer these questions. All I know is this. 6 weeks ago, I and my wife were in search of a furnished apartment. Passing a quiet street, we saw on the window of one of the houses a bill, "Apartments furnished." The situation suited us. We entered the house, liked the rooms, engaged them by the week, and left them the third day. No power on earth could have reconciled my wife to stay longer, and I don't wonder at it. What did you see? Excuse me, I have no desire to be ridiculed as a superstitious dreamer, nor, on the other hand, could I ask you to accept on my affirmation what you would hold to be incredible without the evidence of your own senses. Let me only say this. It was not so much what we saw or heard, in which you might fairly suppose that we were the dupes of our own excited fancy, or the victims of imposture in others, that drove us away, as it was an undefinable terror which seized both of us whenever we passed by the door of a certain unfurnished room in which we neither saw nor heard anything. And the strangest marvel of all was that for once in my life I agreed with my wife, silly woman though she be, and allowed, after the third night, that it was impossible to stay a fourth in that house. Accordingly, on the fourth morning, I summoned the woman who kept the house and attended on us, and told her that the rooms did not quite suit us, and we would not stay out our week. She said dryly, "I know why. You have stayed longer than any other lodger. Few ever stayed a second night, none before you a third, but I take it they have been very kind to you." "They, who?" I asked, affecting a smile. "Why, they who haunt the house, whoever they are. I don't mind them. I remember them many years ago when I lived in this house, not as a servant, but I know they will be the death of me some day. I don't care. I'm old and must die soon anyhow, and then I shall be with them, and in this house still." The woman spoke with so dreary a calmness that really it was a sort of awe that prevented my conversing with her father. I paid for my week, and too happy were I and my wife to get off so cheaply. "You excite my curiosity," said I. "Nothing I should like better than to sleep in a haunted house. Pray give me the address of the one which you left so ignominiously." My friend gave me the address, and when we parted, I walked straight towards the house thus indicated. It is situated on the north side of Oxford Street, in a dull but respectable thoroughfare. I found the house shut up, no bill at the window, and no response to my knock. As I was turning away, a beer boy, collecting pewter pots at the neighboring areas, said to me, "Do you want anyone in that house, sir?" "Yes." I heard it was to let. "Let? Why, the woman who kept it is dead. Has been dead these 3 weeks, and no one can be found to stay there, though Mr. J. offered ever so much. He offered mother, who charged for him, 12 hours a week just to open and shut the windows, and she would not." "Would not? And why?" The house is haunted, and the old woman who kept it was found dead in her bed with her eyes wide open. They say the devil strangled her." "Pooh! You speak of Mr. J. Is he the owner of the house?" "Yes." "Where does he live?" "In G Street, number Duthoit." "What is he? In any business?" "No, sir. Nothing particular. A single gentleman." I gave the potboy the gratuity earned by his liberal information and proceeded to Mr. J. in G Street, which was close by the street that boasted the haunted house. I was lucky enough to find Mr. J. at home, an elderly man, with intelligent countenance and prepossessing manners. I communicated my name and my business frankly. I said I heard the house was considered to be haunted, that I had a strong desire to examine a house with so equivocal a reputation, that I should be greatly obliged if he would allow me to hire it, though only for a night. I was willing to pay for that privilege, whatever he might be inclined to ask. "Sir," said Mr. J., with great courtesy, "the house is at your service, for as short or as long a time as you please. Rent is out of the question. The obligation will be on my side should you be able to discover the cause of the strange phenomena which at present deprive it of all value. I cannot let it, for I cannot even get a servant to keep it in order or answer the door. Unluckily, the house is haunted, if I may use that expression, not only by night, but by day. Though at night the disturbances are of a more unpleasant and sometimes of a more alarming character. The poor old woman who died in it 3 weeks ago was a pauper whom I took out of a workhouse, for in her childhood she had been known to some of my family and had once been in such good circumstances that she had rented that house of my uncle. She was a woman of superior education and strong mind, and was the only person I could ever induce to remain in the house. Indeed, since her death, which was sudden, and the coroner's inquest, which gave it a notoriety in the neighborhood, I have so despaired of finding any person to take charge of it, much more a tenant, that I would willingly let it rent free for a year to anyone who would pay its rates and taxes. How long is it since the house acquired this sinister character? That I can scarcely tell you, but very many years since. The old woman I spoke of said it was haunted when she rented it between 30 and 40 years ago. The fact is that my life has been spent in the East Indies and in the civil service of the company. I returned to England last year on inheriting the fortune of an uncle, amongst whose possessions was the house in question. I found it shut up and uninhabited. I was told that it was haunted, that no one would inhabit it. I smiled at what seemed to me so idle a story. I spent some money in repainting and roofing it, added to its old-fashioned furniture a few modern articles, advertised it, and obtained a lodger for a year. He was a colonel retired on half-pay. He came in with his family, a son and a daughter, and 4 or 5 servants. They all left the house the next day, and although they deponed that they had all seen something different, that something was equally terrible to all, I really could not in conscience sue or even blame the colonel for breach of agreement. Then I put in the old woman I have spoken of, and she was empowered to let the house in apartments. I never had one lodger who stayed more than 3 days. I do not tell you their stories. To no 2 lodgers have there been exactly the same phenomena repeated. It is better that you should judge for yourself than enter the house with an imagination influenced by previous narratives. Only be prepared to see and to hear something or other, and take whatever precautions you yourself please. Have you never had a curiosity yourself to pass a night in that house? Yes. I passed not a night, but 3 hours in broad daylight alone in that house. My curiosity is not satisfied, but it is quenched. I have no desire to renew the experiment. You cannot complain, you see, sir, that I am not sufficiently candid, and unless your interest be exceedingly eager and your nerves unusually strong, I honestly add that I advise you not to pass a night in that house. My interest is exceedingly keen, said I, and though only a coward will boast of his nerves in situations wholly unfamiliar to him, yet my nerves have been seasoned in such variety of danger that I have the right to rely on them, even in a haunted house. Mr. J. said very little more. He took the keys of the house out of his bureau, gave them to me,
and thanking him cordially for his frankness and his urbane concession to my wish, I carried off my prize. Impatient for the experiment, as soon as I reached home, I summoned my confidential servant, a young man of gay spirits, fearless temper, and as free from superstitious prejudice as anyone I could think of. "Phew," said I. "You remember in Germany how disappointed we were at not finding a ghost in that old castle, which was said to be haunted by a headless apparition? Well, I have heard of a house in London which, I have reason to hope, is decidedly haunted. I mean to sleep there tonight. From what I hear, there is no doubt that something will allow itself to be seen or to be heard. Something perhaps excessively horrible. Do you think, if I take you with me, I may rely on your presence of mind, whatever may happen?" "Oh, sir, pray trust me," answered F, grinning with delight. "Very well. Then here are the keys of the house. This is the address. Go now. Select for me any bedroom you please, and since the house has not been inhabited for weeks, make up a good fire, air the bed well. See, of course, that there are candles as well as fuel. Take with you my revolver and my dagger. So much for my weapons. Arm yourself equally well. And if we are not a match for a dozen ghosts, we shall be but a sorry couple of Englishmen." I was engaged for the rest of the day on business so urgent that I had not leisure to think much on the nocturnal adventure to which I had plighted my honor. I dined alone and very late, and while dining read, as is my habit. The volume I selected was one of Macaulay's essays. I thought to myself that I would take the book with me. There was so much of healthfulness in the style and practical life in the subjects that it would serve as an antidote against the influences of superstitious fancy. Accordingly, about 9:30, I put the book into my pocket and strolled leisurely towards the haunted house. I took with me a favorite dog, an exceedingly sharp, bold, and vigilant bull terrier, a dog fond of prowling about strange ghostly corners and passages at night in search of rats, a dog of dogs for a ghost. It was a summer night, but chilly, the sky somewhat gloomy and overcast. Still, there was a moon, faint and sickly, but still a moon, and if the clouds permitted after midnight, it would be brighter. I reached the house, knocked, and my servant opened with a cheerful smile. "All right, sir, and very comfortable." "Oh," said I, rather disappointed. "Have you not seen nor heard anything remarkable?" "Well, sir, I must own I have heard something queer." "What? What?" "The sound of feet pattering behind me, and once or twice small noises like whispers close at my ear. Nothing more." "You are not at all frightened?" "I. Not a bit of it, sir." And the man's bold look reassured me on one point, viz., that, happen what might, he would not desert me. We were in the hall, the street door closed, and my attention was now drawn to my dog. He had at first ran in eagerly enough, but had sneaked back to the door and was scratching and whining to get out. After patting him on the head and encouraging him gently, the dog seemed to reconcile himself to the situation and followed me and F through the house, but keeping close at my heels instead of hurrying inquisitively in advance, which was his usual and normal habit in all strange places. We first visited the subterranean apartments, the kitchen and other offices, and especially the cellars, in which last there were 2 or 3 bottles of wine still left in a bin, covered with cobwebs, and evidently, by their appearance, undisturbed for many years. It was clear that the ghosts were not wine-bibbers. For the rest, we discovered nothing of interest. There was a gloomy little backyard with very high walls. The stones of this yard were very damp, and what with the damp, and what with the dust and smoke grime on the pavement, our feet left a slight impression where we passed. And now appeared the first strange phenomenon witnessed by myself in this strange abode. I saw, just before me, the print of a foot suddenly form itself, as it were. I stopped, caught hold of my servant and pointed to it. In advance of that footprint as suddenly dropped another. We both saw it. I advanced quickly to the place. The footprint kept advancing before me, a small footprint, the foot of a child. The impression was too faint thoroughly to distinguish the shape, but it seemed to us both that it was the print of a naked foot. This phenomenon ceased when we arrived at the opposite wall, nor did it repeat itself on returning.
We remounted the stairs and entered the rooms on the ground floor, a dining parlour, a small back parlour, and a still smaller third room that had been probably appropriated to a footman, all still as death. We then visited the drawing rooms, which seemed fresh and new. In the front room I seated myself in an armchair. F placed on the table the candlestick with which he had lighted us. I told him to shut the door. As he turned to do so, a chair opposite to me moved from the wall quickly and noiselessly and dropped itself about a yard from my own chair, immediately fronting it. "Why, this is better than the turning tables," said I with a half laugh. And as I laughed, my dog put back his head and howled. F, coming back, had not observed the movement of the chair. He employed himself now in stilling the dog. I continued to gaze on the chair, and fancied I saw on it a pale blue misty outline of a human figure, but an outline so indistinct that I could only distrust my own vision. The dog now was quiet. "Put back that chair opposite to me," said I to F. "Put it back to the wall." F obeyed. "Was that you, sir?" said he, turning abruptly. What? Why, something struck me. I felt it sharply on the shoulder, just here. "No," said I, "but we have jugglers present, and though we may not discover their tricks, we shall catch them before they frighten us." We did not stay long in the drawing rooms. In fact, they felt so damp and so chilly that I was glad to get to the fire upstairs. We locked the doors of the drawing rooms, a precaution which, I should observe, we had taken with all the rooms we had searched below. The bedroom my servant had selected for me was the best on the floor, a large one with 2 windows fronting the street. The 4-posted bed, which took up no inconsiderable space, was opposite to the fire, which burned clear and bright. A door in the wall to the left, between the bed and the window, communicated with the room which my servant appropriated to himself. This last was a small room with a sofa bed, and had no communication with the landing place, no other door but that which conducted to the bedroom I was to occupy. On either side of my fireplace was a cupboard, without locks, flushed with the wall, and covered with the same dull brown paper. We examined these cupboards, only hooks to suspend female dresses, nothing else. We sounded the walls, evidently solid, the outer walls of the building. Having finished the survey of these apartments, warmed myself a few moments, and lighted my cigar, I then, still accompanied by F, went forth to complete my reconnoitre. In the landing place there was another door. It was closed firmly. "Sir," said my servant in surprise, "I unlocked this door with all the others when I first came. It cannot have got locked from the inside, for it is a—" Before he had finished his sentence, the door, which neither of us then was touching, opened quietly of itself. We looked at each other a single instant. The same thought seized both. Some human agency might be detected here. I rushed in first. My servant followed. A small, blank, dreary room without furniture, a few empty boxes and hampers in a corner, a small window, the shutters closed, not even a fireplace, no other door but that by which we had entered, no carpet on the floor, and the floor seemed very old, uneven, worm-eaten, mended here and there, as was shown by the whiter patches on the wood, but no living being, and no visible place in which a living being could have hidden. As we stood gazing around, the door by which we had entered closed as quietly as it had before opened. We were imprisoned. For the first time, I felt a creep of undefinable horror. Not so my servant. "Why, they don't think to trap us, sir. I could break that trumpery door with a kick of my foot." "Try first if it will open to your hand," said I, shaking off the vague apprehension that had seized me, "while I open the shutters and see what is without." I unbarred the shutters. The window looked on the little backyard I have before described. There was no ledge without, nothing but sheer descent. No man getting out of that window would have found any footing till he had fallen on the stones below. F, meanwhile, was vainly attempting to open the door. He now turned round to me and asked my permission to use force. and I should here state, in justice to the servant, that far from evincing any superstitious terrors, his nerve, composure, and even gaiety amidst circumstances so extraordinary compelled my admiration, and made me congratulate myself on having secured a companion in every way fitted to the occasion. I willingly gave him the permission he required, but though he was a remarkably strong man, his force was as idle as his milder efforts. The door did not even shake to his stoutest kick. Breathless and panting, he desisted. I then tried the door myself, equally in vain. As I ceased from the effort, again that creep of horror came over me, but this time it was more cold and stubborn. I felt as if some strange and ghastly exhalation were rising up from the chinks of that rugged floor and filling the atmosphere with a venomous influence hostile to human life. The door now very slowly and quietly opened, as of its own accord. We precipitated ourselves into the landing place. We both saw a large pale light, as large as the human figure but shapeless and unsubstantial, move before us and ascend the stairs that led from the landing into the attics. I followed the light, and my servant followed me. It entered, to the right of the landing, a small garret, of which the door stood open. I entered in the same instant. The light then collapsed into a small globule, exceedingly brilliant and vivid, rested a moment on a bed in the corner, quivered, and vanished. We approached the bed and examined it, a half-tester, such as is commonly found in attics devoted to servants. On the drawers that stood near it, we perceived an old faded silk kerchief, with the needle still left in a rent half repaired. The kerchief was covered with dust. Probably it had belonged to the old woman who had last died in that house, and this might have been her sleeping room. I had sufficient curiosity to open the drawers. There were a few odds and ends of female dress, and 2 letters tied round with a narrow ribbon of faded yellow. I took the liberty to possess myself of the letters. We found nothing else in the room worth noticing, nor did the light reappear. But we distinctly heard, as we turned to go, a pattering footfall on the floor, just before us. We went through the other attics, in all 4, the footfall still preceding us. Nothing to be seen, nothing but the footfall heard. I had the letters in my hand. Just as I was descending the stairs, I distinctly felt my wrist seized, and a faint, soft effort made to draw the letters from my clasp. I only held them the more tightly, and the effort ceased. We regained the bedchamber appropriated to myself, and I then remarked that my dog had not followed us when we had left it. He was thrusting himself close to the fire and trembling. I was impatient to examine the letters, and while I read them, my servant opened a little box in which he had deposited the weapons I had ordered him to bring, took them out, placed them on a table close at my bedhead, and then occupied himself in soothing the dog, who, however, seemed to heed him very little. The letters were short. They were dated, the dates exactly 35 years ago. They were evidently from a lover to his mistress, or a husband to some young wife. Not only the terms of expression, but a distinct reference to a former voyage indicated the writer to have been a seafarer. The spelling and handwriting were those of a man imperfectly educated, but still the language itself was forcible. In the expressions of endearment, there was a kind of rough, wild love, but here and there were dark, unintelligible hints at some secret not of love, some secret that seemed of crime. "We ought to love each other," was one of the sentences I remember, "for how everyone else would execrate us if all was known." Again, "Don't let anyone be in the same room with you at night. You talk in your sleep." And again, "What's done can't be undone, and I tell you there's nothing against us unless the dead could come to life." Here there was underlined in a better handwriting, a female's, "They do." At the end of the letter latest in date, the same female hand had written these words, "Lost at sea the 4th of June, the same day as—" I put down the letters and began to muse over their contents. Fearing, however, that the train of thought into which I fell might unsteady my nerves, I fully determined to keep my mind in a fit state to cope with whatever of marvelous the advancing night might bring forth. I roused myself, laid the letters on the table, stirred up the fire, which was still bright and cheering, and opened my volume of Macaulay. I read quietly enough till about 11:30. I then threw myself dressed upon the bed and told my servant he might retire to his own room, but must keep himself awake. I bade him leave open the door between the 2 rooms. Thus alone, I kept 2 candles burning on the table by my bedhead. I placed my watch beside the weapons and calmly resumed my Macaulay. Opposite to me, the fire burned clear, and on the hearthrug, seemingly asleep, lay the dog. In about 20 minutes, I felt an exceedingly cold air pass by my cheek, like a sudden draught. I fancied the door to my right, communicating with the landing place, must have got open, but no, it was closed. I then turned my glance to my left and saw the flame of the candles violently swayed as by a wind. At the same moment, the watch beside the revolver softly slid from the table. Softly, softly, no visible hand. It was gone. I sprang up, seizing the revolver with the one hand, the dagger with the other. I was not willing that my weapons should share the fate of the watch. Thus armed, I looked round the floor. No sign of the watch. 3 slow, loud, distinct knocks were now heard at the bedhead. My servant called out, "Is that you, sir?" "No, be on your guard." The dog now roused himself and sat on his haunches, his ears moving quickly backwards and forwards. He kept his eyes fixed on me with a look so strange that he concentrated all my attention on himself. Slowly, he rose up, all his hair bristling, and stood perfectly rigid, and with the same wild stare. I had no time, however, to examine the dog. Presently my servant emerged from his room, and if ever I saw horror in the human face, it was then. I should not have recognized him had we met in the streets, so altered was every lineament. He passed by me quickly, saying in a whisper that seemed scarcely to come from his lips, "Run! Run! It is after me!" He gained the door to the landing, pulled it open, and rushed forth. I followed him into the landing involuntarily, calling him to stop, but without heeding me, he bounded down the stairs, clinging to the balusters and taking several steps at a time. I heard, where I stood, the street door open, heard it again clap to. I was left alone in the haunted house. It was but for a moment that I remained undecided whether or not to follow my servant. Pride and curiosity alike forbade so dastardly a flight. I re-entered my room, closing the door after me, and proceeded cautiously into the interior chamber. I encountered nothing to justify my servant's terror. I again carefully examined the walls to see if there were any concealed door. I could find no trace of one, not even a seam in the dull brown paper with which the room was hung. How, then, had the thing, whatever it was, which had so scared him, obtained ingress except through my own chamber? I returned to my room, shut and locked the door that opened upon the interior one, and stood on the hearth, expectant and prepared. I now perceived that the dog had slunk into an angle of the wall and was pressing himself close against it, as if literally trying to force his way into it. I approached the animal and spoke to it. The poor brute was evidently beside itself with terror. It showed all its teeth, the slaver dropping from its jaws, and would certainly have bitten me if I had touched it. It did not seem to recognize me. Whoever has seen at the zoological gardens a rabbit fascinated by a serpent, cowering in a corner, may form some idea of the anguish which the dog exhibited. Finding all efforts to soothe the animal in vain, and fearing that his bite might be as venomous in that state as if in the madness of hydrophobia, I left him alone, placed my weapons on the table beside the fire, seated myself, and recommenced my Macaulay. Perhaps in order not to appear seeking credit for a courage, or rather a coolness, which the reader may conceive I exaggerate, I may be pardoned if I pause to indulge in 1 or 2 egotistical remarks. As I hold presence of mind, or what is called courage, to be precisely proportioned to familiarity with the circumstance that lead to it, so I should say that I had been long sufficiently familiar with all experiments that appertain to the marvelous. I had witnessed many very extraordinary phenomena in various parts of the world, phenomena that would be either totally disbelieved if I stated them, or ascribed to supernatural agencies. Now, my theory is that the supernatural is the impossible, and that what is called supernatural is only a something in the laws of nature of which we have been hitherto ignorant. Therefore, if a ghost rise before me, I have not the right to say, "So then, the supernatural is possible," but rather, "So then, the apparition of a ghost is, contrary to received opinion, within the laws of nature, i.e., not supernatural." Now, in all that I had hitherto witnessed, and indeed in all the wonders which the amateurs of mystery in our age record as facts, a material living agency is always required. On the continent you will find still magicians who assert that they can raise spirits. Assume for the moment that they assert truly, still the living material form of the magician is present, and he is the material agency by which, from some constitutional peculiarities, certain strange phenomena are represented to your natural senses. Accept again, as truthful, the tales of spirit manifestation in America, musical or other sounds, writings on paper, produced by no discernible hand, articles of furniture moved without apparent human agency, or the actual sight and touch of hands to which no bodies seem to belong. Still there must be found the medium or living being, with constitutional peculiarities capable of obtaining these signs. In fine, in all such marvels, supposing even that there is no imposture, there must be a human being like ourselves, by whom, or through whom, the effects presented to human beings are produced. It is so with the now familiar phenomena of mesmerism, or electrobiology. The mind of the person operated on is affected through a material living agent. Nor, supposing it true that a mesmerized patient can respond to the will or passes of a mesmerizer 100 miles distant, is the response less occasioned by a material being. It may be through a material fluid, call it electric, call it odic, call it what you will, which has the power of traversing space and passing obstacles, that the material effect is communicated from one to the other. Hence all that I had hitherto witnessed, or expected to witness, in this strange house, I believed to be occasioned through some agency or medium as mortal as myself. And this idea necessarily prevented the awe with which those who regard as supernatural things that are not within the ordinary operations of nature might have been impressed by the adventures of that memorable night. As then, it was my conjecture that all that was presented, or would be presented, to my senses, must originate in some human being gifted by constitution with the power so to present them, and having some motive so to do, I felt an interest in my theory which in its way was rather philosophical than superstitious. And I can sincerely say that I was in as tranquil a temper for observation as any practical experimentalist could be in awaiting the effects of some rare though perhaps perilous chemical combination. Of course, the more I kept my mind detached from fancy, the more the temper fitted for observation would be obtained, and I therefore riveted eye and thought on the strong daylight sense in the page of my Macaulay. I now became aware that something interposed between the page and the light. The page was overshadowed. I looked up, and I saw what I shall find it very difficult, perhaps impossible to describe. It was a darkness shaping itself out of the air in very undefined outline. I cannot say it was of a human form, and yet it had more resemblance to a human form, or rather shadow, than anything else. As it stood, wholly apart and distinct from the air and the light around it, its dimensions seemed gigantic, the summit nearly touching the ceiling. While I gazed, a feeling of intense cold seized me. An iceberg before me could not more have chilled me, nor could the cold of an iceberg have been more purely physical. I feel convinced that it was not the cold caused by fear. As I continued to gaze, I thought, but this I cannot say with precision, that I distinguished two eyes looking down on me from the height. One moment I seemed to distinguish them clearly, the next they seemed gone, but still two rays of a pale blue light frequently shot through the darkness, as from the height on which I half believed, half doubted, that I had encountered the eyes. I strove to speak. My voice utterly failed me. I could only think to myself, "Is this fear? It is not fear." I strove to rise in vain. I felt as if weighed down by an irresistible force. Indeed, my impression was that of an immense and overwhelming power opposed to my volition. That sense of utter inadequacy to cope with a force beyond men's, which one may feel physically in a storm at sea, in a conflagration, or when confronting some terrible wild beast, or rather, perhaps, the shark of the ocean, I felt morally. Opposed to my will was another will, as far superior to its strength as storm, fire, and shark are superior in material force to the force of men. And now, as this impression grew on me, now came at last horror, horror to a degree that no words can convey. Still, I retained pride, if not courage, and in my own mind I said, "This is horror, but it is not fear. Unless I fear, I cannot be harmed. My reason rejects this thing. It is an illusion. I do not fear." With a violent effort, I succeeded at last in stretching out my hand towards the weapon on the table. As I did so, on the arm and shoulder I received a strange shock, and my arm fell to my side powerless. And now, to add to my horror, the light began slowly to wane from the candles. They were not, as it were, extinguished, but their flame seemed very gradually withdrawn. It was the same with the fire. The light was extracted from the fuel. In a few minutes the room was in utter darkness. The dread that came over me, to be thus in the dark with that dark thing, whose power was so intensely felt, brought a reaction of nerve. In fact, terror had reached that climax, that either my senses must have deserted me, or I must have burst through the spell. I did burst through it. I found voice, though the voice was a shriek. I remember that I broke forth with words like these: "I do not fear, my soul does not fear," and at the same time I found the strength to rise. Still in that profound gloom, I rushed to one of the windows, tore aside the curtain, flung open the shutters. My first thought was, light. And when I saw the moon high, clear, and calm, I felt a joy that almost compensated for the previous terror. There was the moon. There was also the light from the gas lamps in the deserted, slumberous street. I turned to look back into the room. The moon penetrated its shadow very palely and partially, but still there was light. The dark thing, whatever it might be, was gone, except that I could yet see a dim shadow which seemed the shadow of that shade against the opposite wall. My eye now rested on the table, and from under the table, which was without cloth or cover, an old mahogany round table, there rose a hand, visible as far as the wrist. It was a hand, seemingly, as much of flesh and blood as my own, but the hand of an aged person, lean, wrinkled, small too, a woman's hand. That hand very softly closed on the 2 letters that lay on the table. Hand and letters both vanished. There then came the same 3 loud measured knocks I had heard at the bedhead before this extraordinary drama had commenced. As those sounds slowly ceased, I felt the whole room vibrate sensibly, and at the far end there rose, as from the floor, sparks or globules like bubbles of light, many-colored, green, yellow, fire-red, azure. Up and down, to and fro, hither, thither, as tiny will-o'-the-wisps, the sparks moved, slow or swift, each at its own caprice. A chair, as in the drawing-room below, was now advanced from the wall without apparent agency and placed at the opposite side of the table. Suddenly, as forth from the chair, there grew a shape, a woman's shape. It was distinct as a shape of life, ghastly as a shape of death. The face was that of youth, with a strange mournful beauty. The throat and shoulders were bare, the rest of the form in a loose robe of cloudy white. It began sleeking its long yellow hair, which fell over its shoulders. Its eyes were not turned towards me, but to the door. It seemed listening, watching, waiting. The shadow of the shade in the background grew darker, and again I thought I beheld the eyes gleaming out from the summit of the shadow, eyes fixed upon that shape. As if from the door, though it did not open, there grew out another shape equally distinct, equally ghastly, a man's shape, a young man's. It was in the dress of the last century, or rather in a likeness of such dress, for both the male shape and the female, though defined, were evidently unsubstantial, impalpable, simulacra, phantasms, and there was something incongruous, grotesque, yet fearful, in the contrast between the elaborate finery, the courtly precision of that old-fashioned garb, with its ruffles and lace and buckles, and the corpse-like aspect and ghost-like stillness of the flitting wearer. Just as the male shape approached the female, the dark shadow started from the wall, all three for a moment wrapped in darkness. When the pale light returned, the two phantoms were as if in the grasp of the shadow that towered between them, and there was a bloodstain on the breast of the female, and the phantom male was leaning on its phantom sword, and blood seemed trickling fast from the ruffles, from the lace, and the darkness of the intermediate shadow swallowed them up. They were gone. And again the bubbles of light shot and sailed and undulated, growing thicker and more wildly confused in their movements. The closet door to the right of the fireplace now opened, and from the aperture there came the form of a woman, aged. In her hand she held letters, the very letters over which I had seen the hand close. And behind her I heard a footstep. She turned round as if to listen, then she opened the letters and seemed to read, and over her shoulder I saw a livid face, the face as of a man long drowned, bloated, bleached, seaweed tangled in its dripping hair, and at her feet lay a form as of a corpse, and beside the corpse there cowered a child, a miserable, squalid child, with famine in its cheeks and fear in its eyes. And as I looked in the old woman's face, the wrinkles and lines vanished, and it became a face of youth, hard-eyed, stony, but still youth. And the shadow darted forth and darkened over these phantoms, as it had darkened over the last. Nothing now was left but the shadow, and on that my eyes were intently fixed, till again eyes grew out of the shadow, malignant, serpent eyes, and the bubbles of light again rose and fell, and in their disordered, irregular, turbulent maze, mingled with the wan moonlight. And now from these globules themselves, as from the shell of an egg, monstrous things burst out. The air grew filled with them, larvae so bloodless and so hideous that I can in no way describe them except to remind the reader of the swarming life which the solar microscope brings before his eyes in a drop of water. Things transparent, supple, agile, chasing each other, devouring each other, forms like naught ever beheld by the naked eye. As the shapes were without symmetry, so their movements were without order. In their very vagrancies there was no sport. They came round me and round, thicker and faster and swifter, swarming over my head, crawling over my right arm, which was outstretched in involuntary command against all evil beings. Sometimes I felt myself touched, but not by them. Invisible hands touched me. Once I felt the clutch, as of cold, soft fingers at my throat. I was still equally conscious that if I gave way to fear, I should be in bodily peril, and I concentrated all my faculties in the single focus of resisting stubborn will. And I turned my sight from the shadow, above all, from those strange serpent eyes, eyes that had now become distinctly visible. For there, though in naught else around me, I was aware that there was a will, and a will of intense, creative, working evil, which might crush down my own. The pale atmosphere in the room began now to redden as if in the air of some near conflagration. The larvae grew lurid as things that live in fire. Again the room vibrated, again were heard the three measured knocks, and again all things were swallowed up in the darkness of the dark shadow, as if out of that darkness all had come. Into that darkness all returned. As the gloom receded, the shadow was wholly gone. Slowly as it had been withdrawn, the flame grew again into the candles on the table, again into the fuel in the grate. The whole room came once more calmly, healthfully into sight. The two doors were still closed, the door communicating with the servants' room still locked. In the corner of the wall, into which he had so convulsively niched himself, lay the dog. I called to him. No movement. I approached. The animal was dead. His eyes protruded, his tongue out of his mouth. The froth gathered round his jaws. I took him in my arms. I brought him to the fire. I felt acute grief for the loss of my poor favorite, acute self-reproach. I accused myself of his death. I imagined he had died of fright. But what was my surprise on finding that his neck was actually broken, actually twisted out of the vertebrae. Had this been done in the dark? Must it not have been by a hand human as mine? Must there not have been a human agency all the while in that room? Good cause to suspect it. I cannot tell. I cannot do more than state the fact fairly. The reader may draw his own inference. Another surprising circumstance, my watch was restored to the table from which it had been so mysteriously withdrawn, but it had stopped at the very moment it was so withdrawn. Nor, despite all the skill of the watchmaker, has it ever gone since. That is, it will go in a strange, erratic way for a few hours and then comes to a dead stop. It is worthless. Nothing more chanced for the rest of the night, nor indeed had I long to wait before the dawn broke. Not till it was broad daylight did I quit the haunted house. Before I did so, I revisited the little blind room in which my servant and myself had been for a time imprisoned. I had a strong impression, for which I could not account, that from that room had originated the mechanism of the phenomena, if I may use the term, which had been experienced in my chamber. And though I entered it now in the clear day, with the sun peering through the filmy window, I still felt, as I stood on its floor, the creep of the horror which I had first there experienced the night before, and which had been so aggravated by what had passed in my own chamber. I could not indeed bear to stay more than half a minute within those walls. I descended the stairs, and again I heard the footfall before me, and when I opened the street door, I thought I could distinguish a very low laugh. I gained my own home, expecting to find my runaway servant there. But he had not presented himself, nor did I hear more of him for 3 days, when I received a letter from him, dated from Liverpool, to this effect. Honoured Sir, I humbly entreat your pardon, though I can scarcely hope that you will think I deserve it, unless, which heaven forbid, you saw what I did. I feel that it will be years before I can recover myself, and as to being fit for service, it is out of the question. I am therefore going to my brother-in-law at Melbourne. The ship sails tomorrow. Perhaps the long voyage may set me up. I do nothing now but start and tremble, and fancy it is behind me. I humbly beg you, honoured sir, to order my clothes, and whatever wages are due to me to be sent to my mother's at Walworth. John knows her address. The letter ended with additional apologies, somewhat incoherent, and explanatory details as to effects that had been under the writer's charge. This flight may perhaps warrant a suspicion that the man wished to go to Australia, and had been somehow or other fraudulently mixed up with the events of the night. I say nothing in refutation of that conjecture. Rather, I suggest it as one that would seem to many persons the most probable solution of improbable occurrences. My own theory remained unshaken. I returned in the evening to the house, to bring away in a hack cab the things I had left there, with my poor dog's body. In this task I was not disturbed, nor did any incident worth note befall me, except that still, on ascending and descending the stairs, I heard the same footfall in advance. On leaving the house, I went to Mr. J.O.'s. He was at home. I returned him the keys, told him that my curiosity was sufficiently gratified, and was about to relate quickly what had passed, when he stopped me, and said, though with much politeness, that he had no longer any interest in a mystery which none had ever solved. I determined at least to tell him of the 2 letters I had read, as well as of the extraordinary manner in which they had disappeared, and I then inquired if he thought they had been addressed to the woman who had died in the house, and if there were anything in her early history which could possibly confirm the dark suspicions to which the letters gave rise. Mr. J. seemed startled, and after musing a few moments answered, I know but little of the woman's earlier history, except, as I before told you, that her family were known to mine. But you revive some vague reminiscences to her prejudice. I will make inquiries, and inform you of their result. Still, even if we could admit the popular superstition that a person who had been either the perpetrator or the victim of dark crimes in life could revisit, as a restless spirit, the scene in which those crimes had been committed, I should observe that the house was infested by strange sights and sounds before the old woman died. You smile. What would you say? I would say this, that I am convinced, if we could get to the bottom of these mysteries, we should find a living human agency. What? You believe it is all an imposture? For what object? Not an imposture in the ordinary sense of the word. If suddenly I were to sink into a deep sleep, from which you could not awake me, but in that sleep could answer questions with an accuracy which I could not pretend to when awake. Tell you what money you had in your pocket, nay, describe your very thoughts. It is not necessarily an imposture, any more than it is necessarily supernatural. I should be, unconsciously to myself, under a mesmeric influence, conveyed to me from a distance by a human being who had acquired power over me by previous rapport. Granting mesmerism so far carried to be a fact, you are right. And you would infer from this that a mesmerizer might produce the extraordinary effects you and others have witnessed over inanimate objects, fill the air with sights and sounds, or impress our senses with the belief in them, we never having been en rapport with the person acting on us. No, what is commonly called mesmerism could not do this. But there may be a power akin to mesmerism and superior to it, the power that in the old days was called magic. That such a power may extend to all inanimate objects of matter I do not say, but if so, it would not be against nature, only a rare power in nature which might be given to constitutions with certain peculiarities and cultivated by practice to an extraordinary degree. That such a power might extend over the dead, that is, over certain thoughts and memories that the dead may still retain, and compel not that which ought properly to be called the soul, and which is far beyond human reach, but rather a phantom of what has been most earth-stained on earth to make itself apparent to our senses, is a very ancient though obsolete theory, upon which I will hazard no opinion. But I do not conceive the power would be supernatural. Let me illustrate what I mean from an experiment which Paracelsus describes as not difficult, and which the author of the Curiosities of Literature cites as credible. A flower perishes, you burn it. Whatever were the elements of that flower while it lived are gone, dispersed, you know not whither. You can never discover nor recollect them. But you can, by chemistry, out of the burnt dust of that flower, raise a spectrum of the flower, just as it seemed in life. It may be the same with the human being. The soul has so much escaped you as the essence or elements of the flower. Still you may make a spectrum of it. And this phantom, though in the popular superstition it is held to be the soul of the departed, must not be confounded with the true soul. It is but the eidolon of the dead form. Hence, like the best attested stories of ghosts or spirits, the thing that most strikes us is the absence of what we hold to be soul, that is, of superior emancipated intelligence. They come for little or no object. They seldom speak, if they do come. They utter no ideas above that of an ordinary person on earth. These American spirit seers have published volumes of communications in prose and verse, which they assert to be given in the names of the most illustrious dead, Shakespeare, Bacon, heaven knows whom. Those communications, taking the best, are certainly not a whit of higher order than would be communications from living persons of fair talent and education. They are wondrously inferior to what Bacon, Shakespeare, and Plato said and wrote when on earth. Nor, what is more notable, do they ever contain an idea that was not on the earth before. Wonderful, therefore, as such phenomena may be, granting them to be truthful, I see much that philosophy may question, nothing that it is incumbent on philosophy to deny, viz. Nothing supernatural. They are but ideas conveyed somehow or other, we have not yet discovered the means, from one mortal brain to another. Whether in so doing tables walk of their own accord, or fiend-like shapes appear in a magic circle, or bodiless hands rise and remove material objects, or a thing of darkness, such as presented itself to me, freeze our blood. Still am I persuaded that these are but agencies conveyed, as by electric wires to my own brain from the brain of another. In some constitutions, there is a natural chemistry, and those may produce chemic wonders. In others, a natural fluid, call it electricity, and these produce electric wonders. But they differ in this from normal science. They are alike objectless, purposeless, puerile, frivolous. They lead on to no grand results, and therefore the world does not heed, and true sages have not cultivated them. But sure I am, that of all I saw or heard, a man, human as myself, was the remote originator, and I believe unconsciously to himself as to the exact effects produced. For this reason, no two persons, you say, have ever told you that they experienced exactly the same thing. Well, observe, no two persons ever experience exactly the same dream. If this were an ordinary imposture, the machinery would be arranged for results that would but little vary. If it were a supernatural agency permitted by the Almighty, it would surely be for some definite end. These phenomena belong to neither class. My persuasion is that they originate in some brain now far distant, that brain had no distinct volition in anything that occurred, that what does occur reflects but its devious, motley, ever-shifting, half-formed thoughts. In short, that it has been but the dreams of such a brain put into action and invested with a semi-substance. That this brain is of immense power, that it can set matter into movement, that it is malignant and destructive, I believe. Some material force must have killed my dog. It might, for aught I know, have sufficed to kill myself, had I been as subjugated by terror as the dog, had my intellect or my spirit given me no countervailing resistance in my will. It killed your dog, that is fearful. Indeed, it is strange that no animal can be induced to stay in that house, not even a cat. Rats and mice are never found in it. The instincts of the brute creation detect influences deadly to their existence. Man's reason has a sense less subtle because it has a resisting power more supreme. But enough. Do you comprehend my theory? Yes, though imperfectly, and I accept any crotchet, pardon the word, however odd, rather than embrace at once the notion of ghosts and hobgoblins we imbibed in our nurseries. Still, to my unfortunate house the evil is the same. What on earth can I do with the house? I will tell you what I would do. I am convinced from my own internal feelings that the small, unfurnished room at right angles to the door of the bedroom which I occupied forms a starting point or receptacle for the influences which haunt the house. And I strongly advise you to have the walls opened, the floor removed, nay, the whole room pulled down. I observe that it is detached from the body of the house, built over the small backyard, and could be removed without injury to the rest of the building. And you think if I did that, you would cut off the telegraph wires. Try it. I am so persuaded that I am right, that I will pay half the expense if you will allow me to direct the operations. Nay, I am well able to afford the cost. For the rest, allow me to write to you. About 10 days afterwards, I received a letter from Mr. J, telling me that he had visited the house since I had seen him, that he had found the 2 letters I had described, replaced in the drawer from which I had taken them, that he had read them with misgivings like my own, that he had instituted a cautious inquiry about the woman to whom I rightly conjectured they had been written. It seemed that 36 years ago, a year before the date of the letters, she had married against the wish of her relatives, an American of very suspicious character. In fact, he was generally believed to have been a pirate. She herself was the daughter of very respectable tradespeople, and had served in the capacity of a nursery governess before her marriage. She had a brother, a widower, who was considered wealthy, and who had 1 child of about 6 years old. A month after the marriage, the body of this brother was found in the Thames near London Bridge. There seemed some marks of violence about his throat, but they were not deemed sufficient to warrant the inquest in any other verdict than that of found drowned. The American and his wife took charge of the little boy, the deceased brother having by his will left his sister the guardian of his only child, and in the event of the child's death, the sister inherited. The child died about 6 months afterwards. It was supposed to have been neglected and ill-treated. The neighbors deposed to have heard it shriek at night. The surgeon who had examined it after death said that it was emaciated as if from want of nourishment, and the body was covered with livid bruises. It seemed that one winter night the child had sought to escape, crept out into the backyard, tried to scale the wall, fallen back exhausted, and been found at morning on the stones in a dying state. But though there was some evidence of cruelty, there was none of murder, and the aunt and her husband had sought to palliate cruelty by alleging the exceeding stubbornness and perversity of the child, who was declared to be half-witted. Be that as it may, at the orphan's death, the aunt inherited her brother's fortune. Before the first wedded year was out, the American quitted England abruptly and never returned to it. He obtained a cruising vessel, which was lost in the Atlantic 2 years afterwards. The widow was left in affluence, but reverses of various kinds had befallen her. A bank broke, an investment failed, she went into a small business and became insolvent. Then she entered into service, sinking lower and lower, from housekeeper down to maid-of-all-work, never long retaining a place, though nothing peculiar against her character was ever alleged. She was considered sober, honest, and peculiarly quiet in her ways. Still nothing prospered with her. And so she had dropped into the workhouse from which Mr. J. had taken her to be placed in charge of the very house which she had rented as mistress in the first year of her wedded life. Mr. J. added that he had passed an hour alone in the unfurnished room which I had urged him to destroy, and that his impressions of dread, while they were so great, though he had neither heard nor seen anything, that he was eager to have the walls bared and the floors removed as I had suggested. He had engaged persons for the work, and would commence any day I would name. The day was accordingly fixed. I repaired to the haunted house. We went into the blind, dreary room, took up the skirting, and then the floors. Under the rafters, covered with rubbish, was found a trap-door, quite large enough to admit a man. It was closely nailed down, with clamps and rivets of iron. On removing these, we descended into a room below, the existence of which had never been suspected. In this room there had been a window and a flue, but they had been bricked over, evidently for many years. By the help of candles, we examined this place. It still retained some mouldering furniture. 3 chairs, an oak settle, a table, all of the fashion of about 80 years ago. There was a chest of drawers against the wall, in which we found, half rotted away, old-fashioned articles of a man's dress, such as might have been worn 80 or 100 years ago by a gentleman of some rank, costly steel buckles and buttons, like those yet worn in court dresses, a handsome court sword, in a waistcoat which had once been rich with gold lace, but which was now blackened and foul with damp. We found 5 guineas, a few silver coins, and an ivory ticket, probably for some place of entertainment long since passed away. But our main discovery was in a kind of iron safe fixed to the wall, the lock of which it cost us much trouble to get picked. In this safe were 3 shelves and 2 small drawers. Ranged on the shelves were several small bottles of crystal, hermetically stopped. They contained colourless volatile essences, of what nature I shall say no more than that they were not poisons. Phosphor and ammonia entered into some of them. There were also some very curious glass tubes, and a small pointed rod of iron with a large lump of rock crystal, and another of amber, also a lodestone of great power. In one of the drawers we found a miniature portrait set in gold, and retaining the freshness of its colours most remarkably, considering the length of time it had probably been there. The portrait was that of a man who might be somewhat advanced in middle life, perhaps 47 or 48. It was a most peculiar face, a most impressive face. If you could fancy some mighty serpent transformed into man, preserving in the human lineaments the old serpent type, you would have a better idea of that countenance than long descriptions can convey. The width and flatness of frontal, the tapering elegance of contour disguising the strength of the deadly jaw, the long, large, terrible eye, glittering and green as the emerald, and withal a certain ruthless calm, as if from the consciousness of an immense power. The strange thing was this. The instant I saw the miniature, I recognized a startling likeness to one of the rarest portraits in the world. The portrait of a man of a rank only below that of royalty, who in his own day had made a considerable noise. History says little or nothing of him. But search the correspondence of his contemporaries, and you find reference to his wild daring, his bold profligacy, his restless spirit, his taste for the occult sciences. While still in the meridian of life he died and was buried, so say the chronicles, in a foreign land. He died in time to escape the grasp of the law, for he was accused of crimes which would have given him to the headsman. After his death, the portraits of him, which had been numerous, for he had been a munificent encourager of art, were bought up and destroyed. It was supposed by his heirs, who might have been glad could they have raised his very name from their splendid line. He had enjoyed a vast wealth. A large portion of this was believed to have been embezzled by a favorite astrologer or soothsayer. At all events, it had unaccountably vanished at the time of his death. One portrait alone of him was supposed to have escaped the general destruction. I had seen it in the house of a collector some months before. It had made on me a wonderful impression, as it does on all who behold it. A face never to be forgotten. And there was that face in the miniature that lay within my hand. True that in the miniature the man was a few years older than in the portrait I had seen, or than the original was, even at the time of his death. But a few years? Why, between the date in which flourished that direful noble and the date in which the miniature was evidently painted, there was an interval of more than 2 centuries. While I was thus gazing, silent and wondering, Mr. J. said, "But is it possible? I have known this man." "How? Where?" I cried. "In India. He was high in the confidence of the Rajah of—" and well-nigh drew him into a revolt which would have lost the Rajah his dominions. The man was a Frenchman, his name Duthoit, clever, bold, lawless. We insisted on his dismissal and banishment. It must be the same man. No 2 faces like his. Yet this miniature seems nearly 100 years old. Mechanically, I turned round the miniature to examine the back of it, and on the back was engraved a pentacle. In the middle of the pentacle a ladder, and the 3rd step of the ladder was formed by the date, 1765. Examining still more minutely, I detected a spring. This, on being pressed, opened the back of the miniature as a lid. Withinside the lid was engraved, "Mariana to thee, be faithful in life and in death too." Here follows a name that I will not mention, but it was not unfamiliar to me. I had heard it spoken of by old men in my childhood as the name borne by a dazzling charlatan who had made a great sensation in London for a year or so and had fled the country on the charge of a double murder within his own house, that of his mistress and his rival. I said nothing of this to Mr. J., to whom reluctantly I resigned the miniature. We had found no difficulty in opening the first drawer within the iron safe. We found great difficulty in opening the second. It was not locked, but it resisted all efforts till we inserted in the chinks the edge of a chisel. When we had thus drawn it forth, we found a very singular apparatus in the nicest order. Upon a small thin book, or rather tablet, was placed a saucer of crystal. This saucer was filled with a clear liquid. On that liquid floated a kind of compass, with a needle shifting rapidly round, but instead of the usual points of a compass were 7 strange characters, not very unlike those used by astrologers to denote the planets. A very peculiar but not strong nor displeasing odour came from this drawer, which was lined with a wood that we afterwards discovered to be hazel. Whatever the cause of this odour, it produced a material effect on the nerves. We all felt it, even the 2 workmen who were in the room. A creeping, tingling sensation from the tips of the fingers to the roots of the hair. Impatient to examine the tablet, I removed the saucer. As I did so, the needle of the compass went round and round with exceeding swiftness, and I felt a shock that ran through my whole frame, so that I dropped the saucer on the floor. The liquid was spilt, the saucer was broken, the compass rolled to the end of the room, and at that instant the walls shook to and fro as if a giant had swayed and rocked them. The 2 workmen were so frightened that they ran up the ladder by which we had descended from the trapdoor, but seeing that nothing more happened, they were easily induced to return. Meanwhile, I had opened the tablet. It was bound in a plain red leather, with a silver clasp. It contained but 1 sheet of thick vellum, and on that sheet were inscribed, within a double pentacle, words in old monkish Latin, which are literally to be translated thus: "On all that it can reach within these walls, sentient or inanimate, living or dead, as moves the needle, so work my will. Accursed be the house, and restless be the dwellers therein." We found no more. Mr. J. burnt the tablet and its anathema. He razed to the foundations the part of the building containing the secret room with the chamber over it. He had then the courage to inhabit the house himself for a month, and a quieter, better-conditioned house could not be found in all London. Subsequently, he let it to advantage, and his tenant has made no complaints. But my story is not yet done. A few days after Mr. J had removed into the house, I paid him a visit. We were standing by the open window and conversing. A van containing some articles of furniture which he was moving from his former house was at the door. I had just urged on him my theory that all those phenomena regarded as supermundane had emanated from a human brain, adducing the charm, or rather curse, we had found and destroyed in support of my philosophy. Mr. J was observing in reply that even if mesmerism, or whatever analogous power it might be called, could really thus work in the absence of the operator and produce effects so extraordinary, still could those effects continue when the operator himself was dead. And if the spell had been wrought, and indeed the room walled up more than 70 years ago, the probability was that the operator had long since departed this life. Mr. J, I say, was thus answering, when I caught hold of his arm and pointed to the street below. A well-dressed man had crossed from the opposite side and was accosting the carrier in charge of the van. His face, as he stood, was exactly fronting our window. It was the face of the miniature we had discovered. It was the face of the portrait of the noble 3 centuries ago. "Good heavens!" cried Mr. J. "That is the face of Devi, and scarcely a day older than when I saw it in the Rajah's court, in my youth." Seized by the same thought, we both hastened downstairs. I was first in the street, but the man had already gone. I caught sight of him, however, not many yards in advance, and in another moment I was by his side. I had resolved to speak to him, but when I looked into his face I felt as if it were impossible to do so. That eye, the eye of the serpent, fixed and held me spellbound. And withal, about the man's whole person there was a dignity, an air of pride and station and superiority, that would have made anyone, habituated to the usages of the world, hesitate long before venturing upon a liberty or impertinence. And what could I say? What was it I would ask? Thus ashamed of my first impulse, I fell a few paces back, still, however, following the stranger, undecided what else to do. Meanwhile he turned the corner of the street. A plain carriage was in waiting, with a servant out of livery, dressed like a valet de place, at the carriage door. In another moment he had stepped into the carriage, and it drove off. I returned to the house. Mr. J was still at the street door. He had asked the carrier what the stranger had said to him. Merely asked whom that house now belonged to. The same evening I happened to go with a friend to a place in town called the Cosmopolitan Club, a place open to men of all countries, all opinions, all degrees. One orders one's coffee, smokes one's cigar. One is always sure to meet agreeable, sometimes remarkable, persons. I had not been 2 minutes in the room before I beheld at a table, conversing with an acquaintance of mine, whom I will designate by the initial G, Guy, the man, the original of the miniature. He was now without his hat, and the likeness was yet more startling, only I observed that while he was conversing there was less severity in the countenance. There was even a smile, though a very quiet and very cold one. The dignity of mien I had acknowledged in the street was also more striking. A dignity akin to that which invests some prince of the East, conveying the idea of supreme indifference and habitual, indisputable, indolent, but resistless power. G. Soon after left the stranger, who then took up a scientific journal, which seemed to absorb his attention. I drew G aside. "Who and what is that gentleman?" "That? Oh, a very remarkable man indeed. I met him last year amidst the caves of Petra, the scriptural Edom. He is the best Oriental scholar I know. We joined company, had an adventure with robbers, in which he showed a coolness that saved our lives. Afterwards he invited me to spend a day with him in a house he had bought at Damascus, a house buried amongst almond blossoms and roses, the most beautiful thing. He had lived there for some years, quite as an Oriental, in grand style. I half suspect he is a renegade, immensely rich, very odd. By the by, a great mesmerizer. I have seen him with my own eyes produce an effect on inanimate things. If you take a letter from your pocket and throw it to the other end of the room, he will order it to come to his feet, and you will see the letter wriggle itself along the floor till it has obeyed his command. 'Pon my honour, 'tis true. I have seen him affect even the weather, disperse or collect clouds by means of a glass tube or wand. But he does not like talking of these matters to strangers. He has only just arrived in England. Says he has not been here for a great many years. Let me introduce him to you." "Certainly. He is English, then. What is his name?" "Oh, a very homely one, Richards." "And what is his birth, his family?" "How do I know? What does it signify? No doubt some parvenu, but rich, so infernally rich." G drew me up to the stranger, and the introduction was effected. The manners of Mr. Richards were not those of an adventurous traveller. Travellers are in general constitutionally gifted with high animal spirits. They are talkative, eager, imperious. Mr. Richards was calm and subdued in tone, with manners which were made distant by the loftiness of punctilious courtesy, the manners of a former age. I observed that the English he spoke was not exactly of our day. I should even have said that the accent was slightly foreign. But then Mr. Richards remarked that he had been little in the habit for many years of speaking in his native tongue. The conversation fell upon the changes in the aspect of London since he had last visited our metropolis. G then glanced off to the moral changes, literary, social, political, the great men who were removed from the stage within the last 20 years, the new great men who were coming on. In all this, Mr. Richards evinced no interest. He had evidently read none of our living authors and seemed scarcely acquainted by name with our younger statesmen. Once, and only once, he laughed. It was when just I asked him whether he had any thoughts of getting into Parliament, and the laugh was inward, sarcastic, sinister, a sneer raised into a laugh. After a few minutes, G left us to talk to some other acquaintances who had just lounged into the room, and I then said quietly, "I have seen a miniature of you, Mr. Richards, in the house you once inhabited, and perhaps built, if not wholly, at least in part, in Street. You passed by that house this morning." Not till I had finished did I raise my eyes to his, and then his fixed my gaze so steadfastly that I could not withdraw it, those fascinating serpent eyes. But involuntarily, and if the words that translated my thought were dragged from me, I added in a low whisper, "I have been a student in the mysteries of life and nature. Of those mysteries I have known the occult professors. I have the right to speak to you thus," and I uttered a certain password. "Well," said he dryly, "I concede the right. What would you ask? To what extent human will in certain temperaments can extend? To what extent can thought extend? Think, and before you draw breath, you are in China. True, but my thought has no power in China. Give it expression, and it may have. You may write down a thought which, sooner or later, may alter the whole condition of China. What is a law but a thought? Therefore thought is infinite. Therefore thought has power, not in proportion to its value. A bad thought may make a bad law as potent as a good thought can make a good one. Yes, what you say confirms my own theory. Through invisible currents, one human brain may transmit its ideas to other human brains with the same rapidity as a thought promulgated by visible means. And as thought is imperishable, as it leaves its stamp behind it in the natural world, even when the thinker has passed out of this world, so the thought of the living may have power to rouse up and revive the thoughts of the dead, such as those thoughts were in life, though the thought of the living cannot reach the thoughts which the dead now may entertain. Is it not so? I decline to answer if, in my judgment, thought has the limit you would fix to it, but proceed. You have a special question you wish to put. Intense malignity in an intense will, engendered in a peculiar temperament and aided by natural means within the reach of science, may produce effects like those ascribed of old to evil magic. It might thus haunt the walls of a human habitation with spectral revivals of all guilty thoughts and guilty deeds once conceived and done within those walls. all in short, with which the evil will claims rapport and affinity, imperfect, incoherent, fragmentary snatches at the old dramas acted therein years ago. Thoughts thus crossing each other haphazard, as in the nightmare of a vision, growing up into phantom sights and sounds, and all serving to create horror, not because those sights and sounds are really visitations from a world without, but that they are ghastly, monstrous renewals of what have been in this world itself, set into malignant play by a malignant mortal. And it is through the material agency of that human brain that these things would acquire even a human power, would strike as with the shock of electricity, and might kill, if the thought of the person assailed did not rise superior to the dignity of the original assailer, might kill the most powerful animal if unnerved by fear, but not injure the feeblest man, if, while his flesh crept, his mind stood out fearless. Thus, when in old stories we read of a magician rent to pieces by the fiends he had evoked, or still more, in Eastern legends, that one magician succeeds by arts in destroying another, there may be so far truth that a material being has clothed, from its own evil propensities, certain elements and fluids, usually quiescent or harmless, with awful shape and terrific force, just as the lightning that had lain hidden and innocent in the cloud becomes by natural law suddenly visible, takes a distinct shape to the eye, and can strike destruction on the object to which it is attracted. "You are not without glimpses of a very mighty secret," said Mr. Richards composedly. "According to your view, could a mortal obtain the power you speak of, he would necessarily be a malignant and evil being. If the power were exercised, as I have said, most malignant and most evil, though I believe in the ancient traditions that he could not injure the good. His will could only injure those with whom it has established an affinity, or over whom it forces unresisted sway. I will now imagine an example that may be within the laws of nature, yet seem wild as the fables of a bewildered monk. You will remember that Albertus Magnus, after describing minutely the process by which spirits may be invoked and commanded, adds emphatically that the process will instruct and avail only to the few, that a man must be born a magician, that is, born with a peculiar physical temperament, as a man is born a poet. Rarely are men in whose constitution lurks this occult power of the highest order of intellect. Usually in the intellect there is some twist, perversity, or disease. But on the other hand, they must possess, to an astonishing degree, the faculty to concentrate thought on a single object, the energic faculty that we call will. Therefore, though their intellect be not sound, it is exceedingly forcible for the attainment of what it desires. I will imagine such a person, preeminently gifted with this constitution and its concomitant forces. I will place him in the loftier grades of society. I will suppose his desires emphatically those of the sensualist. He has, therefore, a strong love of life. He is an absolute egotist. His will is concentrated in himself. He has fierce passions. He knows no enduring, no holy affections. But he can covet eagerly what for the moment he desires. He can hate implacably what opposes itself to his objects. He can commit fearful crimes, yet feel small remorse. He resorts rather to curses upon others than to penitence for his misdeeds. Circumstances to which his constitution guides him lead him to a rare knowledge of the natural secrets which may serve his egotism. He is a close observer where his passions encourage observation. He is a minute calculator, not from love of truth, but where love of self sharpens his faculties. Therefore he can be a man of science. I suppose such a being, having by experience learned the power of his arts over others, trying what may be the power of will over his own frame, and studying all that in natural philosophy, may increase that power. He loves life. He dreads death. He wills to live on. He cannot restore himself to youth. He cannot entirely stay the progress of death. He cannot make himself immortal in the flesh and blood. But he may arrest for a time so prolonged as to appear incredible, if I said it, that hardening of the parts which constitutes old age. A year may age him no more than an hour ages another. His intense will, scientifically trained into system, operates, in short, over the wear and tear of his own frame. He lives on. That he may not seem a portent and a miracle, he dies from time to time, seemingly, to certain persons. Having schemed the transfer of a wealth that suffices to his wants, he disappears from one corner of the world and contrives that his obsequies shall be celebrated. He reappears at another corner of the world, where he resides undetected, and does not revisit the scenes of his former career till all who could remember his features are no more. He would be profoundly miserable if he had affections. He has none but for himself. No good man would accept his longevity, and to no men, good or bad, would he or could he communicate its true secret. Such a man might exist. Such a man as I have described I see now before me, Duke of, in the court of, dividing time between lust and brawl, alchemists and wizards, again in the last century charlatan and criminal with name less noble, domiciled in the house at which you gaze today, and flying from the law you had outraged, none knew whither. Traveller once more revisiting London with the same earthly passions which filled your heart when races now no more walked through yonder streets. Outlaw from the school of all the nobler and diviner mystics. Execrable image of life in death and death in life, I warn you back from the cities and homes of healthful men, back to the ruins of departed empires, back to the deserts of nature unredeemed. There answered me a whisper so musical, so potently musical, that it seemed to enter into my whole being and subdue me despite myself. Thus it said, I have sought one like you for the last 100 years. Now I have found you. We part not till I know what I desire. The vision that sees through the past and cleaves through the veil of the future is in you at this hour, never before, never to come again. The vision of no puling, fantastic girl, of no sickbed somnambule, but of a strong man with a vigorous brain. Soar and look forth. As he spoke, I felt as if I rose out of myself upon eagle wings. All the weight seemed gone from air, roofless the room, roofless the dome of space. I was not in the body, where I knew not, but aloft over time, over earth. Again I heard the melodious whisper, You say right. I have mastered great secrets by the power of will. True, by will and by science I can retard the process of years, but death comes not by age alone. Can I frustrate the accidents which bring death upon the young? No. Every accident is a providence. Before a providence snaps every human will. Shall I die at last ages and ages hence by the slow though inevitable growth of time, or by the cause that I call accident? By a cause you call accident. Is not the end still remote? Asked the whisper with a slight tremor. Regarded as my life regards time, it is still remote. And shall I, before then, mix with the world of men as I did ere I learned these secrets, resume eager interest in their strife and their trouble, battle with ambition, and use the power of the sage to win the power that belongs to kings? You will yet play a part on the earth that will fill earth with commotion and amaze. For wondrous designs have you, a wonder yourself, been permitted to live on through the centuries. All the secrets you have stored will then have their uses. All that now makes you a stranger amidst the generations will contribute then to make you their lord. As the trees and the straws are drawn into a whirlpool, as they spin round, are sucked to the deep, and again tossed aloft by the eddies, so shall races and thrones be plucked into the charm of your vortex. Awful destroyer, but in destroying made against your own will a constructor. And that date, too, is far off. Far off. When it comes, think your end in this world is at hand. How and what is the end? Look east, west, south, and north. In the north, where you never yet trod towards the point whence your instincts have warned you, there a spectre will seize you. 'Tis death. I see a ship. It is haunted. 'Tis chased. It sails on. Baffled navies sail after that ship. It enters the region of ice. It passes a sky red with meteors. 2 moons stand on high over ice reefs. I see the ship locked between white defiles. They are ice rocks. I see the dead strew the decks, stark and livid. Green mold on their limbs. All are dead but one man. It is you.
But years, though so slowly they come, have then scathed you. There is the coming of age on your brow, and the will is relaxed in the cells of the brain. Still that will, though enfeebled, exceeds all that man knew before you, through the will you live on, gnawed with famine, and nature no longer obeys you in that death-spreading region. The sky is a sky of iron, and the air has iron clamps, and the ice rocks wedge in the ship. Hark how it cracks and groans. Ice will embed it as amber embeds a straw. And a man has gone forth, living yet, from the ship and its dead, and he has clambered up the spikes of an iceberg, and the 2 moons gaze down on his form. That man is yourself, and terror is on you, terror, and terror has swallowed your will, and I see swarming up the steep ice rock, grey, grisly things. The bears of the north have scented their quarry. They come near you and nearer, shambling and rolling their bulk. And in that day every moment shall seem to you longer than the centuries through which you have passed. And heed this. After life moments continued make the bliss or the hell of eternity. Hush, said the whisper. But the day, you assure me, is far off, very far. I go back to the almond and rose of Damascus. Sleep. The room swam before my eyes. I became insensible. When I recovered, I found G, holding my hand and smiling. He said, "You who have always declared yourself proof against mesmerism have succumbed at last to my friend Richards." "Where is Mr. Richards?" "Gone, when you passed into a trance, saying quietly to me, 'Your friend will not wake for an hour.'" I asked, as collectedly as I could, where Mr. Richards lodged. "At the Trafalgar Hotel." "Give me your arm," said I to G. "Let us call on him. I have something to say." When we arrived at the hotel, we were told that Mr. Richards had returned 20 minutes before, paid his bill, left directions with his servant, a Greek, to pack his effects, and proceed to Malta by the steamer that should leave Southampton the next day. Mr. Richards had merely said of his own movements that he had visits to pay in the neighbourhood of London, and it was uncertain whether he should be able to reach Southampton in time for that steamer. If not, he should follow in the next one. The waiter asked me my name. On my informing him, he gave me a note that Mr. Richards had left for me, in case I called. The note was as follows: "I wished you to utter what was in your mind. You obeyed. I have therefore established power over you. For 3 months from this day, you can communicate to no living man what has passed between us. You cannot even show this note to the friend by your side. During 3 months, silence complete as to me and mine. Do you doubt my power to lay on you this command? Try to disobey me. At the end of the 3rd month, the spell is raised. For the rest, I spare you. I shall visit your grave a year and a day after it has received you." So ends this strange story, which I ask no one to believe. I write it down exactly 3 months after I received the above note. I could not write it before, nor could I show to G, in spite of his urgent request, the note which I read under the gas lamp by his side. The Botathen Ghost by the Rev. S.R. Hawker. The legend of Parson Rudall and the Botathen Ghost will be recognized by many Cornish people as a local remembrance of their boyhood. It appears from the diary of this learned master of the grammar school, for such was his office, as well as perpetual curate of the parish, that a pestilential disease did break forth in our town in the beginning of the year A. 1665. Yea, and it likewise invaded my school, insomuch that therewithal certain of the chief scholars sickened and died. Among others who yielded to the malign influence was Master John Eliot, the eldest son and the worshipful heir of Edward Eliot, Esquire of Traversey, a stripling of 16 years of age, but of uncommon parts and hopeful ingenuity. At his own especial motion and earnest desire, I did consent to preach his funeral sermon. It should be remembered here that, howsoever strange and singular it may sound to us that a mere lad should formally solicit such a performance at the hands of his master, it was in consonance with the habitual usage of those times. The old services for the dead had been abolished by law,
and in the stead of sacrament and ceremony, month's mind and year's mind, the sole substitute which survived was the general desire to partake, as they called it, of a posthumous discourse, replete with lofty eulogy and flattering remembrance of the living and the dead. The diary proceeds. I fulfilled my undertaking and preached over the coffin in the presence of a full assemblage of mourners and lachrymose friends. An ancient gentleman who was then and there in the church, a Mr. Bligh of Botathen, was much affected by my discourse, and he was heard to repeat to himself certain parentheses therefrom, especially a phrase from Maro Vigilius, which I had applied to the deceased youth, et puer ipse fuit cantari dignus. The cause wherefore this old gentleman was thus moved by my applications was this. He had a firstborn and only son, a child who, but a very few months before, had been not unworthy of the character I drew of young Master Elliot, but who, by some strange accident, had of late quite fallen away from his parents' hopes, and become moody and sullen and distraught. When the funeral obsequies were over, I had no sooner come out of the church than I was accosted by this aged parent, and he besought me incontinently, with a singular energy, that I would resort with him forthwith to his abode at Botathen that very night. Nor could I have delivered myself from his importunity, had not Mr. Elliot urged his claim to enjoy my company at his own house. Hereupon I got loose, but not until I had pledged a fast assurance that I would pay him, faithfully, an early visit the next day. The place, as it was called, of Botathen, where old Mr. Bligh resided, was a low-roofed gabled manor-house of the 15th century, walled and mullioned, and with clustered chimneys of dark grey stone from the neighbouring quarries of Ventorgan. The mansion was flanked by a pleasaunce or enclosure in one space, of garden and lawn, and it was surrounded by a solemn grove of stag-horned trees. It had the sombre aspect of age and of solitude, and looked the very scene of strange and supernatural events. A legend might well belong to every gloomy glade around, and there must surely be a haunted room somewhere within its walls. Hither, according to his appointment on the morrow, Parson Rudall betook himself. Another clergyman, as it appeared, had been invited to meet him, who very soon after his arrival proposed a walk together in the pleasaunce, on the pretext of showing him, as a stranger, the walks and trees, until the dinner bell should strike. There, with much prolixity, and with many a solemn pause, his brother minister proceeded to unfold the mystery. A singular infelicity, he declared, had befallen young Master Bligh, once the hopeful heir of his parents and of the lands of Botathen. Whereas he had been from childhood a blithe and merry boy, the gladness, like Isaac of old, of his father's age, he had suddenly of late become morose and silent, nay, even austere and stern, dwelling apart, always solemn, often in tears. The lad had at first repulsed all questions as to the origin of this great change, but of late he had yielded to the importunate researches of his parents, and had disclosed the secret cause. It appeared that he resorted every day by a pathway across the fields to this very clergyman's house, who had charge of his education and grounded him in the studies suitable to his age. In the course of his daily walk, he had to pass a certain heath, or down where the road wound along through tall blocks of granite with open spaces of grassy sward between. There, in a certain spot, and always in one and the same place, the lad declared that he had encountered every day a woman with a pale and troubled face, clothed in a long, loose garment of frieze, with one hand always stretched forth, and the other pressed against her side. Her name, he said, was Dorothy Dinglet, for he had known her well from his childhood, and she often used to come to his parents' house. But that which troubled him was that she had now been dead 3 years, and he himself had been with the neighbours at her burial. So that, as the youth alleged, with great simplicity, since he had seen her body laid in the grave, this that he saw every day must needs be her soul or ghost. Questioned again and again, said the clergyman, he never contradicts himself, but he relates the same and the simple tale as a thing that cannot be gainsaid. Indeed, the lad's observance is keen and calm for a boy of his age. The hair of the appearance, saith he, is not like anything alive, but it is so soft and light that it seemeth to melt away while you look. But her eyes are set, and never blink. No, not when the sun shineth full upon her face. She maketh no steps, but seemeth to swim along the top of the grass, and her hand, which is stretched out alway, seemeth to point at something far away, out of sight. It is her continual coming, for she never faileth to meet him, and to pass on, that hath quenched his spirits, and although he never seeth her by night, yet cannot he get his natural rest. Thus far the clergyman, whereupon the dinner clock did sound, and we went into the house. After dinner, when young Master Bligh had withdrawn with his tutor, under excuse of their books, the parents did forthwith beset me as to my thoughts about their son. Said I warily, "The case is strange, but by no means impossible. It is one that I will study, and fear not to handle, if the lad will be free with me, and fulfill all that I desire." The mother was overjoyed, but I perceived that old Mr. Bligh turned pale, and was downcast with some thought which, however, he did not express. Then they bade that Master Bligh should be called to meet me in the pleasaunce forthwith. The boy came, and he rehearsed to me his tale with an open countenance, and withal a modesty of speech. Verily he seemed ingenui vultus puer ingenuique pudoris. Then I signified to him my purpose. "Tomorrow," said I, "we will go together to the place, and if, as I doubt not, the woman shall appear, it will be for me to proceed according to knowledge, and by rules laid down in my books. The unaltered scenery of the legend still survives, and like the field of the 40 footsteps in another history, the place is still visited by those who take interest in the supernatural tales of old. The pathway leads along a moorland waste, where large masses of rocks stand up here and there from the grassy turf, and clumps of heath and gorse weave their tapestry of golden-purple garniture on every side. Amidst all these, and winding along between the rocks, is a natural footway worn by the scant, rare tread of the village traveller. Just midway, a somewhat larger stretch than usual of green sod expands, which is skirted by the path, and which is still identified as the legendary haunt of the phantom by the name of Parson Rudall's ghost. But we must draw the record of the first interview between the minister and Dorothy from his own words. "We met," thus he writes, "in the pleasaunce very early, and before any others in the house were awake, and together, the lad and myself, proceeded towards the field. The youth was quite composed, and carried his Bible under his arm, from whence he read to me verses, which he said he had lately picked out, to have always in his mind. These were Job 14, "Thou scarest me with dreams, and terrifiest me through visions," and Deuteronomy the Vile Faith. 67, "In the morning thou shalt say, Would to God it were the evening, and in the evening thou shalt say, Would to God it were morning, for the fear of thine heart wherewith thou shalt fear, and for the sight of thine eyes which thou shalt see." I was much pleased with the lad's ingenuity in these pious applications, but for mine own part I was somewhat anxious and out of cheer. For aught I knew, this might be a demonium meridianum, the most stubborn spirit to govern and guide that any man can meet, and the most perilous withal. We had hardly reached the accustomed spot, when we both saw her at once gliding towards us, punctually as the ancient writers describe the motion of their lemures, which swoon along the ground, neither marking the sand nor bending the herbage. The aspect of the woman was exactly that which had been related by the lad. There was the pale and stony face, the strange and misty hair, the eyes firm and fixed, that gazed, yet not on us, but something that they saw far, far away, one hand and arm stretched out, and the other grasping the girdle of her waist. She floated along the field like a sail upon a stream, and glided past the spot where we stood pausingly. But so deep was the awe that overcame me, as I stood there in the light of day, face to face with a human soul, separate from her bones and flesh, that my heart and purpose both failed me. I had resolved to speak to the spectre in the appointed form of words, but I did not. I stood like one amazed and speechless, until she had passed clean out of sight. One thing remarkable came to pass. A spaniel dog, the favourite of young Master Bligh, had followed us, and lo, when the woman drew nigh, The poor creature began to yell and bark piteously and ran backward and away, like a thing dismayed and appalled. We returned to the house, and after I had said all that I could to pacify the lad and to soothe the aged people, I took my leave for that time, with a promise that when I had fulfilled certain business elsewhere, which I then alleged, I would return and take orders to assuage these disturbances and their cause. January 7th, 1665. At my own house I find by my books what is expedient to be done, and then, a page, Sathanas. January 9th, 1665. This day I took leave of my wife and family, under pretext of engagements elsewhere, and made my secret journey to our diocesan city, wherein the good and venerable bishop then abode. January 10th. Deo gratias, in safe arrival at Exeter, craved and obtained immediate audience of his lordship, pleading it was for counsel and admonition on a weighty and pressing cause, called to the presence, made obeisance, and then by command stated my case, the Botathen perplexity, which I moved with strong and earnest instances and solemn asseverations of that which I had myself seen and heard. Demanded by his lordship, what was the succor that I had come to entreat at his hands? Replied, license for my exorcism, that so I might ministerially allay this spiritual visitant, and thus render to the living and the dead release from this surprise. But, said our bishop, on what authority do you allege that I am entrusted with faculty so to do? Our church, as is well known, hath abjured certain branches of her ancient power on grounds of perversion and abuse. Nay, my lord, I humbly answered, under favour, the 72nd of the canons ratified and enjoined on us. The clergy, Anno Domini 1604, doth expressly provide that no minister, unless he hath the license of his diocesan bishop, shall essay to exercise a spirit, evil or good. Therefore it was, I did here mildly allege, that I did not presume to enter on such a work without lawful privilege under your lordship's hand and seal. Hereupon did our wise and learned bishop, sitting in his chair, condescend upon the theme at some length, with many gracious interpretations from ancient writers and from Holy Scripture, and I did humbly rejoin and reply, till the upshot was that he did call in his secretary and command him to draw the aforesaid faculty, forthwith and without further delay, assigning him a form, insomuch that the matter was incontinently done. And after I had disbursed into the secretary's hands certain moneys, for signatory purposes, as the manner of such officers hath always been, the bishop did himself affix his signature under the sigillum of his see, and deliver the document into my hands. When I knelt down to receive his benediction, he softly said, let it be secret, Mr. R. Weak brethren! Weak brethren! This interview with the bishop, and the success with which he vanquished his lordship's scruples, would seem to have confirmed Parson Rudall very strongly in his own esteem, and to have invested him with that courage which he evidently lacked at his first encounter with the ghost. The entries proceed. January 11th, 1665. Therewithal did I hasten home and prepare my instruments, and cast my figures for the onset of the next day. Took out my ring of brass, and put it on the index finger of my right hand, with the scutum Davidus traced thereon. January 12th, 1665. Rode into the gateway at Botathen, armed at all points, but not with Saul's armor, and ready. There is danger from the demons, but so there is in the surrounding air every day. At early morning then, and alone, for so the usage ordains, I betook me towards the field. It was void, and I had thereby due time to prepare. First, I paced and measured out my circle on the grass. Then did I mark my pentacle in the very midst, and at the intersection of the 5 angles I did set up and fix my crutch of rowan. Lastly, I took my station south, at the true line of the meridian, and stood facing due north. I waited and watched for a long time. At last there was a kind of trouble in the air, a soft and rippling sound, and all at once the shape appeared, and came on towards me gradually. I opened my parchment scroll, and read aloud the command. She paused, and seemed to waver and doubt, stood still. Then I rehearsed the sentence, sounding out every syllable like a chant. She drew near my ring, but halted at first outside, on the brink. I sounded again, and now at the third time I gave the signal in Syriac, the speech which is used, they say, where such ones dwell and converse in thoughts that glide. She was at last obedient, and swam into the midst of the circle, and there stood still, suddenly. I saw, moreover, that she drew back her pointing hand. All this while I do confess that my knees shook under me, and the drops of sweat ran down my flesh like rain. But now, although face to face with the spirit, my heart grew calm, and my mind was composed. I knew that the pentacle would govern her, and the ring must bind, until I gave the word. Then I called to mind the rule laid down of old, that no angel or fiend, no spirit, good or evil, will ever speak until they have been first spoken to. N.B. This is the great law of prayer. God himself will not yield reply until man hath made vocal entreaty once and again. So I went on to demand, as the books advise. And the phantom made answer willingly. Questioned wherefore not at rest. Unquiet, because of a certain sin. Asked what, and by whom, revealed it, but it is sub sigillo, and therefore nefas dictu. More anon. Inquired, what sign she could give that she was a true spirit and not a false fiend. Stated, before next Yuletide, a fearful pestilence would lay waste the land, and myriads of souls would be loosened from their flesh, until, as she piteously said, our valleys will be full. Asked again, why she so terrified the lad? Replied, it is the law. We must seek a youth or a maiden of clean life, and under age, to receive messages and admonitions. We conversed with many more words, but it is not lawful for me to set them down. Pen and ink would degrade and defile the thoughts she uttered, and which my mind received that day. I broke the ring and she passed, but to return once more next day. At evensong, a long discourse with that ancient transgressor, Mr. B. Great horror and remorse, entire atonement and penance, whatsoever I enjoin, full acknowledgment before pardon. January 13th, 1665. At sunrise I was again in the field. She came in at once, and, as it seemed, with freedom. Inquired if she knew my thoughts and what I was going to relate. Answered, nay, we only know what we perceive and hear. We cannot see the heart. Then I rehearsed the penitent words of the man she had come up to denounce, and the satisfaction he would perform. Then said she, peace in our midst. I went through the proper forms of dismissal, and fulfilled all as it was set down and written in my memoranda. And then, with certain fixed rites, I did dismiss that troubled ghost, until she peacefully withdrew, gliding towards the west. Neither did she ever afterward appear, but was allayed until she shall come in her second flesh to the valley of Armageddon on the last day. These quaint and curious details from the diurnal of a simple-hearted clergyman of the 17th century appear to betoken his personal persuasion of the truth of what he saw and said, although the statements are strongly tinged with what some may term the superstition, and others the excessive belief of those times. It is a singular fact, however, that the canon which authorizes exorcism under episcopal license is still a part of the ecclesiastical law of the Anglican Church, although it might have a singular effect on the nerves of certain of our bishops if their clergy were to resort to them for the faculty which Parson Rudall obtained. The general facts stated in his diary are to this day matters of belief in that neighborhood, and it has been always accounted a strong proof of the veracity of the parson and the ghost that the plague, fatal to so many thousands, did break out in London at the close of that very year. We may well excuse a triumphant entry on a subsequent page of the diurnal with the date of July 10th, 1665. How sorely must the infidels and heretics of this generation be dismayed when they know that this black death, which is now swallowing its thousands in the streets of the great city, was foretold 6 months agone, under the exorcisms of a country minister, by a visible and suppliant ghost. And what pleasures and improvements do such deny themselves who scorn and avoid all opportunity
of intercourse with souls separate, and the spirits glad and sorrowful which inhabit the unseen world. The Ghost of Lord Clarenceux, by Arnold Bennett. In the chair which stood before the writing table in the middle of the room sat the figure of Lord Clarenceux. The figure did not move as I went in. Its back was towards me. At the other end of the room was the doorway, which led to the small bedroom, little more than an alcove, and the gaze of the apparition was fixed on this doorway. I closed the door behind me and locked it, and then stood still. In the looking-glass over the mantelpiece I saw a drawn, pale, agitated face, in which all the trouble in the world seemed to reside. It was my own face. I was alone in the room with the ghost which, jealous of my love for the woman it had loved, meant to revenge itself by my death. The ghost, did I say? I looked at it. No one would have taken it for an apparition. Small wonder that, till the previous evening, I had never suspected it to be other than a man. It was dressed in black. It had the very aspect of life. I could follow the creases in the black coat, the direction of the nap of the silk hat. How well by this time I knew the faultless black coat and that impeccable hat. Yet it seemed that I could not examine them too closely. I pierced them with the intensity of my fascinated glance. Yes, I pierced them, for, showing faintly through the coat, I could discern the outline of the table which should have been hidden by the man's figure, and through the hat I could see the handle of the French window. As I stood motionless there, solitary in the glow of the electric light with this fearful visitor, I began to wish that it would move. I wanted to face it, to meet its gaze with my gaze, eye to eye, and will against will. The battle between us must start at once, I thought, if I was to have any chance of victory, for moment by moment I felt my resolution, my manliness, my mere physical courage slipping away. But the apparition did not stir. Impassive, remorseless, sinister, it was content to wait, well aware that all suspense was in its favor. Then I said to myself that I would cross the room and so attain my object. I made a step and drew back, frightened by the sound of a creaking board. Absurd. But it was quite a minute before I dared to move another step. I had meant to walk straight across to the other door, passing in my course close by the occupied chair. I did do not so. I kept round by the wall, creeping on tiptoe, and my eye never leaving the figure in the chair. I did this in spite of myself, and the manner of my action was the first hint of my ultimate defeat. At length, I stood in the doorway leading to the bedroom. I could feel the perspiration on my forehead and at the back of my neck. I fronted the inscrutable white face of Lord Clarenceux, the lover of Rosetta Rosa. I met its awful eyes, dark, invidious, fateful. Ah, those eyes! Even in my terror I could read in them all the history and the characteristics of Lord Clarenceux. They were the eyes of one who could be of the highest and the lowest. Mingled in their hardness was a melting softness, with their cruelty a large benevolence, with their hate a pitying tenderness, with their spirituality a hellish turpitude. They were the eyes of two opposite men, and as I gazed into them, they reconciled for me the conflicting accounts of Lord Clarenceux which I had heard from different people. But as far as I was concerned, that night the eyes held nothing but cruelty and disaster. Though I could detect in them the other qualities, these qualities were not for me. We faced each other, the apparition and I, and the struggle, silent and bitter as the grave, began. Neither of us moved. My arms were folded easily, but my nails pressed into the palms of my clenched hands. My teeth were set, my lips tight together, my glance unswerving. By sheer strength of endeavor, I cast aside my fear of defeat, and in my heart, I said with the profoundest conviction that I would love Rosa, though the seven seas and all the continents give up their dead to frighten me. So we remained, for how long I do not know. It may have been only minutes, I cannot tell. Then gradually there came over me a feeling that the ghost in the chair was growing larger. The ghastly, inhuman sneer on his thin, widening lips assaulted me like a giant's malediction, and the light in the room seemed to become more brilliant till it was almost blinding. This went on for a time,
and once more I pulled myself together, collected my scattering senses, and seized again the courage of determination which had nearly slipped from me. But I knew that I must get away, out of sight of this moveless and diabolic figure, which did not speak, but which made known its commands by means of its eyes. "Resign her," the eyes said. "Tear your love for her out of your heart. Swear that you will never see her again, or I will ruin you utterly, not now only, but forevermore." I think I trembled. My eyes answered no. For some reason which I cannot at all explain, I suddenly took off my overcoat, and drawing aside the screen which ran across the corner of the room at my right hand, forming a primitive sort of wardrobe, I hung it on one of the hooks. I had to feel with my fingers for the hook, because I kept my gaze on the figure. "I will go into the bedroom," I said, and I turned to pass through the doorway. Then I stopped. If I did so, the eyes of the ghost would be upon my back, and I felt that I could only withstand that glance by meeting it. To have it on my back. Doubtless I was going mad. However, I went backwards to the doorway, and then rapidly stepped out of sight of the apparition and sat down upon the bed. Useless. I must return. The mere idea of the empty sitting room, empty with the ghost in it, filled me with a new and considerable fear. Horrible happenings might occur in that room, and I must be there to see them. Moreover, the ghost's gaze must now fall on nothing. That would be too appalling. Without doubt I was mad. Its gaze must meet something. Otherwise it would travel out into space further and further, till it had left all the stars and waggled aimless in the ether. The notion of such a calamity was unbearable. Besides, I was hungry for that gaze. My eyes desired those eyes. If that glance did not press against them, they would burst from my head and roll on the floor, and I should be compelled to go down on my hands and knees and grope in search for them. No, no. I must return to the sitting room. And I returned. The gaze met mine in the doorway, and now there was something novel in it, an added terror, a more intolerable menace, the silent imprecation so frightful that no human being could suffer it. I sank to the ground, and as I did so I shrieked. But it was a weird shriek, sounding only within the brain, and in reply to that unheard shriek I heard an unheard voice of the ghost crying, "Yield!" I would not yield. Crushed, maddened, tortured, I would not yield. I wanted to die. I felt that death would be sweet and truly desirable. And, so thinking, I faded into a kind of coma, or rather a state which was just short of coma. I had not lost consciousness, but I was conscious of nothing but the gaze. "Goodbye, Rosa," I whispered. "I am beaten, but my love has not been conquered." The next thing I remember was the paleness of the dawn at the window. The apparition had vanished for the night, and I was alive. But I knew that I had touched the skirts of death. I knew that after such another night I should die. Dr. Duthoit's Vision by Arthur Machen. I knew a fine specimen of an English abbé when I was at school at Hereford. This was Dr. Duthoit, prebendary of Consumpta Persabulum in Hereford Cathedral, rector of St. Owen's, bookworm and chiefly rose-grower. He was a middle-aged man when I was a little boy, but he suffered me to walk with him in his garden sloping down to the Wye, near a pleasaunce of the Vicar's Choral, reciting sometimes the poems of Traherne, which he had in manuscript, but for the most part demonstrating his progress in the art of growing a coal-black rose. This was the true work of his life, and nearly 40 years ago he could show blooms whose copper and crimson tints were very near to utter darkness. I believe that his ideal was never attained in absolute perfection, and perhaps the perfect end and attainment of desire do not prove happiness down here below. After 1880, Prebendary Duthoit and I rarely saw each other, and rarely wrote. He was at rest among his roses by the quiet Wye, and I dashed to and fro in wilder waters, but each contrived to let the other know that he was still alive, and so I was not altogether surprised to see the prebendary's queer, niggly writing on an envelope a week or two ago. He said he had heard of a good deal to talk about. Well, with a popular legend with which I am understood to be in some way concerned, and he thought that an odd experience of his might possibly interest me. I do not give the text of his letter, chiefly because it is full of Latin phrases, which I might be called upon to translate. But the matter is as follows. On the 4th August, the day of the service at St. Paul's, Dr. Duthoit was walking up and down and about that pleasant garden on slopes of the Wye. Just above the water his gardener had prepared under direction and instruction a plot of ground in a very special manner. I do not gather the precise purpose of the operation, but it seems that the soil had been very fine and level for a superficies of about 10 yards. To this place the prebendary walked, slowly and reflectively, wishing to assure himself that his orders had been accurately carried out. The plot had been perfectly level the night before, but Dr. Duthoit wanted to be more than sure about it. But to his extreme annoyance, when he turned by the fig tree, he saw that the plot was very far from even. He is an old man, but his sight is good, and at a distance of several yards he could discern quite plainly that there had been mischief. The chosen plot was in a disgraceful state. At first the prebendary thought that the custos's sandy tomcat had scaled the wire entanglement on the top of the wall. Then he felt inclined to consider the ruin done by Scamp, the bishop's wire-haired fox terrier, and then, going across, he put on his spectacles and wondered what had been at work. For the level which had been so carefully established was all undone. At first, the doctor thought it was the mischief of some random beast, this confusion of hills and valleys which had taken place of the billiard table of the night before. And then it reminded him of the raised maps which he had seen in the diocesan training schools, and then it reminded him more distinctly of a sort of picture map which had illustrated his morning paper a day or two before. And then he wondered violently, because he saw that somebody had, with infinite pains, made this garden plot of his into an exact model of Gallipoli Peninsula. It was all so ingenious and perfect that the old clergyman held his wrath for the moment and peered into this miniature intricacy of peaks and steeps and gullies and valleys. He had scarcely gathered himself together to wonder who had had the ingenious impudence for the mischief, when amazement once more seized him. For he saw now, stooping down, that this garden Gallipoli was swarming with life. There were hosts on it and about it, and then Dr. Duthoit forgot all about what we call the realities and facts of life, forgot that this sort of thing does not happen, and watched what was happening. He writes that, queerly enough, he lost all sense of size. He was not a Gulliver looking down upon Lilliput. The mounds 10 inches high became to him actual and lofty summits. The tiny precipices were tremendous, and the red ants swarmed to attack the black ants that held the heights with savage and desperate fury. He says he panted with excitement as he watched the courage of the attack and defense, the savagery of the hand-to-hand fighting. The black and red fell by myriads, and the doctor had persuaded himself that he observed amazing incidents of individual heroism. One particular range seemed to be the especial aim of the red forces, and they swarmed up victorious and held it for a while, and then retreated. The doctor could not quite make out the reason of this. He started violently when his man called to him. Roberts said he had called for 5 minutes without getting an answer, and that the dean was in a hurry, with only 5 minutes to spare. So the prebendary went into the house in a kind of dwam, as the Scots put it, and had no notion of what the dean had to say. And when he got back to the garden, he found his gardener smoothing the plot with a long rake and raking in a lot of dead ants with the mold. The gardener said it was the boys, but the doctor took no notice and went to the custos that night. And the custos, reading his paper a fortnight later, began to think that the old prebendary was a prophet. And the prebendary? He ends his letter, Quod superius est sicut quod inferius. That which is above is as that which is below, as the Smaragdine tablet of Hermes Trismegistus testifies. And it is my belief that this is a world battle in the sense which we do not appreciate. There have been some who have held that the earthly conflict is but a reflection of the war in heaven. What if it be reflected infinitely, if it penetrate to the uttermost depths of creation? And if a speck of dust be a cosmos, the universe, of revolving worlds? There may be battles between creatures that no microscope shall ever discover. The Seven Lights from Wilson's Tales of the Borders. John Macpherson was a farmer and grazier in Kintyre, a genuine Highlander. In person, though of rather low stature than otherwise, he was stout, athletic and active, bold and fearless in disposition, warm in temper, friendly and hospitable. This last to such a degree that his house was never without as many strangers and visitors of different descriptions, as nearly doubled his own household. To the vagrant beggar, his house and meal chest were ever open, and to no one, whatever his condition, were a night's quarters ever refused. Macpherson's house, in short, formed a kind of focus, with a power to draw towards itself all the misery and poverty in the country within a circle whose diameter might be reckoned at somewhere about 20 miles. The wandering mendicant made it one of his regular stages, and the traveller of better degree toiled on his way with increased activity that he might make it his quarters for the night. Fortunately for the character and credit of Macpherson's hospitality, his wife was of an equally kind and generous disposition with himself, so that his absences from home, which were frequent and sometimes long, did not at all affect the treatment of the stranger under his roof, or make his welcome less cordial. But the hospitality exercised at Morvain, which was the name of Macpherson's farm, sometimes, it must be confessed, led to occasional small depredations, such as the loss of a pair of blankets, a sheet, or a pair of stockings, carried off by the ungrateful vagabonds whom he sometimes sheltered. There were, however, one pair of blankets abstracted in this way, that found their road back to their owner in rather a curious manner. The morning was thick and misty, when the thief, in the case alluded to, decamped with his booty, and continued so during the whole day, so that no object at any distance, however large, could be seen. After toiling for several hours, under the impression that he was leaving Morvain far behind, the vagabond, who was also a stranger in the country, approached a house, with the stolen blankets snugly and carefully bundled on his back, and knocked at the door, with the view of seeking a night's quarters, as it was now dusk. The door was opened, but by whom, think you, good reader? Why, by Macpherson. The thief, without knowing it, had landed precisely at the point from which he had set out. Being instantly recognized, he was politely invited to walk in. To this kind invitation, the thief replied by throwing down the blankets and taking to his heels, thus making, with his own hands, a restitution which was very far from being intended. Poor Macpherson, however, did not get all his stolen blankets back in this way. This, however, is a digression. To proceed with our tale. One night, when Macpherson was absent, attending a market at some distance, an elderly female appeared at the door with the usual demand of a night's lodging, which, with the usual hospitality of Morvain, was at once complied with. The stranger, who was a remarkably tall woman, was dressed in widow's weeds, and of rather respectable appearance. Her deportment was grave, even stern, and altogether she seemed as if suffering from some recent affliction. During the whole of the early part of the evening she sat before the fire, with her face buried between her hands, heedless of what was passing around her, and was occasionally observed rocking to and fro, with that kind of motion that bespeaks great internal anguish. It was noticed, however, that she occasionally stole a look at those who were in the apartment with her. And it was marked by all, but whether this was merely the effect of imagination, for all felt that there was something singular and mysterious about the stranger, or was really the case, we cannot decide, that in these furtive glances there was a peculiarly wild and appalling expression. The stranger spoke none, however, during the whole night, but continued from time to time, rocking to and fro in the manner already described. Neither could she be prevailed upon to partake of any refreshment, although repeatedly pressed to do so. All invitations of this kind she declined, with a wave of the hand, or a melancholy, yet determined inclination of the head. In words, she made no reply. The singular conduct of this woman threw a damp over all who were present. They felt chilled, they knew not how, and were sensible of the influence of an indefinable terror, for which they could not account. For once, therefore, the feeling of comfort and security, of which all were conscious who were seated around Macpherson's cheerful and hospitable hearth, was banished, and a scene of awe and dread supplied its place. No one could conjecture who this strange personage was, whence she had come, nor whither she was going. Nor were there any means of acquiring this information, as it was a rule of the house, one of Macpherson's special points of etiquette, that no stranger should ever be questioned on such subjects. All being allowed to depart as they came, without question or inquiry, there was never anything more known at Morvain regarding any stranger who visited it than what he himself chose to communicate. Under the painful feelings already described, the inmates of Macpherson's house found, with more than usual satisfaction, the hour for retiring to rest arrive. The general attention being called to this circumstance by the hostess, everyone hastened to his appointed dormitory, with an alacrity which but too plainly showed how glad they were to escape from the presence of the mysterious stranger, who, however, also retired to bed with the rest. The place appointed for her to sleep in was the loft of an outbuilding, as there was no room for her accommodation within the house itself, all the spare beds being occupied. We have already said that Macpherson was from home on the evening of which we are speaking, attending a market at some distance. He, however, returned shortly after midnight. On arriving at his own house, he was much surprised, and not a little alarmed, to perceive a window in one of the outhouses blazing with light. It was that in which the stranger slept, while all around and within the house was as silent as the tomb. Afraid that some accident from fire had taken place, he rode up to the building, and standing up in his stirrups, which brought his head on a level with the window, looked in, when a sight presented itself that made even the stout heart of Macpherson beat with unusual violence. In the middle of the floor, extended on her pallet, lay the mysterious stranger, surrounded by 7 bright and shining lights, arranged at equal distances, 3 on one side of the bed, 3 on the other, and 1 at the head. Macpherson gazed steadily at the extraordinary and appalling sight for a few seconds, when 3 of the lights suddenly vanished. In an instant afterwards, 2 more disappeared, and then another. There was now only that at the head of the bed remaining. When this light had alone been left, Macpherson saw the person who lay on the pallet raise herself slowly up and gaze intently on the portentous beam, whose light showed, to the terrified onlooker, a ghastly and unearthly countenance, surrounded with dishevelled hair, which hung down in long, thick, irregular masses over her pale, clayey visage, so as almost to conceal it entirely. This light, like all the others, at length suddenly disappeared, and with its last gleam, the person on the couch sank down with a groan that startled Macpherson from the trance of horror into which the extraordinary sight had thrown him. He was a bold and fearless man, however, and therefore, though certainly appalled by what he had seen, he made no outcry, nor evinced any other symptom of alarm. He resolutely and calmly awaited the conclusion of the extraordinary scene, and when the last light had disappeared, he deliberately dismounted, led his horse into the stable, put him up, entered the house without disturbing anyone, and slipped quietly into bed, trusting that the morning would bring some explanation of the mysterious occurrence of the night, but resolving at the same time that, if it should not, he would mention the circumstance to no one. On awaking in the morning, Macpherson asked his wife what strangers were in the house and how they were disposed of, and particularly who it was that slept in the loft of the outhouse. He was told that it was a woman in widow's dress, of rather a respectable appearance, but whose conduct had been very singular. Macpherson inquired no further, but desired that the woman might be detained till he should see her, as he wished to speak with her. On one of the domestics, however, going up to her apartment, shortly after to invite her to breakfast, it was found that she was gone. No one could tell when or where, as her departure had not been seen by any person about the house. Balked in his intention of eliciting some explanation of the extraordinary circumstance of the preceding night, from the person who seemed to have been a party to it, Macpherson became more strengthened in the resolution of keeping the secret to himself, although it made an impression upon him which all his natural strength of mind could not remove. At this precise period of our story, Macpherson had 3 sons employed in the herring fishing, a favorite pursuit in its season, because often a lucrative one, of those who live upon or near the coasts of the West Highlands. The 3 brothers had a boat of their own,
and desirous of making their employment as profitable as possible, they, though in sufficiently good circumstances to have hired assistants, manned her themselves, and, with laudable industry, performed all the drudgery of their laborious occupation with their own hands. Their boat, like all the others employed in the business we are speaking of by the natives of the Highlands, was wherry-rigged. Her name, she was called after the betrothed of the elder of the three brothers, the Catherine. The take of herrings, as it is called. It is well known, appears in different seasons in different places, sometimes in one loch, or arm of the sea, sometimes in another. In the season to which our story refers, the fishing was in the sound of Kilbrannan, where several scores of boats, and amongst those that of the Macphersons, were busily employed in reaping the ocean harvest. When the take of herrings appears in this sound, Campbellton Loch, a well-known harbour on the west coast of Scotland, is usually made the headquarters, a place of rendezvous of the little herring fleet. And to this loch they always repair when threatened with a boisterous night, although it was not always that they could, in such circumstances, succeed in making it. Such a night as the one alluded to was that succeeded the evening on which Macpherson saw the strange lights that form the leading feature of our tale. Violent gusts of wind came in rapid succession down the sound of Kilbrannan, and a skifting rain, flung fitfully but fiercely from the huge black clouds as they hurried along before the tempest that already raged above, swept over the face of the angry sea and seemed to impart an additional bitterness to the rising wrath of the incipient storm. It was evident, in short, that what sailors call a dirty night was approaching, and, under this impression, the herring boats left their station and were seen, in the dusk of the evening in question, hurrying towards Campbellton Loch. But the storm had arisen in all its fury long before the desired haven could be gained. The little fleet was dispersed. Some succeeded, however, in making the harbour. Others, finding this impossible, ran in for the Saddle and Carradale shores, and were fortunate enough to effect a landing. All, in short, with the exception of one single boat, ultimately contrived to gain a place of shelter of some kind. This unhappy exception was the Catherine. Long after all the others had disappeared from the face of the raging sea, she was seen struggling alone with the warring elements, her canvas down to within a few feet of her gunwale, and her keel only at times being visible. The gallant brothers who manned her, however, had not yet lost either heart or hope, although their situation at this moment was but too well calculated to deprive them of both. Gravely and steadily, and in profound silence, they kept each by his perilous post, and endeavoured to make the land on the Campbellton side. But finding this impossible, they put about, and ran before the wind for the island of Arran, which lay at the distance of about 8 miles. But alarmed, as they approached that rugged shore, by the tremendous sea which was breaking on it, and which would have instantly dashed their frail bark to pieces, they again put about, and made to windward. While the hardy brothers were thus contending with their fate, a person mounted on horseback was seen galloping wildly along the Carradale shore, his eyes ever and anon turned towards the struggling boat, with a look of despair and mortal agony. It was Macpherson, the hapless father of the unfortunate youths by whom she was manned. There were others, too, of their kindred, looking, with failing hearts, on the dreadful sight, for all felt that the unequal contest could not continue long, and that the boat must eventually go down. Amongst those who were thus watching, with intense interest and speechless agony, the struggle of the doomed bark, was Catherine, the beloved of the elder of the brothers, who ran, in wild distraction along the shore, uttering the most heart-rending cries. "Oh, my Duncan!" she exclaimed, stretching out her arms towards the pitiless sea. "Oh, my beloved, my dearest, come to me, or allow me to come to you that I may perish with you." But Duncan heard her not, although it was very possible he might see her, as the distance was not great. There were at this moment also several persons on horseback, friends of the young men, galloping along the shore from point to point, as the boat varied her direction, in the vain and desperate hope of being able to render, though they knew not how, some assistance to the sufferers. But the distracted father, urged on by the wild energy of despair, outrode them all,
as they made, on one occasion, for a rising ground near Carradale, from whence a wider view of the sea could be commanded. For this height Macpherson now pushed, and gained it just in time to see his gallant sons, with their little bark, buried in the waves. He had not taken his station an instant on the height, when the Catherine went down, and all on board perished. The distracted father, when he had seen the last of his unfortunate sons, covered his eyes with his hands, and for a moment gave way to the bitter agony that racked his soul. His manly breast heaved with emotion, and that most affecting of all sounds, the audible sorrowing of a strong man, might have been heard at a great distance. It was, however, of short continuance. Macpherson prayed to his God to strengthen him in this dread hour of trial, and to enable him to bear with becoming fortitude the affliction with which it had pleased him to visit him. And the distressed man derived comfort from the appeal. "My brave, my beautiful boys," he said, "you are now with your God, and have entered, I trust, on a life of everlasting happiness." Saying this, he rode slowly from the fatal spot from which he had witnessed the death of his children. It was at this moment, and while musing on the misfortune that had befallen him, that the strange occurrence of the preceding night recurred, for the first time, to Macpherson's mind. It was obtruded on his recollection by the force of association. Can it be possible, he inquired of himself, that the appearances of last night can have any connection with the dreadful events of today? It must be so, he said, for 3 of the lights of my eyes, 3 of the guiding stars of my life, have been this day extinguished. Thus reasoned Macpherson, and in the mysterious lights which he had seen, he saw that the doom of his children had been announced. But there were 7, he recollected, and his heart sunk within him as he thought of the 3 gallant boys who were still spared to him. One of them, the youngest, was at home with himself. The other 2 were in the army, soldiers in the 42nd Regiment, which then boasted of many privates of birth and education. Macpherson, however, still kept the appalling secret of the mysterious lights to himself, and determined to await, with resignation, the fulfillment of the destiny which had been read to him, and which he now felt convinced to be inevitable. The gallant regiment to which Macpherson's sons belonged was, at this period, abroad on active service. It was in America, and formed a part of the army which was employed in resisting the encroachments of the French on the British territories in that quarter. The 42nd had, during the campaigns in the Western world of that period, viz. in 1754 and 1758, distinguished themselves in many a sanguinary contest for their singular bravery and general good conduct, and the fame of their exploits rung through their native glens and was spread far and wide over their hills and mountains. For dear was the honour of their gallant regiment to the warlike Highlanders. Many accounts had arrived from time to time in the country of their achievements, and joyfully were they received. But on the very day after the loss of the Catherine, a low murmur began to arise, in that part of the country which is the scene of our story, of some dreadful disaster having befallen the national regiment. No one could say of what nature this calamity was, but a buzz went round, whose ominous whispering of fearful slaughter made the friends of the absent soldiers turn pale. Mothers and sisters wept, and fathers and brothers looked grave and shook their heads. The rumour bore that, though there had been no loss of honour, there had been a dreadful loss of life. Nay, it was said that the regiment had made a mighty acquisition to its fame, but that it had been dearly bought. At length, however, the truth arrived, in a distinct and intelligible shape. The well-known and sanguinary affair of Ticonderoga had been fought, and in that murderous contest, the 42nd Regiment, which had behaved with a gallantry unmatched before in the annals of war, had suffered dreadfully. No less than 43 officers, commissioned and non-commissioned, and 603 privates, having been killed and wounded in that corps alone. To many a heart and home in the Highlands did this disastrous though glorious intelligence bring desolation and mourning, and amongst those on whom it brought these dismal effects was Macpherson of Morvain. On the 3rd day after the occurrence of the events related at the outset of our narrative, a letter which had come, in the first instance, to a gentleman in the neighbourhood, and who also had a son in the 42nd, was put into Macpherson's hands by a servant of the former. The man looked feelingly grave as he delivered it, and hurried away before it was opened. The letter was sealed with black wax. Poor Macpherson's hand trembled as he opened it. It was from the captain of the company to which his sons belonged, informing him that both had fallen in the attack on Ticonderoga. There was an attempt in the letter to soothe the unfortunate father's feelings and to reconcile him to the loss of his gallant boys in a lengthened detail of their heroic conduct during the sanguinary struggle. "Nobly," said the writer, "did your two brave sons maintain the honour of their country in the bloody strife." Both Hugh and Alistair fell, their broadswords in their hands, on the very ramparts of Ticonderoga, whither they had fought their way with a dauntlessness of heart and a strength of arm that might have excited the envy and admiration of the son of Fingal. In this account of the noble conduct of his sons, the broken-hearted father did find some consolation. "Thank God," he exclaimed, though in a tremulous voice, "my brave boys have done their duty, and died as became their name, with their swords in their hands, and their enemies in their front." But there was one circumstance mentioned in the letter that affected the poor father more than all the rest. This was the intimation that the writer had in his hands a sum of money and a gold brooch which his son Alistair had bequeathed, the first to his father, the latter to his mother, as a token of remembrance. These, he said, had been deposited with him by the young man previous to the engagement, under a presentiment that he should fall. When he had finished the perusal of the letter, Macpherson sought his wife, whom he found weeping bitterly, for she had already learned the fate of her sons. On entering the apartment where she was, he flung his arms around her in an agony of grief, and choking with emotion, exclaimed that two more of his fair lights had been extinguished by the hand of heaven. "One yet remains," he said, "but that too must soon pass away from before mine eyes. His doom is sealed, but God's will be done." "What mean ye, John?" said his sobbing wife, struck with the prophetic tone of his speech. "Is the measure of our sorrows not yet filled? Are we to lose him too, who is now our only stay, my fair-haired Ian? Why this foreboding of more evil? And whence have you it, John?" she said, now looking her husband steadfastly in the face, and with an expression of alarm that indicated that entire belief in supernatural intelligence regarding coming events, then so general in the Highlands. Urged by his wife, who implored him to tell her whence he had the tidings of her Ian's approaching fate, Macpherson related to her the circumstance of the mysterious lights. "But there were 7, John," she said, when he had concluded. "How comes that? Our children were but 6. And immediately added, as if some fearful conviction had suddenly forced itself on her mind, "God grant that the 7th light may have meant me." "God forbid!" exclaimed her husband, on whose mind a similar conviction, with that with which his wife was impressed, now obtruded itself for the first time. That conviction was that he himself was indicated by the 7th light. But neither of the sorrowing pair communicated their fears to the other. 2 days subsequent to this, the fair hair of Ian was seen floating on the surface of a deep pool in the water of Bran, a small river that ran past the house of Morvan. By what accident the poor boy had fallen into the river was never ascertained, but the pool in which his body was found was known to have been one of his favorite fishing stations. One only of the mysterious lights now remained without its counterpart, but this was not long wanting. Ere the week had expired, Macpherson was killed by a fall from his horse when returning from the funeral of his son, and the symbolical prophecy was fulfilled, and thus concludes the story of the 7 Lights. The Spectral Coach of Blackadon. You have heard of such a spirit, and well you know, the superstitious idle-headed eld received and did deliver to our age this tale of Herne the Hunter for a truth. Merry Wives of Windsor, the old vicarage house at Talland, as seen from the Loo Road, its low roof and grey walls peeping prettily from between the dense boughs of ash and elm that environed it, was as picturesque an object as you could desire to see.
The seclusion of its situation was enhanced by the character of the house itself. It was an odd-looking, old-fashioned building, erected apparently in an age when asceticism and self-denial were more in vogue than at present, with a stern disregard of the comfort of the inhabitant and in utter contempt of received principles of taste. As if not secure enough in its retirement, a high wall, enclosing a courtelage in front, effectually protected its inmates from the prying passenger and only revealed the upper part of the house, with its small Gothic windows, its slated roof, and heavy chimneys, partly hidden by the evergreen shrubs which grew in the enclosure. Such was it until its removal a few years since. And such was it as it lay sweetly in the shadows of an autumnal evening 130 years ago, when a stranger in the garb of a country labourer knocked hesitatingly at the wicket gate which conducted to the court. After a little delay, a servant girl appeared, and finding that the countryman bore a message to the vicar, admitted him within the walls, and conducted him along a paved passage to the little, low, damp parlour, where sat the good man. The Reverend Mr. Dodge was, in many respects, a remarkable man. You would have judged as much of him as he sat before the fire in his high-backed chair, in an attitude of thought, arranging, it may have been, the heads of his next Sabbath's discourse. His heavy eyebrows throwing into shade his spacious eyes, and indeed the whole contour of his face, marked him as a man of great firmness of character and of much moral and personal courage. His suit of sober black and full-bottomed periwig also added to his dignity and gave him an appearance of greater age. He was then verging on 60. The time and the place gave him abundant exercise for the qualities we have mentioned, for many of his parishioners obtained their livelihood by the contraband trade, and were mostly men of unscrupulous and daring character, little likely to bear with patience reflections on the dishonesty of their calling. Nevertheless, the vicar was fearless in reprehending it, and his frank exhortations were at least listened to on account of the simple honesty of the man and his well-known kindness of heart. The eccentricity of his life, too, had a wonderful effect in procuring him the respect, not to say the awe, of a people superstitious in a more than ordinary degree. Ghosts in those days had more freedom accorded them, or had more business with the visible world than at present, and the parson was frequently required by his parishioners to draw from the uneasy spirit the dread secret which troubled it, or by the aid of the solemn prayers of the church to set it at rest forever. Mr. Dodge had a fame as an exorcist, which was not confined to the bounds of his parish, nor limited to the age in which he lived. "Well, my good man, what brings you hither?" said the clergyman to the messenger. "A letter, may it please your reverence, from Mr. Mills of Lanreath," said the countryman, handing him a letter. Mr. Dodge opened it and read as follows. "My dear brother Dodge, I have ventured to trouble you at the earnest request of my parishioners, with a matter of which some particulars have doubtless reached you, and which has caused and is causing much terror in my neighbourhood. For its fuller explication, I will be so tedious as to recount to you the whole of this strange story, as it has reached my ears, for as yet I have not satisfied my eyes of its truth. It has been told me by men of honest and good report, witnesses of a portion of what they relate, with such strong assurances that it behoves us to look more closely into the matter. There is in the neighbourhood of this village a barren bit of moor which had no owner, or rather more than one, for the lords of the adjoining manors debated its ownership between themselves, and both determined to take it from the poor, who have for many years past regarded it as a common. And truly, it is little to the credit of these gentlemen that they should strive for a thing so worthless as scarce to bear the cost of law, and yet of no mean value to poor labouring people. The two litigants, however, contested it with as much violence as if it had been a field of great price, and especially one, an old man, whose thoughts should have been less set on earthly possessions, which he was soon to leave, had so set his heart on the success of his suit, that the loss of it, a few years back, is said to have much hastened his death. Nor indeed after death, if current reports are worthy of credit, does he quit his claim to it. For at night time his apparition is seen on the moor, to the great terror of the neighbouring villagers. A public path leads by at no great distance from the spot, and on divers occasions has the labourer, returning from his work,
been frightened nigh unto lunacy by sight and sounds of a very dreadful character. The appearance is said to be that of a man habited in black, driving a carriage drawn by headless horses. This is, I avow, very marvelous to believe, but it has had so much credible testimony and has gained so many believers in my parish that some steps seem necessary to allay the excitement it causes. I have been applied to for this purpose, and my present business is to ask your assistance in this matter, either to reassure the minds of the country people, if it be only a simple terror, or, if there be truth in it, to set the troubled spirit of the man at rest. My messenger, who is an industrious, trustworthy man, will give you more information if it be needed, for from report he is acquainted with most of the circumstances, and will bring back your advice and promise of assistance. Not doubting of your help herein, I do with my very hearty commendation commit you to God's protection and blessing, and am your very loving brother, Abraham Mills. This remarkable note was read and reread, while the countryman sat watching its effects on the parson's countenance, and was surprised that it changed not from its usual sedate and settled character. Turning at length to the man, Mr. Dodge inquired, "Are you, then, acquainted with my good friend Mills?" "I should know him, sir," replied the messenger, "having been sexton to the parish for 14 years, and being, with my family, much beholden to the kindness of the rector." "You are also not without some knowledge of the circumstances related in this letter. Have you been an eye-witness to any of those strange sights?" "For myself, sir, I have been on the road at all hours of the night and day, and never did I see anything which I could call worse than myself. One night my wife and I were awoke by the rattle of wheels, which was also heard by some of our neighbors, and we are all assured that it could have been no other than the black coach. We have every day such stories told in the villages by so many creditable persons, that it would not be proper in a plain, ignorant man like me to doubt it." "And how far," asked the clergyman, "is the moor from Lanreath?" "About 2 miles, and please your reverence. The whole parish is so frightened that few will venture far after nightfall, for it has of late come much nearer the village. A man who is esteemed a sensible and pious man by many, though an Anabaptist in principle, went a few weeks back to the moor, 'tis called Blackadon, at midnight, in order to lay the spirit, being requested thereto by his neighbours, and he was so alarmed at what he saw that he hath been somewhat mazed ever since. A fitting punishment for his presumption, if it hath not quite demented him," said the parson. "These persons are like those addressed by St. Chrysostom, fitly called the golden-mouthed, who said, 'Miserable wretches that ye be, ye cannot expel a flea, much less a devil.' It will be well if it serves no other purpose but to bring back these stray sheep to the fold of the church." "So this story has gained much belief in the parish?" "Most believe it, sir, as rightly they should. What hath so many witnesses?" said the sexton. "Though there be some, chiefly young men, who set up for being wiser than their fathers, and refuse to credit it, though it be sworn to on the book." "If those things are disbelieved, friend," said the parson, "and without inquiry, which your disbeliever is ever the first to shrink from, of what worth is human testimony? That ghosts have returned to the earth, either for the discovery of murder, or to make restitution for other injustice committed in the flesh, or compelled thereto by the incantations of sorcery, or to communicate tidings from another world, has been testified to in all ages, and many are the accounts which have been left us both in sacred and profane authors. Did not Brutus, when in Asia, as is related by Plutarch, see—" Just at this moment the parson's handmaid announced that a person waited on him in the kitchen, or the good clergyman would probably have detailed all those cases in history, general and biblical, with which his reading had acquainted him. Not much, we fear, to the edification and comfort of the sexton, who had to return to Lanreath, a long and dreary road, after nightfall. So, instead, he directed the girl to take him with her, and give him such refreshment as he needed, and in the meanwhile he prepared a note in answer to Mr. Mills, informing him that on the morrow he was to visit some sick persons in his parish, but that on the following evening he should be ready to proceed with him to the moor. On the night appointed, the 2 clergymen left the Lanreath rectory on horseback, and reached the moor at 11 o'clock. Bleak and dismal did it look by day, But then there was the distant landscape dotted over with pretty homesteads to relieve its desolation. Now, nothing was seen but the black patch of sterile moor on which they stood. Nothing heard but the wind as it swept in gusts across the bare hill and howled dismally through a stunted grove of trees that grew in a glen below them, except the occasional baying of dogs from the farmhouses in the distance. That they felt at ease is more than could be expected of them. But as it would have shown a lack of faith in the protection of heaven, which it would have been unseemly in men of their holy calling to exhibit, they managed to conceal from each other their uneasiness. Leading their horses, they trod to and fro through the damp fern and heath with firmness in their steps, and upheld each other by remarks on the power of that great being whose ministers they were, and the might of whose name they were there to make manifest. Still slowly and dismally passed the time as they conversed, and anon stopped to look through the darkness for the approach of their ghostly visitor. In vain. Though the night was as dark and murky as ghost could wish, the coach and its driver came not. After a considerable stay, the two clergymen consulted together and determined that it was useless to watch any longer for that night, but that they would meet on some other, when perhaps it might please his ghost ship to appear. Accordingly, with a few words of leave-taking, they separated, Mr. Mills for the rectory, and Mr. Dodge by a short ride across the moor, which shortened his journey by half a mile, for the vicarage at Talland. The vicar rode on at an ambling pace, which his good mare sustained uphill and down vale without urging. At the bottom of a deep valley, however, about a mile from Blackadon, the animal became very uneasy, pricked up her ears, snorted, and moved from side to side of the road, as if something stood in the path before her. The parson tightened the reins and applied whip and spur to her sides. But the animal, usually docile, became very unruly, made several attempts to turn, and, when prevented, threw herself upon her haunches. Whip and spur were applied again and again, to no other purpose than to add to the horse's terror. To the rider nothing was apparent which could account for the sudden restiveness of his beast. He dismounted, and attempted in turns to lead or drag her, but both were impracticable, and attended with no small risk of snapping the reins. She was remounted with great difficulty, and another attempt was made to urge her forward, with the like want of success. At length, the eccentric clergyman, judging it to be some special signal from heaven, which it would be dangerous to neglect, threw the reins on the neck of his steed, which, wheeling suddenly round, started backward in a direction towards the moor, at a pace which rendered the parson's seat neither a pleasant nor a safe one. In an astonishingly short space of time, they were once more at Blackadon. By this time, the bare outline of the moor was broken by a large black group of objects, which the darkness of the night prevented the parson from defining. On approaching this unaccountable appearance, the mare was seized with fresh fury, and it was with considerable difficulty that she could be brought to face this new cause of fright. In the pauses of the horse's prancing, the vicar discovered to his horror the much-dreaded spectacle of the black coach and the headless steeds, and, terrible to relate, his friend Mr. Mills lying prostrate on the ground before the sable driver. Little time was left him to call up his courage for this fearful emergency. For just as the vicar began to give utterance to the earnest prayers which struggled to his lips, the spectre shouted, "Dodge is come! I must be gone!" and forthwith leaped into his chariot and disappeared across the moor. The fury of the mare now subsided, and Mr. Dodge was enabled to approach his friend, who was lying motionless and speechless, with his face buried in the heather. Meanwhile, the rector's horse, which had taken fright at the apparition, and had thrown his rider to the ground on or near the spot where we have left him lying, made homeward at a furious speed, and stopped not until he had reached his stable door. The sound of his hoofs, as he galloped madly through the village, awoke the cottagers, many of whom had been some hours in their beds. Many eager faces, staring with affright, gathered round the rectory, and added, by their various conjectures, to the terror and apprehensions of the family. The villagers, gathering courage as their numbers increased, agreed to go in search of the missing clergyman, and started off in a compact body, a few on horseback, but the greater number on foot, in the direction of Blackadon. There they discovered their rector, supported in the arms of Parson Dodge,
and recovered so far as to be able to speak. Still, there was a wildness in his eye and an incoherency in his speech that showed that his reason was, at least, temporarily unsettled by the fright. In this condition he was taken to his home, followed by his reverend companion.
Here ended this strange adventure. For Mr. Mills soon completely regained his reason, Parson Dodge got safely back to Talland, and from that time to this nothing has been heard or seen of the Black Ghost or his chariot. Drake's Drum by William Hunt. Sir Francis Drake, who appears to have been especially befriended by his demon, is said to drive at night a black hearse drawn by headless horses and urged on by running devils and yelping, headless dogs, through Jump, on the road from Tavistock to Plymouth. Sir Francis, according to tradition, was enabled to destroy the Spanish Armada by the aid of the devil. The old admiral went to Devil's Point, a well-known promontory jutting into Plymouth Sound. He there cut pieces of wood into the water, and by the power of magic and the assistance of his demon, these became at once well-armed gunboats. Queen Elizabeth gave Sir Francis Drake Buckland Abbey, and on every hand we hear of Drake and his familiars. An extensive building attached to the abbey, which was no doubt used as barns and stables after the place had been deprived of its religious character, was said to have been built by the devil in 3 nights. After the first night, the butler, astonished at the work done, resolved to watch and see how it was performed. Consequently, on the second night, he mounted into a large tree and hid himself between the forks of its 5 branches. At midnight, the devil came, driving several teams of oxen, and as some of them were lazy, he plucked this tree from the ground and used it as a goad. The poor butler lost his senses and never recovered them. Drake constructed the channel, carrying the waters from Dartmoor to Plymouth. Tradition says he went with his demon to Dartmoor, walked into Plymouth, and the waters followed him. Even now, as old Betty Donithorne, formerly the housekeeper at Buckland Abbey, told me, if the warrior hears the drum which hangs in the hall of the abbey, and which accompanied him round the world, he rises and has a revel. Some few years since a small box was found in a closet which had been long closed, containing, it is supposed, family papers. This was to be sent to the residence of the inheritor of this property. The carriage was at the abbey door, and a man easily lifted the box into it. The owner having taken his seat, the coachman attempted to start his horses, but in vain. They would not. They could not move. More horses were brought, and then the heavy farm horses, and eventually all the oxen. They were powerless to start the carriage. At length a mysterious voice was heard, declaring that the box could never be moved from Buckland Abbey. It was taken from the carriage easily by one man, and a pair of horses galloped off with the carriage. The Spectre Bridegroom by William Hunt Long. Long ago a farmer named Lianhan lived in Botathen. He had but one son, Frank Lianhan, who was indulged into waywardness by both his parents. In addition to the farm servants, there was one, a young girl, Nancy Trenoweth, who especially assisted Mrs. Lianhan in all the various duties of a small farmhouse. Nancy Trenoweth was very pretty, and although perfectly uneducated, in the sense in which we now employ the term education, she possessed many native graces, and she had acquired much knowledge, really useful to one whose aspirations would probably never rise higher than to be mistress of a farm of a few acres. Educated by parents who had certainly never seen the world beyond Penzance, her ideas of the world were limited to a few miles around the Land's End. But although her book of nature was a small one, it had deeply impressed her mind with its influences. The wild waste, the small but fertile valley, the rugged hills, with their crowns of cairns, the moors rich in the golden furs and the purple heath, the sea-beaten cliffs and the silver sands, were the pages she had studied, under the guidance of a mother who conceived, in the sublimity of her ignorance, that everything in nature was the home of some spirit form. The soul of the girl was imbued with the deeply religious dye of her mother's mind, whose religion was only a sense of an unknown world immediately beyond our own. The elder Nancy Trenoweth exerted over the villagers around her considerable power.
They did not exactly fear her. She was too free from evil for that, but they were conscious of a mental superiority and yielded without complaining to her sway. The result of this was that the younger Nancy, although compelled to service, always exhibited some pride from a feeling that her mother was a superior woman to any around her. She never felt herself inferior to her master and mistress, yet she complained not of being in subjection to them. There were so many interesting features in the character of this young servant girl that she became in many respects like a daughter to her mistress. There was no broad line of division in those days, in even the manorial hall between the lord and his domestics, and still less defined was the position of the employer and the employed in a small farmhouse. Consequent on this condition of things, Frank Lianhan and Nancy were thrown as much together as if they had been brother and sister. Frank was rarely checked in anything by his over-fond parents, who were especially proud of their son, since he was regarded as the handsomest young man in the parish. Frank conceived a very warm attachment for Nancy, and she was not a little proud of her lover. Although it was evident to all the parish that Frank and Nancy were seriously devoted to each other, the young man's parents were blind to it, and were taken by surprise when one day Frank asked his father and mother to consent to his marrying Nancy. The Lianhans had allowed their son to have his own way from his youth up. And now, in a matter which brought into play the strongest of human feelings, they were angry because he refused to bend to their wills. The old man felt it would be a degradation for a Lianhan to marry a Trenoweth, and, in the most unreasoning manner, he resolved it should never be. The first act was to send Nancy home to Alcia Mill, where her parents resided. The next was an imperious command to his son never again to see the girl. The commands of the old are generally powerless upon the young, where the affairs of the heart are concerned. So were they upon Frank. He who was rarely seen of an evening beyond the garden of his father's cottage was now as constantly absent from his home. The house, which was wont to be a pleasant one, was strangely altered. A gloom had fallen over all things. The father and son rarely met as friends. The mother and her boy had now a feeling of reserve. Often there were angry altercations between the father and son, and the mother felt she could not become the defender of her boy. In his open acts of disobedience, his bold defiance of his parents' commands. Rarely an evening passed that did not find Nancy and Frank together in some retired nook. The Holy Well was a favorite meeting place, and here the most solemn vows were made. Locks of hair were exchanged. A wedding ring, taken from the finger of a corpse, was broken, when they vowed that they would be united either dead or alive, and they even climbed at night the granite pile at Trerin, and swore by the Logan Rock the same strong vow. Time passed onward unhappily, and as the result of the endeavors to quench out the passion by force, it grew stronger under the repressing power, and, like imprisoned steam, eventually burst through all restraint. Nancy's parents discovered at length that moonlight meetings between two untrained, impulsive youths had a natural result, and they were now doubly earnest in their endeavors to compel Frank to marry their daughter. The elder Lianhan could not be brought to consent to this, and he firmly resolved to remove his son entirely from what he considered the hateful influences of the Trenoweths. He resolved to go to Plymouth, to take his son with him, and, if possible, to send him away to sea, hoping thus to wean him from his folly, as he considered this love madness. Frank, poor fellow, with the best intentions, was not capable of any sustained effort, and consequently he at length succumbed to his father, and, to escape his persecution, he entered a ship bound for India and bade adieu to his native land. Frank could not write, and this happened in days when letters could be forwarded only with extreme difficulty. Consequently, Nancy never heard from her lover. A babe had been born into a troublesome world, and the infant became a real solace to the young mother. As the child grew, it became an especial favorite with its grandmother. The elder Nancy rejoiced over the little prattler and forgot her cause of sorrow. Young Nancy lived for her child and on the memory of its father. Subdued in spirit she was. But her affliction had given force to her character, and she had been heard to declare that wherever Frank might be, she was ever present with him, whatever might be the temptations of the hour, that her influence was all-powerful over him for good.
She felt that no distance could separate their souls, that no time could be long enough to destroy the bond between them. A period of distress fell upon the Trenowiths, and it was necessary that Nancy should leave her home once more and go again into service. Her mother took charge of the babe, and she found a situation in the village of Kimyal, in the parish of Paul. Nancy, like her mother, contrived by force of character to maintain an ascendancy amongst her companions. She had formed an acquaintance, which certainly never grew into friendship, with some of the daughters of the small farmers around. These girls were all full of the superstitions of the time and place. The winter was coming on, and nearly 3 years had passed away since Frank Lianhan left his country. As yet there was no sign, nor father, nor mother, nor maiden had heard of him, and they all sorrowed over his absence. The Lianhans desired to have Nancy's child, but the Trenowiths would not part with it. They went so far even as to endeavor to persuade Nancy to live again with them, but Nancy was not at all disposed to submit to their wishes. It was All Hallows' Eve, and 2 of Nancy's companions persuaded her, no very difficult task, to go with them and sow hemp seed. At midnight, the 3 maidens stole out, unperceived, into Kimyal town place to perform their incantation. Nancy was the first to sow, the others being less bold than she. Boldly she advanced, saying as she scattered the seed, "Hemp seed I sow thee, hemp seed grow thee, and he who will my true love be, come after me and shaw thee." This was repeated 3 times, when looking back over her left shoulder she saw Lianhan, but he looked so angry that she shrieked with fear and broke the spell. One of the other girls, however, resolved now to make trial of the spell, and the result of her labors was the vision of a white coffin. Fear now fell on all, and they went home sorrowful, to spend, each one, a sleepless night. November came with its storms, and during one terrific night, a large vessel was thrown upon the rocks in Burnowhall Cliff, and beaten by the impetuous waves, she was soon in pieces. Amongst the bodies of the crew washed ashore, nearly all of whom had perished, was Frank Lianhan. He was not dead when found, but the only words he lived to speak were begging the people to send for Nancy Trenowith, that he might make her his wife before he died. Rapidly sinking, Frank was borne by his friends on a litter to Botathen, but he died as he reached the town place. His parents, overwhelmed in their own sorrows, thought nothing of Nancy, and without her knowing that Lianhan had returned, the poor fellow was laid in his last bed in Buryan churchyard. On the night of the funeral, Nancy went, as was her custom, to lock the door of the house, and as was her custom too, she looked out into the night. At this instant, a horseman rode up in hot haste, called her by name, and hailed her in a voice that chilled her blood. The voice was the voice of Lianhan. She could never forget that, and the horse she now saw was her sweetheart's favorite colt, on which he had often ridden at night to Elsia. The rider was imperfectly seen, but he looked very sorrowful and deathly pale. Still Nancy knew him to be Frank Lianhan. He told her that he had just arrived home, and that the first moment he was at liberty, he had taken horse to fetch his loved one, and to make her his bride. Nancy's excitement was so great that she was easily persuaded to spring on the horse behind him, that they might reach his home before the morning. When she took Lianhan's hand, a cold shiver passed through her, and as she grasped his waist to secure herself in her seat, her arm became as stiff as ice. She lost all power of speech and suffered deep fear, yet she knew not why. The moon had arisen, and now burst out in a full flood of light through the heavy clouds which had obscured it. The horse pursued its journey with great rapidity, and whenever in weariness it slackened its speed, the peculiar voice of the rider aroused its drooping energies. Beyond this, no word was spoken since Nancy had mounted behind her lover. They now came to Trove Bottom, where there was no bridge at that time. They dashed into the river. The moon shone full in their faces. Nancy looked into the stream and saw that the rider was in a shroud and other grave clothes. She now knew that she was being carried away by a spirit, yet she had no power to save herself. Indeed, the inclination to do so did not exist. On went the horse at a furious pace until they came to the blacksmith's shop near Buryan Church Town. when she knew by the light from the forge, fire thrown across the road, that the smith was still at his labours. She now recovered speech. "Save me! Save me! Save me!" she cried with all her might. The smith sprang from the door of the smithy with a red-hot iron in his hand, and as the horse rushed by, caught the woman's dress and pulled her to the ground. The spirit, however, also seized Nancy's dress in one hand, and his grasp was like that of a vice. The horse passed like the wind, and Nancy and the smith were pulled down as far as the old almshouses near the churchyard. Here the horse for a moment stopped. The smith seized that moment, and with his hot iron burned off the dress from the rider's hand, thus saving Nancy, more dead than alive, while the rider passed over the wall of the churchyard and vanished on the grave in which Lianhan had been laid but a few hours before. The smith took Nancy into his shop, and he soon aroused some of his neighbours, who took the poor girl back to Alcia. Her parents laid her on her bed. She spoke no word, but to ask for her child, to request her mother to give up her child to Lianhan's parents, and her desire to be buried in his grave. Before the morning light fell on the world, Nancy had breathed her last breath. A horse was seen that night to pass through the church town like a ball from a musket, and in the morning Lianhan's colt was found dead in Burno Hall Cliff, covered with foam, its eyes forced from its head, and its swollen tongue hanging out of its mouth. On Lianhan's grave was found the piece of Nancy's dress, which was left in the spirit's hand when the smith burnt her from his grasp. It is said that one or two of the sailors who survived the wreck related after the funeral how on the 30th of October at night Lianhan was like one mad. They could scarcely keep him in the ship. He seemed more asleep than awake, and after great excitement he fell as if dead upon the deck, and lay so for hours. When he came to himself, he told them that he had been taken to the village of Kimyel, and that if he ever married the woman who had cast the spell, he would make her suffer the longest day she had to live for drawing his soul out of his body. Poor Nancy was buried in Lianhan's grave, and her companion in sowing hempseed, who saw the white coffin, slept beside her within the year. The Pool in the Graveyard by Greville MacDonald. By this corner of the graveyard the Red Dawn discovered to Jonas a little pool of clear water, with mosses and parsley ferns all around it, and so clear and cool-looking that he must drink. The larger part of it was still shadowed by the wall. On knees and hands, he put his lips to it and drank. The refreshment was wonderful. He rose with a sense that he should find the lost sheep yet and bring her home. He looked down once more into the clear pool. It was wider than he had thought. Indeed, he had been mistaken. It was a great tarn on the mountainside. Then he saw that wonderful things were happening on the face of and all round the water. What appeared to be little glowworms were lying motionless in groups on the mosses in a still-shadowed region by the side of the water. From beneath a low arch in the wall, where the water was slowly flowing away in a river, there came, against stream and wave and wind, a fishing boat. Its great red sail was spread, and its pennant shone silvery blue in the sun. It came alongside a pier of mossy stones and cast anchor. From it leapt 12 strong young fishermen, all with bright faces. They took up the little creatures with the glowing lights and carried them aboard, then back again to other groups, until all were gathered in. For they were all sleeping human forms, close wrapped in grave clothes, but with their light still living, as might be seen by anyone who had suffered. When all was safe aboard, the men cast off, and the boat disappeared under the arch. The Lianhan Shee by Will Carleton. One summer evening, Mary Sullivan was sitting at her own well-swept hearthstone, knitting feet to a pair of sheep's grey stockings for Bartley, her husband. It was one of those serene evenings in the month of June, when the decline of day assumes a calmness and repose, resembling what we might suppose to have irradiated Eden when our first parents sat in it before their fall. The beams of the sun shone through the windows in clear shafts of amber light, exhibiting millions of those atoms which float to the naked eye within its mild radiance. The dog lay barking in his dream at her feet, and the grey cat sat purring placidly upon his back, from which even his occasional agitation did not dislodge her. Mrs. Sullivan was the wife of a wealthy farmer and niece to the Reverend Felix O'Rourke. Her kitchen was consequently large, comfortable, and warm. Over where she sat, jutted out the brace well lined with bacon. To the right hung a well-scoured salt box, and to the left was the jam, with its little paneless window to admit the light. Within it hung several ash rungs, seasoning for flail souples or boltines, a dozen of eel skins and several stripes of horse skin as hangings for them. The dresser was a parfait white, and well furnished with the usual appurtenances. Over the door and on the threshold were nailed, for luck, 2 horseshoes that had been found by accident. In a little hole in the wall, beneath the salt box, lay a bottle of holy water to keep the place purified, and against the copestone of the gable, on the outside, grew a large lump of house leek, as a specific for sore eyes and other maladies. In the corner of the garden were a few stalks of tansy, to kill the thieving worms in the childer, the craters, together with a little rosanoble, Solomon's seal, and bugloss, each for some medicinal purpose. The lime wather Mrs. Sullivan could make herself, and the bogbane for the linrow or heartburn grew in their own meadow drain, so that in fact she had within her reach a very decent pharmacopoeia, perhaps as harmless as that of the profession itself. Lying on the top of the salt box was a bunch of fairy flax, and sewed in the folds of her own scapula was the dust of what had once been a 4-leaved shamrock, an invaluable specific for seeing the good people, if they happened to come within the bounds of vision. Over the door in the inside, over the beds, and over the cattle in the outhouses, were placed branches of withered palm that had been consecrated by the priest on Palm Sunday. And when the cows happened to calve, this good woman tied, with her own hands, a woolen thread about their tails, to prevent them from being overlooked by evil eyes, or elf-shot by the fairies, who seemed to possess a peculiar power over females of every species during the period of parturition. It is unnecessary to mention the variety of charms which she possessed for that obsolete malady, the colic, for toothache, headaches, or for removing warts and taking motes out of the eyes. Let it suffice to inform our readers that she was well stocked with them, and that in addition to this, she, together with her husband, drank a potion made up and administered by an herb doctor, for preventing forever the slightest misunderstanding or quarrel between man and wife. Whether it produced this desirable object or not, our readers may conjecture when we add that the herb doctor, after having taken a very liberal advantage of their generosity, was immediately compelled to disappear from the neighborhood in order to avoid meeting with Bartley, who had a sharp lookout for him, not exactly on his own account, but in regard, he said, that it had no effect upon Mary at all, whilst Mary, on the other hand, admitted its efficacy upon herself, but maintained that Bartley was worse nor ever after it. Such was Mary Sullivan, as she sat at her own hearth, quite alone, engaged as we have represented her. What she may have been meditating on, we cannot pretend to ascertain. But after some time she looked sharply into the backstone, or hob, with an air of anxiety and alarm. By and by she suspended her knitting, and listened with much earnestness, leaning her right ear over to the hob, from whence the sounds to which she paid such deep attention proceeded. At length she crossed herself devoutly and exclaimed, "Queen of saints about us, is it back ye are? Well, sure there's no use in talking because they say you know what's said of you, or to you, and we may as well spake yez fair. Hem, musha yez are welcome back, crickets of our Nini. I hope that not like the last visit ye paid us, yez are coming for luck now. Mulleen died anyway, soon after your other cale ye crathers ye. Here's the bread, and the salt, and the mail for yez, and we wish ye well." "Eh? Saints above! If it isn't listening they are just like a Christian. Wirra, but ye are the wise and the quare crathers all out." She then shook a little holy water over the hob, and muttered to herself an Irish charm or prayer against the evils which crickets are often supposed by the peasantry to bring with them, and requested, still in the words of the charm, that their presence might, on that occasion, rather be a presage of good fortune to man and beast belonging to her. There now, ye donans ye, sure ye can't say that you're ill-thrated here anyhow, or ever was mocked or made game of in the same family. You have got your hansel, and full and plenty of it, hoping at the same time that you'll have no raisin in life to cut our best clothes from revenge. Sure, and I didn't deserve to have my brave stuff long body riddled the way it was the last time ye were here, and only BK's little Barney, that has but the sense of a gorsoon, to'd use in a joke to pack off with yourselves somewhere else. Musha, never heed what the likes of him says. Sure, he's but a cawdy. That doesn't mean ill, only the bitter diversion we'd yes. She then resumed her knitting, occasionally stopping as she changed her needles, to listen with her ear set, as if she wished to augur from the nature of their chirping, whether they came for good or evil. This, however, seemed to be beyond her faculty of translating their language, for after sagely shaking her head 2 or 3 times, she knit more busily than before. At this moment, the shadow of a person passing the house darkened the window opposite which she sat, and immediately a tall female of a wild dress and aspect entered the kitchen. "Go manhi dia good, a ban choher, the blessing of goodness upon you, decent woman," said Mrs. Sullivan, addressing her in those kindly phrases so peculiar to the Irish language. Instead of making her any reply, however, the woman, whose eye glistened with a wild depth of meaning, exclaimed in low tones, apparently of much anguish, "Hushed, hushed, Darum, hushed, hushed, I say, let me alone. I will do it, will you hushed? I will, I say, I will. There now, that's it, be quiet, and I will do it, be quiet." And as she thus spoke, she turned her face back over her left shoulder, as if some invisible being dogged her steps, and stood bending over her. "Go manhi dea good, a ban choher, der humarisht. The blessing of God on you, honest woman, I say again," said Mrs. Sullivan, repeating that sacred form of salutation with which the peasantry address each other. "'Tis a fine evening, honest woman. Glory be to him that sent the same, and Amen. If it was cowled, I'd be axing you to draw your chair into the fire, but anyway, won't you sit down?" As she ceased speaking, the piercing eye of the strange woman became riveted on her with a glare which, whilst it startled Mrs. Sullivan, seemed full of an agony that almost abstracted her from external life. It was not, however, so wholly absorbing as to prevent it from expressing a marked interest, whether for good or evil, in the woman who addressed her so hospitably. "Hushed now, hushed," she said as if aside. "Hushed, won't you? Sure I may speak the thing to her, you said it. There now, hushed." And then, fastening her dark eyes on Mrs. Sullivan, she smiled bitterly and mysteriously. "I know you well," she said, without, however, returning the blessing contained in the usual reply to Mrs. Sullivan's salutation. "I know you well, Mary Sullivan. Hushed now, hushed. Yes, I know you well, and the power of all that you carry about you. But you'd be better than you are, and that's well enough now, if you had sense to know. What's this?" she exclaimed abruptly, with 3 distinct shrieks that seemed to be produced by sensations of sharp and piercing agony. "In the name of goodness, what's over you, honest woman?" inquired Mrs. Sullivan, as she started from her chair, and ran to her in a state of alarm, bordering on terror. "Is it sick you are?" The woman's face had got haggard, and its features distorted, but in a few minutes they resumed their peculiar expression of settled wildness and mystery. "Sick," she replied, licking her parched lips. I work, look, look!" And she pointed with a shudder that almost convulsed her whole frame to a lump that rose on her shoulders. This, be it what it might, was covered with a red cloak, closely pinned and tied with great caution about her body. "'Tis here. I have it." "Blessed Mother," exclaimed Mrs. Sullivan, tottering over to her chair, as finished a picture of horror as the eye could witness. "This day's Friday. The saints stand betwixt me and all harm. O Holy Mary, protect me. Nanimaner, in the name of the Father, etc." And she forthwith proceeded to bless herself, which she did 13 times in honor of the Blessed Virgin and the 12 Apostles. "Aye, it's as you see," replied the stranger bitterly. "It is here, hushed now, hushed, I say. I will say the thing to her, mayn't I?" "Aye, indeed, Mary Sullivan. 'Tis with me always, always." Well, no, I won't. Easy." Oh, blessed saints, easy, and I won't. In the meantime, Mrs. Sullivan had uncorked her bottle of holy water and plentifully bedewed herself with it, as a preservative against this mysterious woman and her dreadful secret. "Blessed Mother above," she ejaculated, "the Lianhan Shee." And as she spoke, with the holy water in the palm of her hand, she advanced cautiously, and with great terror, to throw it upon the stranger and the unearthly thing she bore. "Don't attempt it," shouted the other, in tones of mingled fierceness and terror. "Do you want to give me pain without keeping yourself anything at all safer? Don't you know it doesn't care about your holy water, but I'd suffer for it, and perhaps so would you?" Mrs. Sullivan, terrified by the agitated looks of the woman, drew back with affright, and threw the holy water with which she intended to purify the other on her own person. "Why thin, you lost crather? Who or what are you at all? Don't. For the sake of all the saints and angels of heaven, don't come next or near me. Keep your distance. But what are you, or how did you come to get that good thing you carry about with you?" "I, indeed," replied the woman bitterly. "As if I would or could tell you that. I say, you woman, you're doing what's not right in asking me a question you ought not let to cross your lips. Look to yourself and what's over you." The simple woman, thinking her meaning literal, almost leaped off her seat with terror and turned up her eyes to ascertain whether or not any dreadful appearance had approached her or hung over her where she sat. "Woman," said she, "I spoke you kind and fair, and I wish you well. But what?" replied the other, and her eyes kindled into deep and profound excitement, apparently upon very slight grounds. "Why, nothing at all, sure, only—" "Only what?" asked the stranger, with a face of anguish that seemed to torture every feature out of its proper lineaments. "Decent woman," said Mrs. Sullivan, whilst the hair began to stand with terror upon her head. "Sure, it's no wonder in life that I'm in a perplexity, when a Lianhan Shee is under the one roof with me. 'Tisn't that I want to know anything at all about it. The dear forbid I should. But I never heard of a person being tormented with it as you are. I always used to hear the people say that it thrated its friends well." "Husht," said the woman, looking wildly over her shoulder. "I'll not tell. It's on myself I'll leave the blame. Why will you never pity me? Am I to be night and day tormented? Oh, you're wicked and cruel for no reason." "Thry," said Mrs. Sullivan, "and bless yourself. Call on God." "Ah," shouted the other, "are you going to get me killed?" And as she uttered the words, a spasmodic working which must have occasioned great pain, even to torture, became audible in her throat. Her bosom heaved up and down, and her head was bent repeatedly on her breast, as if by force. "Don't mention that name," said she, "in my presence, except you mean to drive me to utter distraction. I mean," she continued, after considerable effort to recover her former tone and manner, "hear me with attention. I mean, woman, you, Mary Sullivan, that if you mention that holy name you might as well keep plunging sharp knives into my heart. Husht! Peace to me for 1 minute, tormentor. Spare me something. I'm in your power." "Will you ate anything?" said Mrs. Sullivan. "Poor crather, you look like hunger and distress. There's enough in the house, blessed be them that sent it. And you had better try and take some nourishment anyway." And she raised her eyes in a silent prayer of relief and ease for the unhappy woman, whose unhallowed association had, in her opinion, sealed her doom. "Will I? Will I? Oh," she replied, "may you never know misery for offering it. Oh, bring me something, some refreshment, some food, for I'm dying with hunger." Mrs. Sullivan, who with all her superstition was remarkable for charity and benevolence, immediately placed food and drink before her, which the stranger absolutely devoured, taking care occasionally to secrete under the protuberance which appeared behind her neck a portion of what she ate. This, however, she did, not by stealth, but openly, merely taking means to prevent the concealed thing from being, by any possible accident, discovered. When the craving of hunger was satisfied, she appeared to suffer less from the persecution of her tormentor than before. Whether it was, as Mrs. Sullivan thought, that the food with which she plied it appeased in some degree its irritability, or lessened that of the stranger, it was difficult to say. At all events, she became more composed. Her eyes resumed somewhat of a natural expression. Each sharp, ferocious glare, which shot from them with such intense and rapid flashes, partially disappeared. Her knit brows dilated, and part of her forehead, which had once been capacious and handsome, lost the contractions which deformed it by deep wrinkles. Altogether the change was evident, and very much relieved Mrs. Sullivan, who could not avoid observing it. "It's not that I care much about it. If you'd think it not right of me, but it's odd enough for you to keep the lower part of your face muffled up in that black cloth, and then your forehead, too, is covered down on your face a bit. If they're part of the bargain," and she shuddered at the thought, "between you and anything that's not good, I think you'd do well to throw them off of you, and turn to them that can protect you from everything that's bad. Now, a scapula would keep all the divils in hell from one, and if you'd—" On looking at the stranger, she hesitated, for the wild expression of her eyes began to return. "Don't begin my punishment again," replied the woman. "Make no Alice. Don't make mention in my presence of anything that's good. Hushed, hushed, it's beginning. Easy now, easy." "No," said she. "I came to tell you that only for my breaking a vow I made to this thing upon me, I'd be happy instead of miserable with it. I say, it's a good thing to have if the person will use this bottle," she added, producing one, "as I will direct them." "I wouldn't wish, for my part," replied Mrs. Sullivan, "to have anything to do with it, neither act nor part." And she crossed herself devoutly, on contemplating such an unholy alliance as that at which her companion hinted. "Mary Sullivan," replied the other, "I can put good fortune and happiness in the way of you and yours. It is for you the good is intended. If you don't get both, no other can." And her eyes kindled as she spoke like those of the Pyroness in the moment of inspiration. Mrs. Sullivan looked at her with awe, fear, and a strong mixture of curiosity. She had often heard that the Lianhan Shee had, through means of the person to whom it was bound, conferred wealth upon several, although it could never render this important service to those who exercised direct authority over it. She therefore experienced something like a conflict between her fears and a love of that wealth, the possession of which was so plainly intimated to her. "The money," said she, "would be one thing, but to have the Lianhan Shee planted over a body's shudder, och, the saints preserve us. No, not for oceans of hard gold would I have it in my company 1 minute. But in regard to the money, why, if it could be managed without having act or part with that thing, people would do anything in reason and fairity." "You have this day been kind to me," replied the woman, "and that's what I can't say of many. Dear help me, hushed. Every door is shut in my face. Does not every cheek get pale when I am seen? If I meet a fellow creature on the road, they turn into the field to avoid me. If I ask for food, it's to a deaf ear I speak. If I am thirsty, they send me to the river. What house would shelter me? In cold, in hunger, in drought, in storm and in tempest, I am alone and unfriended, hated, feared, and avoided, starving in the winter's cold, and burning in the summer's heat. All this is my fate here, and oh, have mercy, tormentor, have mercy. I will not lift my thoughts there, I'll keep the paction, but spare me now." She turned round as she spoke, seeming to follow an invisible object, or, perhaps, attempting to get a more complete view of the mysterious being which exercised such a terrible and painful influence over her. Mrs. Sullivan also kept her eye fixed upon the lump, and actually believed that she saw it move. Fear of incurring the displeasure of what it contained, and a superstitious reluctance harshly to thrust a person from her door who had eaten of her food, prevented her from desiring the woman to depart. "In the name of goodness," she replied, "I will have nothing to do with your gift. Providence, blessed be his name, has done well for me and mine, and it mightn't be right to go beyond what it has pleased him to give me. A rational sentiment. I mean, there's good sense in what you say," answered the stranger, "but you need not be afraid." And she accompanied the expression by holding up the bottle and kneeling. "Now," she added, "listen to me, and judge for yourself, if what I say, when I swear it, can be a lie." She then proceeded to utter oaths of the most solemn nature, the purport of which was to assure Mrs. Sullivan that drinking of the bottle would be attended with no danger. "You see this little bottle? Drink it. Oh, for my sake and your own, drink it. It will give wealth without end to you and to all belonging to you. Take 1/2 of it before sunrise, and the other half when he goes down. You must stand while drinking it, with your face to the east in the morning, and at night to the west. Will you promise to do thus?" "How would drinking the bottle get me money?" inquired Mrs. Sullivan, who certainly felt a strong tendency of heart to the wealth. "That I can't tell you now, nor would you understand it even if I could, but you will know all when what I say is complied with. Keep your bottle decent, woman. I wash my hands out of it. The saints above guard me from the temptation. I'm sure it's not right, for as I'm a sinner, 'tis getting stronger every minute within me. Keep it. I'm loth to bid anyone that ate my bread to go from my hearth, but if you go, I'll make it worth your while." "Saints above, what's coming over me? In my whole life I never had such a hankering after money. Well, well, but it's queer entirely." "Will you drink it?" asked her companion. "If it does hurt or harm to you or yours, or anything but good, may what is hanging over me be fulfilled." And she extended a thin but, considering her years, not ungraceful arm, in the act of holding out the bottle to her kind entertainer. "For the sake of all that's good and gracious, take it without scruple. It is not hurtful. A child might drink every drop that's in it. Oh, for the sake of all you love, and of all that love you, take it." And as she urged her, the tears streamed down her cheeks. "No, no," replied Mrs. Sullivan. "It'll never cross my lips. Not if it made me as rich as Ud Henderson, that airs his guineas in the sun, for 'fraid they'd get light by lying past." "I entreat you to take it," said the strange woman. "Never, never, once for all, I say I won't, so spare your breath." The firmness of the good housewife was not in fact to be shaken, so, after exhausting all the motives and arguments with which she could urge the accomplishment of her design, the strange woman, having again put the bottle into her bosom, prepared to depart. She had now once more become calm, and resumed her seat with the languid air of one who has suffered much exhaustion and excitement. She put her hand upon her forehead for a few moments, as if collecting her faculties, or endeavoring to remember the purport of their previous conversation. A slight moisture had broken through her skin, and altogether, notwithstanding her avowed criminality in entering into an unholy bond, she appeared an object of deep compassion. In a moment her manner changed again, and her eyes blazed out once more as she asked her alarmed hostess, "Again, Mary Sullivan, will you take the gift that I have it in my power to give you? Aye or no? Speak, poor mortal, if you know what is for your own good." Mrs. Sullivan's fears, however, had overcome her love of money, particularly as she thought that wealth obtained in such a manner could not prosper, her only objection being to the means of acquiring it. "Oh," said the stranger, "am I doomed never to meet with anyone who will take the promise off me by drinking of this bottle? Oh, but I am unhappy. What it is to fear, and keep his commandments. Had I done so in my youthful time, I wouldn't now. Ah, merciful mother, is there no relief? Kill me, tormentor. Kill me outright, for surely the pangs of eternity cannot be greater than those you now make me suffer." "Woman," said she, and her muscles stood out in extraordinary energy. "Woman, Mary Sullivan, aye, if you should kill me, blast me. Where I stand, I will say the word. Woman, you have daughters. Teach them to fear." Having got so far, she stopped. Her bosom heaved up and down, her frame shook dreadfully, her eyeballs became lurid and fiery, her hands were clenched, and the spasmodic throes of inward convulsion worked the white froth up to her mouth. At length, she suddenly became like a statue, with this wild, supernatural expression intense upon her, and with an awful calmness, by far more dreadful than excitement could be, concluded by pronouncing in deep husky tones the name of God. Having accomplished this with such a powerful struggle, she turned round with pale despair in her countenance and manner, and with streaming eyes slowly departed, leaving Mrs. Sullivan in a situation not at all to be envied. In a short time, the other members of the family, who had been out at their evening employments, returned. Bartley, her husband, having entered somewhat sooner than his 3 daughters from milking, was the first to come in. Presently the girls followed, and in a few minutes they sat down to supper, together with the servants, who dropped in one by one after the toil of the day. On placing themselves about the table, Bartley as usual took his seat at the head, but Mrs. Sullivan, instead of occupying hers, sat at the fire in a state of uncommon agitation. Every 2 or 3 minutes she would cross herself devoutly, and mutter such prayers against spiritual influences of an evil nature as she could compose herself to remember. "Thin, why don't you come to your supper, Mary?" said the husband, "while the sowens are warm. Brave and thick they are this night, anyway." His wife was silent, for so strong a hold had the strange woman and her appalling secret upon her mind that it was not till he repeated his question 3 or 4 times, raising his head with surprise and asking, "Eh, Thin, Mary, what's come over you? Is it unwell you are?" that she noticed what he said. "Supper," she exclaimed. "Unwell. 'Tis a good right I have to be unwell. I hope nothing bad will happen anyway. Feel my face, Nanny," she added, addressing one of her daughters. "It's as cowled and wet as a limestone. Aye, and if you found me a corpse before you, it wouldn't be at all strange." There was a general pause at the seriousness of this intimation. The husband rose from his supper and went up to the hearth where she sat. "Turn round to the light," said he. "Why, Mary dear, in the name of wonder, what ails you? For you're like a corpse sure enough. Can't you tell us what has happened or what put you in such a state? Why, childher, the cowled sweat's teeming off her." The poor woman, unable to sustain the shock produced by her interview with the stranger, found herself getting more weak and requested a drink of water. But before it could be put to her lips, she laid her head upon the back of the chair and fainted. Grief and uproar and confusion followed this alarming incident. The presence of mind, so necessary on such occasions, was wholly lost. One ran here and another there, all jostling against each other, without being cool enough to render her proper assistance. The daughters were in tears, and Bartley himself was dreadfully shocked by seeing his wife apparently lifeless before him. She soon recovered, however, and relieved them from the apprehension of her death, which they thought had actually taken place. "Mary," said the husband, "something queer entirely has happened, or you wouldn't be in this state. Did any of you see a strange woman lave in the house a minute or 2 before ye came in?" she inquired. "No," they replied. "Not a stim of anyone did we see." "Were a dealish, no? Now is it possible ye didn't?" She then described her, but all declared they had seen no such person. "Bartley, whisper," said she, and beckoning him over to her, in a few words she revealed the secret. The husband grew pale and crossed himself. "Mother of saints, child her," said he, "a Lianhan Shee." The words were no sooner uttered than every countenance assumed the pallidness of death, and every right hand was raised in the act of blessing the person and crossing the forehead. "The Lianhan Shee," all exclaimed in fear and horror. "This day's Friday, God betwixt us and harm." It was now after dusk, and the hour had already deepened into the darkness of a calm, moonless summer night. The hearth, therefore, in a short time, became surrounded by a circle, consisting of every person in the house. The door was closed and securely bolted. A struggle for the safest seat took place, and to Bartley's shame be it spoken, he lodged himself on the hob within the jamb, as the most distant situation from the fearful being known as the Lianhan Shee. The recent terror, however, brooded over them all. Their topic of conversation was the mysterious visit, of which Mrs. Sullivan gave a painfully accurate detail, whilst every ear of those who composed her audience was set, and every single hair of their heads bristled up, as if awakened into distinct life by the story. Bartley looked into the fire soberly, except when the cat, in prowling about the dresser, electrified him into a start of fear, which sensation went round every link of the living chain about the hearth. The next day, the story spread through the whole neighbourhood, accumulating in interest and incident as it went. Where it received the touches, embellishments, and emendations with which it was amplified, it would be difficult to say. Everyone told it, forsooth, exactly as he heard it from another, But indeed it is not improbable that those through whom it passed were unconscious of the additions it had received at their hands. It is not unreasonable to suppose that imagination in such cases often colours highly without a premeditated design of falsehood. Fear and dread, however, accompanied its progress. Such families as had neglected to keep holy water in their houses borrowed some from their neighbours. Every old prayer which had become rusty from disuse was brightened up. Charms were hung about the necks of cattle, and gospels about those of children. Crosses were placed over the doors and windows. No unclean water was thrown out before sunrise or after dusk. E'en those prayed now who never prayed before, and those who always prayed, still, prayed the more. The inscrutable woman who caused such general dismay in the parish was an object of much pity. Avoided, feared, and detested, she could find no rest for her weary feet, nor any shelter for her unprotected head. If she was seen approaching a house, the door and windows were immediately closed against her. If met on the way, she was avoided as a pestilence. How she lived no one could tell, for none would permit themselves to know. It was asserted that she existed without meat or drink, and that she was doomed to remain possessed of life, the prey of hunger and thirst, until she could get someone weak enough to break the spell by drinking her hellish draught, to taste which, they said, would be to change places with herself and assume her despair and misery. There had lived in the country about 6 months before her appearance in it a man named Stevenson. He was unmarried and the last of his family. This person led a solitary and secluded life and exhibited during the last years of his existence strong symptoms of eccentricity, which for some months before his death assumed a character of unquestionable derangement. He was found one morning hanging by a halter in his own stable, where he had, under the influence of his malady, committed suicide. At this time, the public press had not, as now, familiarized the minds of the people to that dreadful crime, and it was consequently looked upon then with an intensity of horror of which we can scarcely entertain any adequate notion. His farm remained unoccupied, for while an acre of land could be obtained in any other quarter, no man would enter upon such unhallowed premises. The house was locked up, and it was currently reported that Stevenson and the devil each night repeated the hanging scene in the stable, and that when the former was committing the hopeless sin, the halter slipped several times from the beam of the stable loft, when Satan came, in the shape of a dark-complexioned man with a hollow voice, and secured the rope until Stevenson's end was accomplished. In this stable did the wanderer take up her residence at night, and when we consider the belief of the people in the night scenes which were supposed to occur in it, we need not be surprised at the new features of horror which this circumstance superadded to her character. Her presence and appearance in the parish were dreadful. A public outcry was soon raised against her, which, were it not from fear of her power over their lives and cattle, might have ended in her death. None, however, had courage to grapple with her, or to attempt expelling her by violence, lest a signal vengeance might be taken on any who dared to injure a woman that could call in the terrible aid of the Lianhan Shee. In this state of feeling they applied to the parish priest, who, on hearing the marvelous stories related concerning her, and on questioning each man closely upon his authority, could perceive that, like most other reports, they were to be traced principally to the imagination and fears of the people. He ascertained, however, enough from Bartley Sullivan to justify a belief that there was something certainly uncommon about the woman, and being of a cold, phlegmatic disposition, with some humour, he desired them to go home, if they were wise. He shook his head mysteriously as he spoke, and do the woman no injury if they didn't wish, and with this abrupt hint, he sent them about their business. This, however, did not satisfy them. In the same parish lived a suspended priest, called Father Philip O'Dallaghy, who supported himself, as most of them do, by curing certain diseases of the people, miraculously. He had no other means of subsistence, nor, indeed, did he seem strongly devoted to life or to the pleasures it afforded. He was not addicted to those intemperate habits which characterize blessed priests in general. Spirits he never tasted, nor any food that could be termed a luxury or even a comfort. His communion with the people was brief and marked by a tone of severe contemptuous misanthropy. He seldom stirred abroad except during morning or in the evening twilight, when he might be seen gliding amidst the coming darkness, like a dissatisfied spirit. His life was an austere one, and his devotional practices were said to be of the most remorseful character. Such a man, in fact, was calculated to hold a powerful sway over the prejudices and superstitions of the people. This was true. His power was considered almost unlimited, and his life one that would not disgrace the highest saint in the calendar. There were not wanting some persons in the parish who hinted that Father Felix O'Rourke, the parish priest, was himself rather reluctant to incur the displeasure or challenge the power of the Lianhan Shee by driving its victim out of the parish. The opinion of these persons was, in its distinct, unvarnished reality, that Father Felix absolutely showed the white feather on this critical occasion, that he became shy and begged leave to decline being introduced to this intractable pair, seeming to intimate that he did not at all relish adding them to the stock of his acquaintances. Father Philip they considered as a decided contrast to him on this point. His stern and severe manner, rugged and, when occasion demanded, daring, they believed suitable to the qualities requisite for sustaining such an interview. They accordingly waited on him, and after Bartley and his friends had given as faithful a report of the circumstances as, considering all things, could be expected, he told Bartley he would hear from Mrs. Sullivan's own lips the authentic narrative. This was quite satisfactory, and what was expected from him. As for himself, he appeared to take no particular interest in the matter, further than that of allaying the ferment and alarm which had spread through the parish. "Please your reverence," said Bartley, "she came in to Mary, and she alone in the house, and for the matter o' that, I believe she laid hands upon her, and tossed and tumbled the crather, and she but a sickly woman, through the four corners of the house. Not that Mary lets in so much, for she's afeard, but I know from her way when she spakes about her, that it's truth, your reverence." "But didn't the Lianhan Shee," said one of them, "put a sharp-pointed knife to her breast, wid a divilish intention of making her give the best of atin and drinking the house afforded?" "She got the victuals to a sartinty," replied Bartley, "and overlooked my woman for her pains, for she's not the picture of herself since." Everyone now told some magnified and terrible circumstance, illustrating the formidable power of the Lianhan Shee. When they had finished, the sarcastic lip of the priest curled into an expression of irony and contempt. His brow, which was naturally black and heavy, darkened, and a keen, but rather a ferocious-looking, eye shot forth a glance, which, while it intimated disdain for those to whom it was directed, spoke also of a dark and troubled spirit in himself. The man seemed to brook with scorn the degrading situation of a religious quack, to which some uncontrollable destiny had doomed him. "I shall see your wife tomorrow," said he to Bartley, "and after hearing the plain account of what happened, I will consider what is best to be done with this dark, perhaps unhappy, perhaps guilty character. But whether dark or unhappy or guilty, I, for one, should not and will not avoid her. Go, and bring me word tomorrow evening when I can see her on the following day. Begone." When they withdrew, Father Philip paced his room for some time in silence and anxiety. "Aye," said he, "infatuated people, sunk in superstition and ignorance, yet perhaps happier in your degradation than those who, in the pride of knowledge, can only look back upon a life of crime and misery. What is a skeptic? What is an infidel? Men who, when they will not submit to moral restraint, harden themselves into skepticism and infidelity until, in the headlong career of guilt, that which was first adopted to lull the outcry of conscience is supported by the pretended pride of principle. Principle in a skeptic, hollow and devilish lie, would I have plunged into skepticism had I not first violated the moral sanctions of religion? Never. I became an infidel because I first became a villain. Writhing under a load of guilt, that which I wished might be true, I soon forced myself to think true. And now," he here clenched his hands and groaned, "now, now and hereafter, oh, that hereafter. Why can I not shake the thoughts of it from my conscience? Religion, Christianity,
With all the hardness of an infidel's heart I feel your truth, because if every man were the villain that infidelity would make him, then indeed might every man curse God for the existence bestowed upon him, as I would, but dare not do. Yet why can I not believe? Alas, why should God accept an unrepentant heart? Am I not a hypocrite, mocking him by a guilty pretension to his power and leading the dark into thicker darkness? Then these hands, blood, broken vows, ha, ha, ha. Well, go, let misery have its laugh, like the light that breaks from the thundercloud. Prefer Voltaire to Christ. Sow the wind and reap the whirlwind, as I have done. Ha, ha, ha. Swim, world, swim about me. I have lost the ways of Providence and am dark. She awaits me, but I broke the chain that galled us. Yet it still rankles, still rankles. The unhappy man threw himself into a chair in a paroxysm of frenzied agony. For more than an hour he sat in the same posture, until he became gradually hardened into a stiff, lethargic insensibility, callous and impervious to feeling, reason, or religion. An awful transition from a visitation of conscience so terrible as that which he had just suffered. At length he arose, and by walking moodily about, relapsed into his usual gloomy and restless character. When Bartley went home, he communicated to his wife Father Philip's intention of calling on the following day to hear a correct account of the Lianhan Shee. "Why, Thin," said she, "I'm glad of it, for I intended myself to go to him anyway, to get my new scapula consecrated. How and ever as he's to come, I'll get a set of Gospels for the boys and girls, and he can consecrate all when his hand's in. A rune, Bartley? They say that man's so holy that he can do anything. I melt a body off the face of the earth like snow off a ditch. Dear me, but the power they have is strange all out." "There's no use in getting him anything to eat or drink," replied Bartley. "He wouldn't take a glass of whiskey once in 7 years. Throth myself thinks he's a little too dry. Sure, he might be holy enough, and yet take a sup of an odd time. There's Father Felix, and though we all know he's far from being so blessed a man as him, yet he has friendship and neighborliness in him, and never refuses a glass in raisin. But do you know what I was told about Father Philip, Bartley? I'll tell you that after I hear it, Mary, my woman. You won't expect me to tell what I don't know? Ha, ha, ha. Behave, Bartley, and quit your joking now, at all events. Keep it till we're talking of something else, and don't let us be committing sin, maybe, while we're spaking of what we're spaking about. But they say it's as through as the sun to the dial. The Lent afore last itself it was. He never tasted mate or drink. During the whole 7 weeks. Oh, you needn't stare. It's well known by them that has as much sense as you. No, not so much as you'd carry on the point of this knitting needle. Well, sure, the housekeeper and the 2 servants wondered. Fakes, they couldn't do less, and took it into their heads to watch him closely. And what do you think? Blessed be all the saints above. What do you think they seen? The goodness above knows. For me, I don't. Why, Thin, when he was asleep, they seen a small silk thread in his mouth that came down through the ceiling from heaven, and he sucking it just as a child would his mother's breast when the crather would be asleep. So that was the way he was supported by the angels. And I remember myself, though he's a dark, spare, yallow man at all times, yet he never looked half so fat and rosy as he did the same Lent. Glory be to heaven. Well, well, it is strange the power they have. As for him, I'd as a Lee meets St. Pether, or St. Patrick himself as him, for one can't but fear him somehow. Fear him? Och, it'd be the pity of them that'd do anything to vex or anger that man. Why, his very look I'd wither them till there wouldn't be the thrack of them on the earth, and as for his curse, why, it had scorched them to ashes. As it was generally known that Father Philip was to visit Mrs. Sullivan the next day, in order to hear an account of the mystery which filled the parish with such fear, a very great number of the parishioners were assembled in and about Bartley's long before he made his appearance. At length he was seen walking slowly down the road, with an open book in his hand, on the pages of which he looked from time to time. When he approached the house, those who were standing about it assembled in a body, and with one consent uncovered their heads and asked his blessing. His appearance bespoke a mind ill at ease. His face was haggard and his eyes bloodshot.
On seeing the people kneel, he smiled with his usual bitterness, and shaking his hand with an air of impatience over them, muttered some words, rather in mockery of the ceremony than otherwise. They then rose and, blessing themselves, put on their hats, rubbed the dust off their knees, and appeared to think themselves recruited by a peculiar accession of grace. On entering the house, the same form was repeated, and when it was over, the best chair was placed for him by Mary's own hands, and the fire stirred up, and a line of respect drawn, within which none was to intrude, lest he might feel in any degree incommoded. "My good neighbour," said he to Mrs. Sullivan, "what strange woman is this, who has thrown the parish into such a ferment? I'm told she paid you a visit. Pray sit down." "I humbly thank your reverence," said Mary, curtsying lowly. "But I'd rather not sit, sir, if you please. I hope I know what respect means, your reverence. Barney Bradaw, I'll thank you to stand up if you please, and his reverence to the fore, Barney." "I ax your reverence's pardon, and yours too, Mrs. Sullivan. Sure we didn't mane the disrespect anyhow, sir. Plaise your reverence." "About this woman and the Lianhan Shee," said the priest, without noticing Barney's apology. "Pray, what do you precisely understand by a Lianhan Shee?" "Why, sir," replied Mary, "some strange being from the good people, or fairies that sticks to some persons. There's a bargain, sir, your reverence, made atween them. And the divil, sir, that is, the old boy, the saints about us, has a hand in it. The Lianhan Shee, your reverence, is never seen only by them it keeps wid, but it always, with the help of the old boy, contrives, sir, to make the person break the agreement, and thin it has them in its power. But if they don't break the agreement, thin it's in their power. If they can get anybody to put in their place, they may get out of the bargain. For they can, of a sartainty, give oceans of money to people, but can't take any themselves, plaise your reverence. But sure, where's the use of me to be telling your reverence what you know better nor myself? And why shouldn't you, or anyone that has the power you have?" He smiled again at this in his own peculiar manner, and was proceeding to inquire more particularly into the nature of the interview between them, when the noise of feet and sounds of general alarm, accompanied by a rush of people into the house, arrested his attention, and he hastily inquired into the cause of the commotion. Before he could receive a reply, however, the house was almost crowded, and it was not without considerable difficulty that, by the exertions of Mrs. Sullivan and Bartley, sufficient order and quiet were obtained to hear distinctly what was said. "Plaise your reverence," said several voices at once. "They're coming, hot foot, into the very house to us. Was ever the like seen, and they must know right well, sir, that you're widen it." "Who are coming?" he inquired. "Why, the woman, sir, and her good pet, the Lianhan Shee, your reverence." "Well," said he, "but why should you all appear so blanched with terror? Let her come in, and we shall see how far she is capable of injuring her fellow creatures. Some maniac," he muttered in a low soliloquy, "whom the villainy of the world has driven into derangement, some victim to a hand like Frey. Well, they say there is a providence, yet such things are permitted." "He's saying a prayer now," observed one of them. "Haven't we a good right to be thankful that he's in the place with us while she's in it? Or dear knows what harm she might do us, maybe rise the wind." As the latter speaker concluded, there was a dead silence. The persons about the door crushed each other backwards, their feet set out before them, and their shoulders laid with violent pressure against those who stood behind, for each felt anxious to avoid all danger of contact with a being against whose power even a blessed priest found it necessary to guard himself by a prayer. At length, a low murmur ran among the people. "Father O'Rourke, here's Father O'Rourke. He has turned the corner after her, and they're both coming in." Immediately they entered, but it was quite evident, from the manner of the worthy priest, that he was unacquainted with the person of this singular being. When they crossed the threshold, the priest advanced, and expressed his surprise at the throng of people assembled. "Plaise your reverence," said Bartley. "That's the woman," nodding significantly towards her as he spoke, but without looking at her person, lest the evil eye he dreaded so much might meet his, and give him the blast. The dreaded female, on seeing the house in such a crowded state, started, paused, and glanced with some terror at the persons assembled. Her dress was not altered since her last visit, but her countenance, though more meager and emaciated, expressed but little of the unsettled energy which then flashed from her eyes, and distorted her features by the depth of that mysterious excitement by which she had been agitated. Her countenance was still muffled as before. The awful protuberance rose from her shoulders, and the same band which Mrs. Sullivan had alluded to during their interview was bound about the upper part of her forehead. She had already stood upwards of 2 minutes, during which the fall of a feather might be heard, yet none bade God bless her. No kind hand was extended to greet her, no heart warmed in affection towards her. On the contrary, every eye glanced at her, as a being marked with enmity towards God. Blanched faces and knit brows, the signs of fear and hatred, were turned upon her. Her breath was considered pestilential, and her touch paralysis. There she stood, proscribed, avoided, and hunted like a tigress, all fearing to encounter, yet wishing to exterminate her. Who could she be, or what had she done, that the finger of the Almighty marked her out for such a fearful weight of vengeance? Father Philip rose and advanced a few steps until he stood confronting her. His person was tall, his features dark, severe, and solemn, and when the nature of the investigation about to take place is considered, it need not be wondered at that the moment was, to those present, one of deep and impressive interest, such as a visible conflict between a supposed champion of God and a supernatural being was calculated to excite. "Woman," said he in his deep, stern voice, "tell me who and what you are, and why you assume a character of such a repulsive and mysterious nature, when it can entail only misery, shame, and persecution on yourself. I conjure you, in the name of him after whose image you are created, to speak truly." He paused, and the tall figure stood mute before him. The silence was dead as death. Every breath was hushed, and the persons assembled stood immovable as statues. Still she spoke not, but the violent heaving of her breast evinced the internal working of some dreadful struggle. Her face before was pale, it was now ghastly, her lips became blue and her eyes vacant. "Speak," said he, "I conjure you in the name of the power by whom you live." It is probable that the agitation under which she labored was produced by the severe effort made to sustain the unexpected trial she had to undergo. For some minutes her struggle continued, but having begun at its highest pitch, it gradually subsided until it settled in a calmness which appeared fixed and awful as the resolution of despair. With breathless composure she turned round and put back that part of her dress which concealed her face, except the band on her forehead, which she did not remove. Having done this, she turned again and walked calmly towards Father Philip, with a deadly smile upon her thin lips. When within a step of where he stood, she paused and, riveting her eyes upon him, exclaimed, "Who and what am I? The victim of infidelity, and you, the bearer of a cursed existence, the scoff and scorn of the world, the monument of a broken vow and a guilty life, a being scourged by the scorpion lash of conscience, blasted by periodical insanity, pelted by the winter's storm, scorched by the summer's heat, withered by starvation, hated by man, and touched into my inmost spirit by the anticipated tortures of future misery. I have no rest for the sole of my foot, no repose for a head distracted by the contemplation of a guilty life. I am the unclean spirit which walketh to seek rest and findeth none. I am what you have made me. Behold," she added, holding up the bottle, "this failed, and I live to accuse you. But no, you are my husband, though our union was but a guilty form, and I will bury that in silence. You thought me dead, and you flew to avoid punishment. Did you avoid it? No. The finger of God has written pain and punishment upon your brow. I have been in all characters, in all shapes, have spoken with the tongue of a peasant, moved in my natural sphere, but my knees were smitten, my brain stricken, and the wild malady which banishes me from society has been upon me for years. Such I am, and such I say, have you made me. As for you, kind-hearted woman, there was nothing in this bottle but pure water." The interval of reason returned this day, and having remembered glimpses of our conversation, I came to apologize to you, and to explain the nature of my unhappy distemper, and to beg a little bread which I have not tasted for 2 days. I at times conceive myself attended by an evil spirit, shaped out by a guilty conscience, and this is the only familiar which attends me, and by it I have been dogged into madness through every turning of life. Whilst it lasts, I am subject to spasms and convulsive starts which are exceedingly painful. The lump on my back is the robe I wore when innocent in my peaceful convent. The intensity of general interest was now transferred to Father Philip. Every face was turned towards him, but he cared not. A solemn stillness yet prevailed among all present. From the moment she spoke, her eye drew his with the power of a basilisk. His pale face became like marble, not a muscle moved, and when she ceased speaking, his bloodshot eyes were still fixed upon her countenance, with a gloomy calmness, like that which precedes a tempest. They stood before each other, dreadful counterparts in guilt, for truly his spirit was as dark as hers. At length he glanced angrily around him. "Well," said he, "what is it now, ye poor infatuated wretches, to trust in the sanctity of man? Learn from me to place the same confidence in God which you place in his guilty creatures, and you will not lean on a broken reed. Father O'Rourke, you too witness my disgrace, but not my punishment. It is pleasant, no doubt, to have a topic for conversation at your conferences. Enjoy it. As for you, Margaret, if society lessen misery, we may be less miserable. But the band of your order and the remembrance of your vow is on your forehead, like the mark of Cain. Tear it off, and let it not blast a man who is the victim of prejudice still, nay, of superstition, as well as of guilt. Tear it from my sight." His eyes kindled fearfully as he attempted to pull it away by force. She calmly took it off, and he immediately tore it into pieces, and stamped upon the fragments as he flung them on the ground. "Come," said the despairing man, "come! There is a shelter for you, but no peace. Food and drink and raiment, but no peace, no peace." As he uttered these words, in a voice that sank to its deepest pitch, he took her hand, and they both departed to his own residence. The amazement and horror of those who were assembled in Bartley's house cannot be described. Our readers may be assured that they deepened in character as they spread through the parish. An undefined fear of this mysterious pair seized upon the people, for their images were associated in their minds with darkness and crime, and supernatural communion. The departing words of Father Philip rang in their ears. They trembled, and devoutly crossed themselves, as fancy again repeated the awful exclamation of the priest, "No peace, no peace." When Father Philip and his unhappy associate went home, he instantly made her a surrender of his small property. But with difficulty did he command sufficient calmness to accomplish even this. He was distracted. His blood seemed to have been turned to fire. He clenched his hands, and he gnashed his teeth, and exhibited the wildest symptoms of madness. About 10 o'clock he desired fuel for a large fire to be brought into the kitchen, and got a strong cord, which he coiled, and threw carelessly on the table. The family were then ordered to bed. About 11 they were all asleep, and at the solemn hour of 12 he heaped additional fuel upon the living turf, until the blaze shone with scorching light upon everything around. Dark and desolating was the tempest within him, as he paced with agitated steps before the crackling fire. "She is risen," he exclaimed. "The spectre of all my crimes is risen to haunt me through life. I am a murderer, yet she lives, and my guilt is not the less. The stamp of eternal infamy is upon me. The finger of scorn will mark me out. The tongue of reproach will sting me like that of the serpent. The deadly touch of shame will cover me like a leper. The laws of society will crush the murderer, not the less that his wickedness in blood has miscarried. After that comes the black and terrible tribunal of the Almighty's vengeance, of his fiery indignation. Hush! What sounds are those? They deepen, they deepen. Is it thunder? It cannot be the crackling of the blaze. It is thunder, but it speaks only to my ear. Hush! Great God, there is a change in my voice. It is hollow and supernatural. Could a change have come over me? Am I living? Could I have... Ha! could I have departed? And am I now at length given over to the worm that never dies? If it be at my heart, I may feel it. God, I am damned. Here is a viper twined about my limbs, trying to dart its fangs into my heart. Ha! There are feet pacing in the room too, and I hear voices. I am surrounded by evil spirits. Who's there? What are you? Speak. They are silent. There is no answer. Again comes the thunder. But perchance this is not my place of punishment, and I will try to leave these horrible spirits. He opened the door and passed out into a small green field that lay behind the house. The night was calm, and the silence profound as death. Not a cloud obscured the heavens. The light of the moon fell upon the stillness of the scene around him, with all the touching beauty of a moonlit midnight in summer. Here he paused a moment, felt his brow, then his heart, the palpitations of which fell audibly upon his ear. He became somewhat cooler. The images of madness which had swept through his stormy brain disappeared and were succeeded by a lethargic vacancy of thought, which almost deprived him of the consciousness of his own identity. From the green field he descended mechanically to a little glen which opened beside it. It was one of those delightful spots to which the heart clingeth. Its sloping sides were clothed with patches of wood, on the leaves of which the moonlight glanced with a soft luster, rendered more beautiful by their stillness. That side on which the light could not fall lay in deep shadow, which occasionally gave to the rocks and small projecting precipices an appearance of monstrous and unnatural life. Having passed through the tangled mazes of the glen, he at length reached its bottom, along which ran a brook, such as, in the description of the poet, "In the leafy month of June, unto the sleeping woods all night, singeth a quiet tune." Here he stood, and looked upon the green winding margin of the streamlet, but its song he heard not. With the workings of a guilty conscience, the beautiful in nature can have no association. He looked up the glen, but its picturesque windings, soft vistas and wild underwood mingling with grey rocks and taller trees, all mellowed by the moonbeams, had no charms for him. He maintained a profound silence, but it was not the silence of peace or reflection. He endeavored to recall the scenes of the past day, but could not bring them back to his memory. Even the fiery tide of thought, which, like burning lava, seared his brain a few moments before, was now cold and hardened. He could remember nothing. The convulsion of his mind was over, and his faculties were impotent and collapsed. In this state he unconsciously retraced his steps, and had again reached the paddock adjoining his house, when, as he thought, the figure of his paramour stood before him. In a moment his former paroxysm returned, and with it the gloomy images of a guilty mind, charged with the extravagant horrors of brain-struck madness. "What?" he exclaimed. "The band still on your forehead? Tear it off." He caught at the form as he spoke, but there was no resistance to his grasp. On looking again towards the spot, it had ceased to be visible. The storm within him arose once more. He rushed into the kitchen, where the fire blazed out with fiercer heat. Again he imagined that the thunder came to his ears, but the thunderings which he heard were only the voice of conscience. Again his own footsteps and his voice sounded in his fancy as the footsteps and voices of fiends, with which his imagination peopled the room. His state and his existence seemed to him a confused and troubled dream. He tore his hair, threw it on the table, and immediately started back with a hollow groan. For his locks, which but a few hours before had been as black as the raven's wing, were now white as snow. On discovering this, he gave a low but frantic laugh. "Ha, ha, ha, ha," he exclaimed. "Here is another mark. Here is food for despair. Silently but surely did the hand of God work this, as a proof that I am hopeless. But I will bear it. I will bear the sight. I now feel myself a man blasted by the eye of God himself. Ha, 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 food for despair, food for despair." Immediately he passed into his own room, and approaching the looking-glass beheld a sight calculated to move a statue. His hair had become literally white, but the shades of his dark complexion, now distorted by terror and madness, flitted, as his features worked under the influence of his tremendous passions, into an expression so frightful that deep fear came over himself. He snatched one of his razors and fled from the glass to the kitchen. He looked upon the fire and saw the white ashes lying around its edge. "Ha!" said he. "The light is come. I see the sign. I am directed, and I will follow it. There is yet one hope. The immolation. I shall be saved, yet so as by fire. It is for this my hair has become white, the sublime warning for my self-sacrifice, the color of ashes. White, white. It is so. I will sacrifice my body in material fire to save my soul from that which is eternal. But I had anticipated the sign. The self-sacrifice is accepted. We must here draw a veil over that which ensued, as the description of it would be both unnatural and revolting. Let it be sufficient to say that the next morning he was found burnt to a cinder, with the exception of his feet and legs, which remained as monuments of perhaps the most dreadful suicide that ever was committed by man. His razor, too, was found bloody, and several clots of gore were discovered about the hearth, from which circumstances it was plain that he had reduced his strength so much by loss of blood, that when he committed himself to the flames, he was unable, even had he been willing, to avoid the fiery and awful sacrifice of which he made himself the victim. If anything could deepen the impression of fear and awe, already so general among the people, it was the unparalleled nature of his death. Its circumstances are yet remembered in the parish and county wherein it occurred, for it is no fiction, gentle reader. And the titular bishop who then presided over the diocese declared that while he lived no person bearing the unhappy man's name should ever be admitted to the clerical order. The shock produced by his death struck the miserable woman into the utter darkness of settled derangement. She survived him some years, but wandered about through the province, still, according to the superstitious belief of the people, tormented by the terrible enmity of the Lianhan Shee. The Haunted Cove by Sir George Douglas, Bart. Commonplace in itself and showing positive vulgarity in the style in which its pleasure grounds are laid out, Cliff, near Berwick-on-Tweed, has yet one delightful feature of its own, to wit, a private bay to which access is obtained by a tunnel 70 or 80 yards long, cut through the soft formation of the cliff from the sloping gardens above. The result is that, if you are a visitor at Cliff, you have your own private bathing ground, your own private beach where the children may play, without fear of being encroached upon, unless, indeed, a boat should be run in among the rocks from seaward. In the early 90s of the last century, the only daughter of the House of Cliff was engaged to be married to a young officer quartered at the military depot at Berwick. They were a blameless but not particularly interesting couple, and one of their hobbies was to meet and promenade on the smooth sands of Cliff Bay in the brilliant autumn moonlight. In order to prevent possible intrusion from the sea, the seaward end of the tunnel was closed by a heavy iron gate, and upon the inner side of this gate, the lieutenant was to wait until his fiancée should steal forth, bringing with her the key which should give access to the beach. It was all very foolish and romantic, no doubt, for they might have met just as conveniently in the conservatory of Cliff House, where their privacy would have been equally respected, and where Miss Alex's satin shoes and diaphanous draperies would have exposed her to no risk of a chill. Lovers are like that, however, and had they not been so on this occasion, I should have had no story to tell. Like the exemplary swain he was, Dick arrived early at the rendezvous, that is to say, early in respect to the time agreed upon, though, as a matter of fact, it was nearly 11 o'clock. There he lit a cigarette, and approaching the heavy iron bars of the locked gate, looked forth upon the peaceful scene beyond. It was a perfect night, the harvest moon riding through fleecy cloud aloft, whilst the breaking of the sea between the rocky points to right and left was soothing in its gentle iteration. Dick had been on parade extremely early that morning, and tell it not in Gath. His eyes involuntarily closed. Starting awake again, he saw with surprise that though Alex had not yet come forward, he was no longer alone. No. The sacred beach had been invaded, and a female figure clad in light draperies was pacing slowly in the moonlight betwixt himself and the distant rocks. Who on earth could she be? and how had she got there? Were the questions he asked himself, his first sensation being one of annoyance at so unexpected and so ill-timed an intrusion. But as the moments passed, and the figure came more clearly into view, impatience gave way to curiosity, and curiosity to something like awe. What he saw was the tall and slender form of a young girl whose hands were clasped in front of her, and whose eyes were fixed on the ground in a pensive, not to say sorrowful, attitude. Clear as was the moonlight, at least in the intervals of the moon's passage through the broken clouds, her features were not plainly visible, but her every movement was instinct with grace. What could she be doing there? Under other circumstances, possibly Dick might have felt inclined to pass the gate and himself step forth onto the sands. But besides that, the gate was locked. He gradually became conscious of a singular delicacy or unwillingness to intrude upon the privacy of this solitary, inexplicable, and impressive figure. He was content, therefore, to watch her noiseless progress, and, as he did so, even his untrained masculine eye seemed to note something unusual, out of date, it might be, in the fashion of her garments. So perhaps might some old-world portrait have appeared, had it stepped down from its frame against the wall. This, however, stirred him little. What he was not prepared for was the gesture of anguish, nay, of positive despair, with which, when about opposite him, the figure threw her head back and her arms aloft, as if in mute and agonized appeal to heaven. The action was heart-rending, even to look on. Nor to a male eye did it lose aught from the fact that, as the moonlight now fell for the first time on her upturned face, it showed it to be deathly pale indeed, but also exquisitely lovely. Another moment or two, and the graceful and appealing form had passed beyond his field of vision, for as the locked gate stood some little way back from the mouth of the tunnel, his view was restricted. A short time only, though he knew not exactly how long, had passed when Alex stood beside him. "I had some difficulty," she archly explained, "in eluding prying eyes." For an ardent lover, Dick's greetings were perfunctory, after which, being still powerfully under the impression of what he had just seen, he told Alex all about it. "We shall soon see who she is," replied that practical young lady, as she placed the heavy key in the cumbrous lock. "And I shall also take leave to inform her that this bit of coast is strictly private." And strictly private it appeared to be when they emerged from the tunnel. For though their eyes swept the beach to right and left, and though the moon just then was unobscured, they saw no trace of any living form. "She must have landed from a boat," said Alex, but as little trace of a boat could they discover. Still, it was quite possible that she might pass unobserved against the dark rocks, so they turned first to the right, then to the left, keeping a keen lookout for any sign of motion. They detected nothing. And by this time I am bound to confess that a slightly uncomplimentary suspicion had more than once crossed the brain of Alex. She knew that, as a rule, her Dick was a pattern of moderation. But even the most prudent may be liable to be occasionally overtaken, and she recalled his having mentioned that this was to be a guest night at the mess. Indeed, it was chiefly upon that account that the assignation had been fixed so late. This present portentous solemnity was certainly most unlike him. Was it possible that the poor fellow had taken just one more whiskey and soda than he could conveniently carry? Outspoken by nature, she blurted out her suspicion, which was strengthened rather than the reverse by the great earnestness with which he repelled it. Less convinced than before, Alex then exclaimed, "Look here, Dick. If, as you say, the young woman passed this way, she must have left tracks on the smooth sand. Where do you say the place was?" With some uncertainty, Dick then led her to what he took to be the place. No tracks were there. He then tried further back from the mouth of the tunnel, and with as little success. It was true the tide was coming up, but it could scarcely yet have reached footmarks which had been imprinted so far inshore as he supposed these to have been. In a spirit of levity which jarred on him, Alex now recommended her lover to go back to his quarters and have a good sleep. And then, having again passed through the gate and pushed their way up the tunnel, the two young people parted in something very like a tiff. Dick did not call at Cliff House the next day, and when he called on the day following, Alex met him in a complacent mood. After all, She had no wish to quarrel with him. And very soon she said, "Going back to what you told me you had seen the other night, Dick, it occurred to me, after you were gone, that it fits in rather curiously with an old story connected with this place." And then, at his request, she proceeded to tell him how, some 30 years ago, her grandmother had had a favorite maid, a friendless orphan girl named Barbara, to whom attached a mystery. Barbara was a very lovely creature of refinement and education above her station, and she had, of course, numerous admirers. Young as she was, her discretion was faultless, with the sole exception that her native amiability and desire to please sometimes betrayed her into conduct which meant less than her admirers wished to think it did. Well, at last Barbara became plighted to a respectable young fisherman, part owner of a boat sailing from the Greenses, and though details were vague, it was generally understood that, as a consequence, several hearts were severely damaged. As Barbara had no relatives, it was arranged by her employer that she should remain in her situation until the wedding day and should be married from Cliff House. Considerable preparations had also been made to do honor to the occasion when, judge of the consternation of the inmates of the house, upon the morning of the wedding day, Barbara was not to be found. She was believed to have retired to rest on the previous night as usual, yet her bed had not been slept in. Nor, although most of her clothes were packed in anticipation of her change of domicile, had she apparently taken anything with her. Nothing in the least unusual had been observed in her demeanor, nor could the unhappy bridegroom suggest any possible motive for her conduct. Exhaustive inquiries and exhaustive search were made, but, to cut the story short, nothing had ever again been seen or heard of the fair Barbara to that day. Her mistress, who had been sincerely attached to her, had long mourned for her, and in after times would often sing her praises. But, in order to be quite candid, it must be acknowledged that there were others, not a few, who declined to believe that the girl had come to an untimely end, and who, knowing that she had several suitors, and had sometimes appeared uncertain which to favor, preferred to think that she had changed her mind at the last moment, and, deciding to throw over her fisherman, had made her escape from Cliff House during the night to join some more eligible swain. This would have been a desperate step indeed, nor could her conduct in withholding subsequent explanations be absolved of heartlessness. But after all, she was the sort of girl who, where no actual misconduct was involved, might easily allow herself to be over-persuaded. And certainly the tangled skein of love does sometimes present a knot which must be cut, rather than untied. The lieutenant professed himself profoundly interested in this narrative, which he and Alex then proceeded to discuss in all its bearings, and more particularly, of course, in its relation to the figure seen by him in the cove. It is true that Alex never quite believed in the genuineness of the apparition, but seeing that Dick really wished to have it taken seriously, she decided tactfully to humor him, and made quite a 9 days' wonder of the mysterious occurrence. Their own wedding day was, however, fast drawing on, so they soon found other things to talk and think of. To be brief, they were in due course married, and, amid the cares and pleasures of wedded life, the story, though not forgotten, came to be very seldom referred to. So 20 years passed, at the end of which time the colonel, as he now was, accompanied by his wife and several youngsters, paid one of his not very frequent visits to his wife's parents at Cliff House. On the first night of the visit, after dinner, Alex's father had significantly recalled the story of the maid Barbara's disappearance, and, after stating that the mystery had now been finally cleared up, had gone on to relate the following particulars. A few days previously, there had lain at the point of death in the infirmary at Berwick an aged fisherman who had long been known in the seaport town for his solitary habits and morose and violent ways. As death drew near, it became evident that his mind was sorely troubled, and to one of the nurses or doctors who had sought to comfort him, he had been led to make the acknowledgment that a guilty secret weighed upon his soul, making him fearful to confront his Maker. He then told how, as a young man, he had passionately loved a pretty servant girl employed at Cliff House. Misled by those smiles and that graciousness of manner which in the guileless amiability of her nature the girl lavished upon all alike, he had for a moment imagined himself her favored suitor. How bitter then was the blow, and how rude the awakening when he learned that a younger brother of his own, a mere boy was preferred before himself. Nor was it only unrequited love that grieved him. No, he believed, or managed to persuade himself, that an unfair advantage had been taken of him, by which he had been made the lover's dupe. A silent man, he took no one into his confidence, but abode his time until the eve of the wedding day. On that day, he had accidentally intercepted a note from the girl Barbara, addressed to his brother, in which she had agreed to meet her bridegroom of the morrow in the cove below Cliff House 1 hour before midnight, to spend a final hour together before the momentous crisis in their lives. Instantly it had occurred to the elder brother to use the knowledge gained from the note in order to make one last desperate appeal on his own account to the sweet girl he loved so madly. Accordingly, he kept back the missive, and, to make assurance doubly sure, mixed a soporific drug with his brother's drink when the latter came in from fishing. Then, whilst the youngster slumbered heavily, he himself embarked in a cockle-boat and, unobserved, rowed quietly round the headland, into Cliff Cove, where he ran his boat into a safe creek he knew of, and jumped ashore. Poor Barbara had come down to the water's edge to meet the boat, and great was her consternation on finding herself confronted by the wrong brother. Then an impassioned scene was enacted, in which the seaman used every means of persuasion known to him to get the girl to give up his brother and plight herself to him. But though alternately distressed and terrified, Barbara had stood her ground, and, gentle and yielding though she appeared to be, neither threats nor vows had had the slightest effect upon her constancy. And then, of a sudden, the reckless brother had seen red. If he could not have this girl to wife, then neither should another, and a moment later her white form lay stretched upon the dark rocks at his feet. The sight brought him to himself. There was no room for doubt that life was extinct, and if he was to escape suspicion, he must act at once, for the summer night was short, and the dread interview had lasted long. He accordingly placed the body in the boat, and, having collected several heavy stones, proceeded to make use of his seacraft by binding them closely and firmly about the poor girl's body by means of her clothing. Then he rowed out to sea, some mile or more, and there quietly dropped the body overboard. Such, in essentials, was the story told by the dying fisherman, and so it had come about that the bride of that fatal morning was never seen or heard of more. Though possibly intended to be regarded as confidential, certain it is that the confession had leaked out, and very soon became public property. For a few days it attracted great attention, and then, like other more important things which had preceded it, it ceased, save very occasionally, to be alluded to at all. But the colonel never forgot it, any more than he ever forgot the lovely and inexplicable vision which had appeared to him for so brief an interval, in the moonlight, on the shore below Cliff House. It is true that he seldom referred to it. Nor did that stately dame, who had once been Miss Alex and who was now believed to command the regiment, encourage him to do so. For she had observed that he was always most ready to tell the story after an exceptionally good dinner. And with her high sense of what was due to his rank, she fancied that it made him mildly ridiculous. Neither, it might be, had her earliest doubts been ever wholly laid to rest. But members of the fair sex, when they are practical, are apt to be very practical indeed. Wandering Willie's Tale, by Sir Walter Scott. Ye maun have heard of Sir Robert Redgauntlet of that ilk, who lived in these parts before the dear years. The country will lang mind him, and our fathers used to draw breath thick if ever they heard him named. He was out with the Hieland-men in Montrose's time. And again he was in the hills with Glencairn in the 1653. And say, when King Charles II came in, wha was in sick favour as the Laird of Redgauntlet. He was knighted at Lonan Court, with a king's ain sword, and being a red-hot prelatist, he came down here, rampawing like a lion, with commissions of lieutenancy, and of lunacy, for what I ken, to put down o' the Whigs and Covenanters in the country. Wild walk they made of it, for the Whigs were as dour as the Cavaliers were fierce, and it was which should first tire the other. Redgauntlet was aye for the strong hand, and his name is kenned as wide in the country as Claverhouses or Tam Dalyell's. Glen, nor Dargle, nor mountain, nor cave could hide the pure hillfolk when Red Gauntlet was out with bugle and bloodhound after them, as if they had been see money dear. And troth, when they found them, they didna make muckle mair ceremony than a Highlandman was a roebuck. It was just, will ye tak the test? If not, make ready, present fire. And there lay the recusant. Far and wide was Sir Robert hated and feared. Men thought he had a direct compact with Satan, that he was proof against steel, and that bullets happed aff his buff coat like hailstains from a hearth, that he had a mere that would turn a hair on the side of Carifragons, and muckle to the same purpose, of whilk mare anon. The best blessing they word on him was, deal scalp wi Red Gauntlet. He wasn't a bad maester to his ain folk, though, and was weel enough liked by his tenants. And as for the lackeys and troopers that raid out wi him to the persecutions, as the Whigs had those killing times, they what had drunken themselves blind to his health at any time. Now you are to ken that my Gudesire lived on Red Gauntlet's grund. They ca' the place Primrose Knowe. We had lived on the grund, and under the Red Gauntlets, since the riding days, and lang before. It was a pleasant bit, and I think the air is callerer and fresher there than anywhere else in the country. It's a deserted now, and I sat on the broken door-cheek 3 days since and was glad I couldna see the plight the place was in. But that's a wide of the mark. There dwelt my Gudesire Steenie Steenson, a rambling, rattling child he had been in his young days, and could play wheel on the pipes. He was famous at hoopers and girders. A Cumberland couldna touch him at jockey Latin. And he had the finest finger for the back-lilt between Berwick and Carlisle. The like o' Steenie wasna the sort that they made Whigs o'. And so he became a Tory, as they ca' it, which we now ca' Jacobites, just out of a kind of need-cessity, that he might belang to some side or other. He had nae ill will to the Whig bodies, and liked little to see the blued rin, though, being obliged to follow Sir Robert in hunting and hosting, watching and warding, he saw muckle mischief and maybe did some that he couldna avoid. Now Steenie was a kind of favourite with his master, and kenned of the folks about the castle, and was often sent for to play the pipes when they were at their merriment. Old Dougal MacCallum, the butler, that had followed Sir Robert through good and ill, thick and thin, pool and stream, was specially fond of the pipes, and I gae my Gudesire his good word with a laird, for Dougal could turn his master round his finger. Weel, round came the Revolution, and it had like to have broken the hearts baith of Dougal and his master, but the change was not altogether so great as they feared, and other folk thought for. The Whigs made an unco crawing what they would do with their auld enemies, and in special with Sir Robert Redgauntlet. But there were our money great folks dipped in the same doings, to make a spick and span new wold. So Parliament passed it o'er easy, and Sir Robert, bating that he was held to hunting foxes instead of Covenanters, remained just the man he was. His revel was as loud, and his hall as wheel-lighted, as ever it had been, though maybe he lacked the fines of the nonconformists that used to come to stock his larder and cellar. For it is certain he began to be keener about the rents than his tenants used to find him before, and they behoved to be prompt to the rent day, or else the laird wasna pleased. And he was sick an awesome body, that naebody cared to anger him, for the oaths he swore, and the rage that he used to get into, and the looks that he put on, made men sometimes think him a devil incarnate. Weel, my Gudesire was nae manager, know that he was a very great misguider, but he had na the saving gift, and he got 2 terms rent in arrear. He got the first brash at Whitsunday put hour with fair word and piping, but when Martinmas came, there was a summons from the grund officer to come with the rent on a day precise, or else Steenie behoved to flit. Sair Walk he had to get the siller, but he was weel friended, and at last he got the hail scraped together, 1,000 merks. The maist of it was from a neighbour. They ca'd Laurie Leprake, a sly tod. Laurie had walth o' gear, could hunt with a hound and rin with a hare, and be Whig or Tory, saunt or sinner as the wind stood. He was a professor in this revolution world, but he liked an ora sow of this world, and a tune on the pipes weel enough at a by time. And a bune he thought he had a good security for the siller he lent my Gudesire o'er the stocking at Primrose Knowe. Away trots my Gudesire to Redgauntlet Castle, wi' a heavy purse and a light heart, glad to be out of the laird's danger.
Wheel, the first thing he learned at the castle was that Sir Robert had fretted himself into a fit of the gout because he did not appear before 12 o'clock. It wasn't altogether for sake of the money, Dougal thought, but because he didna like to part with my gudsire of the grund. Dougal was glad to see Steenie, and brought him into the great oak parlour, and there sat the laird his lessome lane, excepting that he had beside him a great ill-favoured jackanape that was a special pet of his. A cankered beast it was, and money an ill-natured trick it played, ill to please it was, and easily angered, ran about the hale castle, chattering and yowling and pinching and biting folk, especially before ill weather or disturbances in the state. Sir Robert ca-a'd it, Major Weir, after the warlock that was burnt, and few folk liked either the name or the conditions of the creature. They thought there was something in it by ordinar, and my Godisire was not just easy in his mind when the door shut on him, and he saw himself in the room with naebody but the laird, Dougal MacCallum, and the Major, a thing that hadna chanced to him before. Sir Robert sat, or I should say lay, in a great armchair, with his grand velvet gown, and his feet on a cradle, for he had baith gout and gravel, and his face looked as gash and ghastly as Satan's. Major Weir sat opposite to him, in a red-laced coat, and the laird's wig on his head. And I, as Sir Robert gurned wi' pain, the jackanape gurned too, like a sheep's head between a pair of tangs. An ill-faured, fearsome couple they were. The laird's buff coat was hung on a pin behind him, and his broadsword and his pistols within reach, for he keepit up the auld fashion of having the weapons ready, and a horse saddled day and night, just as he used to do when he was able to loop on horseback, and away after any of the hill folk he could get spearings of. Some said it was for fear of the Whigs taking vengeance, but I judge it was just his old custom. He wasn't agien to fear anything. The rental book, with its black cover and brass clasps, was lying beside him, and a book of skullduggery sangs was put betwixt the leaves to keep it open at the place where it bore evidence against the goodman of Primrose Knowe, as behind the hand with his mails and duties. Sir Robert gave my Godisire a look, as if he would have withered his heart in his bosom. Ye maun ken he had a way of bending his brows, that men saw the visible mark of a horseshoe in his forehead, deep dinted, as if it had been stamped there. "Are ye come light-handed, ye son of a tomb whistle?" said Sir Robert. "Zounds, if you are—" My Godisire, with as good a countenance as he could put on, made a leg, and placed the bag of money on the table with a dash, like a man that does something clever. The laird drew it to him hastily. "Is it all here, Steenie, man?" "Your honour will find it right," said my Godisire. "Here, Dougal," said the laird, "gie Steenie a tass of brandy downstairs till I count the siller and write the receipt." But they weren't a wheel out of the room, when Sir Robert gied a yelloch that guard the castle rock. Back ran Dougal, in flew the livery men, yell on yell gied the laird, ilken a mare orfer than the ither. My Godesire knew not whether to stand or flee, but he ventured back into the parlour, where I was gone hirdy-gurdy, naebody to say come in or gay out. Terribly, the laird roared for cold water to his feet, and wine to cool his throat, and hell, 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 and its flames, was I the word in his mouth. They brought him water, and when they plunged his swoon feet into the tub, he cried out, it was burning, and folk say that it did bubble and sparkle like a seething cauldron. He flung the cup at Dougal's head, and said he had given him blood instead of burgundy, and sure the lass washed clotted blood off the carpet the nice day. The jackanape they ca'd Major Weir, it gibbered and cried as if it was mocking its master. My Godesire's head was like to turn. He forgot baith siller and receipt, and downstairs he banged, but as he ran, the shrieks came faint and fainter. There was a deep-drawn, shivering groan, and word gaed through the castle that the laird was dead. Wheel, away came my Godesire, with his finger in his mouth, and his best hope was that Dougal had seen the money bag and heard the laird speak of writing the receipt. The young laird, now Sir John, came from Edinburgh to see things put to rights. Sir John and his father never greed Wheel. Sir John had been bred an advocate, and afterwards sat in the last Scots Parliament and voted for the Union, having gotten, it was thought, a rug of the compensations,
If his father could have come out of his grave, he would have brained him for it on his own hearthstone. Some thought it was easier counting with the old rough knight than the fair-spoken young Aine. But mair of that anon. Dougal MacCallum, poor body, neither grat nor grand, but gayed about the house looking like a corpse, but directing, as was his duty, at the order of the grand funeral. Now Dougal looked aye war and war when night was coming, and was aye the last to gang to his bed. Wilk was in a little round just opposite the chamber of Deus, whilk his master occupied while he was living, and where he now lay in state, as they ca'd it, weel a day. The night before the funeral, Dougal could keep his own counsel nae langer. He calmed down with his proud spirit, and fairly asked old Hutchin to sit in his room with him for an hour. When they were in the round, Dougal took a tass of brandy to himsel, and gave another to Hutchin, and wished him all health and lang life, and said that, for himsel, he wasna lang for this world. For that, every night since Sir Robert's death, his silver call had sounded from the state chamber, just as it used to do at nights in his lifetime, to call Dougal to help to turn him in his bed. Dougal said that being alone with the dead on that floor of the tower, for naebody cared to wake Sir Robert Redgauntlet like another corpse, he had never dared to answer the call, but that now his conscience checked him for neglecting his duty. For, though death breaks service, said MacCallum, it shall never break my service to Sir Robert, and I will answer his next whistle. So be you will stand by me, Hutchin. Hutchin had nae will to the wark, but he had stood by Dougal in battle and broil, and he would not fail him at this pinch. So down the carles sat Our a stoop of brandy, and Hutchin, who was something of a clerk, would have read a chapter of the Bible. But Dougal would hear naething but a blaud of Davy Lindsay, whilk was the war preparation. When midnight came and the house was quiet as the grave, sure enough the silver whistle sounded as sharp and shrill as if Sir Robert was blowing it, and up gat the twa auld serving men and tottered into the room where the dead man lay. Hutchin saw enough at the first glance, for there were torches in the room, which showed him the foul fiend, in his ain shape, sitting on the laird's coffin. Over he cowped, as if he had been dead. He could not tell how lang he lay in a trance at the door, but when he gathered himself he cried on his neighbour, and getting nae answer, raised the house, when Dougal was found lying dead within 2 steps of the bed where his master's coffin was placed. As for the whistle, it was gan honest and I, but mony a time was it heard at the top of the house on the bartizan, and amang the old chimneys and turrets, where the howlets have their nests. Sir John hushed the matter up, and the funeral passed over without mair bogle walk. But when it was o'er, and the laird was beginning to settle his affairs, every tenant was called up for his arrears, and my good desire for the full sum that stood against him in the rental book. Weel, away he trots to the castle, to tell his story, and there he is introduced to Sir John, sitting in his father's chair, in deep mourning, with weepers and hanging cravat, and a small walking rapier by his side, instead of the old broadsword that had 100 weight of steel about it, what with blade, chap, and basket hilt. I have heard their communing so often told o'er, that I almost think I was there mysel, though I couldn't be born at the time. In fact, Alan, my companion, mimicked, with a good deal of humour, the flattering, conciliating tone of the tenant's address, and the hypocritical melancholy of the laird's reply. His grandfather, he said, had, while he spoke, his eye fixed on the rental book, as if it were a mastiff dog that he was afraid would spring up and bite him. I wuss ye joy, sir, of the head seat, and the white loaf, and the braid lairdship. Your father was a kind man to friends and followers. Muckle grace to you, Sir John, to fill his shoon, his boots, I should say, for he seldom wore shoon, unless it were mules when he had the gout. Aye, Steenie, quoth the laird, sighing deeply and putting his napkin to his e'en. His was a sudden call, and he will be missed in the country. No time to set his house in order. Weel prepared Godward, no doubt, which is the root of the matter, but left us behind a tangled hesp to wind, Steenie. Hem! We maun go to business, Steenie. Much to do and little time to do it in. Here he opened the fatal volume. I have heard of a thing they call Doomsday Book. I am clear it has been a rental of back-ganging tenants. Stephen, said Sir John, still in the same soft, sleek-it tone of voice. Stephen Stevenson, or Steenson. Ye are down here for a year's rent behind the hand, due at last term. Stephen. Please your honour, Sir John, I paid it to your father. Sir John. Ye took a receipt then, doubtless, Stephen, and can produce it. Stephen. Indeed I hadna time, and it like your honour, for nae sooner had I set down the siller, and just as his honour Sir Robert that's gayen, drew it till him to count it, and write out the receipt, he was ta'en with the pains that removed him. That was unlucky, said Sir John after a pause, but you may be paid it in the presence of somebody. I want but a talis qualis evidence, Stephen. I would go hour strictly to work with no poor man. Stephen. Troth, Sir John, there was naebody in the room but Dougal MacCallum the butler, but as your honour kens, he has e'en followed his old master. Very unlucky again, Stephen, said Sir John, without altering his voice a single note. The man to whom ye paid the money is dead, and the man who witnessed the payment is dead too, and the siller, which should have been to the fore, is neither seen nor heard tell of in the repositories. How am I to believe of this, Stephen? I dinna ken, your honour, but there is a bit memorandum note of the very coins, for God help me. I had to borrow out of 20 purses, and I am sure that ilka man there set down will take his grit oath for what purpose I borrowed the money. Sir John. I have little doubt ye borrowed the money, Steenie. It is the payment to my father that I want to have some proof of. Stephen. The siller maun be about the house, Sir John. And since your honour never got it, and his honour that was canna have ta'en it wi' him, maybe some of the family may have seen it. Sir John. We will examine the servants, Stephen, that is but reasonable. But lackey and lass, and page and groom, all denied stoutly that they had ever seen such a bag of money as my Gudesire described. What was war, he had unluckily not mentioned to any living soul of them his purpose of paying his rent. Aquayan had noticed something under his arm, but she took it for the pipes. Sir John Redgauntlet ordered the servants out of the room, and then said to my Gudesire, Now, Steenie, ye see you have fair play, and as I have little doubt ye can better where to find the siller than any other body, I beg in fair terms, and for your own sake, that you will end this fashery. For Stephen, ye maun pay or flit. The Lord forge ye your opinion, said Stephen, driven almost to his wits' end. I am an honest man. So am I, Stephen, said his honour, and so are all the folks in the house, I hope. But if there be a knave amongst us, it must be he that tells the story he cannot prove. He paused, and then added mair sternly, If I understand your trick, sir, you want to take advantage of some malicious reports concerning things in this family, and particularly respecting my father's sudden death, thereby to cheat me out of the money, and perhaps take away my character by insinuating that I have received the rent I am demanding. Where do you suppose this money to be? I insist upon knowing. My Gudesire saw everything look sae muckle against him, that he grew nearly desperate. However, he shifted from one foot to another, looked to every corner of the room and made no answer. Speak out, sirrah, said the laird, assuming a look of his father's, a very particular ain, which he had when he was angry. It seemed as if the wrinkles of his frown made that self-same fearful shape of a horse's shoe in the middle of his brow. Speak out, sir, I will know your thoughts. Do you suppose that I have this money? Far be it frae me to say so, said Stephen. Do you charge any of my people with having taken it? I would be laith to charge them that may be innocent, said my Gudesire, and if there be any one that is guilty, I have nae proof. Somewhere the money must be, if there is a word of truth in your story, said Sir John. I ask where you think it is, and demand a correct answer. In hell, if you will have my thoughts of it, said my Gudesire, driven to extremity. In hell, with your father, his jackanape, and his silver whistle. Down the stairs he ran, for the parlour was nae place for him after such a word, and he heard the laird swearing blood and wounds behind him, as fast as ever did Sir Robert, and roaring for the bailey and the baron officer. Away rode my Gudesire to his chief creditor, him they ca'd Laurie le Prake, to try if he could make onything out of him. But when he told his story, he got but the worst word in his wame, thief beggar, and devour were the softest terms. And to the boot of these hard terms, Laurie brought up the old story of his dipping his hand in the blood of God's saunts, just as if a tenant could have helped riding with the laird, and that a laird like Sir Robert Redgauntlet. My gudesire was, by this time, far beyond the bounds of patience, and, while he and Laurie were at deal speed the liars, he was one chancy anew to abuse Leprecht's doctrine as weel as the man, and said things that garred folks' flesh grew that heard them. He wasna just himsel', and he had lived wid a wild set in his day. At last they parted, and my gudesire was to ride hame through the wood of Pitmurky. That is a fow of black firs, as they say. I ken the wood, but the firs may be black or white for what I can tell. At the entry of the wood there is a wild common, and on the edge of the common a little lonely change house that was keepit then by an ostler wife. They sud ha' had her tibby for, and their poor Steenie cried for a muchkin of brandy, for he had had no refreshment the hale day. Tibby was earnest wi' him to take a bite of meat, but he couldna think it. Nor would he take his foot out of the stirrup, and took off the brandy wholly at twa draughts, and named a toast at each. The first was, the memory of Sir Robert Redgauntlet, and might he never lie quiet in his grave till he had righted his poor bond-tenant. And the second was, a health to man's enemy, if he would but get him back the pock of Scylla, or tell him what came o't, for he saw the hale world was, like to regard him as a thief and a cheat, and he took that war than even the ruin of his house and hold. On he rode, little caring where. It was a dark night turned, and the trees made it yet darker, and he let the beast take its ain road through the wood, when, all of a sudden, from tired and wearied that it was before, the nag began to spring and flee and stend, that my gudesire could hardly keep the saddle. Upon the whilk, a horseman, suddenly riding up beside him, said, "That's a metal beast of yours, friend. Will you sell him?" So saying, he touched the horse's neck with his riding wand, and it fell into its auld hi-ho of a stumbling trot. "But his spunk's soon out of him, I think," continued the stranger, "and that is like money a man's courage, that thinks he would do great things till he come to the proof." My gudesire scarce listened to this, but spurred his horse. "With goody e'en to you, friend." But it's like the stranger was ane that doesna lightly yield his point. For ride as Steenie liked, he was aye beside him, at the self-same pace. At last my gudesire, Steenie Steenson, grew half angry, and to say the truth, half feared. "What is it that ye want with me, friend?" he said. "If ye be a robber, I have nae money. If ye be a leal man, wanting company, I have nae heart to mirth or speaking. And if ye want to ken the road, I scarce ken it mysel." "If you will tell me your grief," said the stranger, "I am one that, though I have been sair miscarred in the world, am the only hand for helping my friends." So my gudesire, to ease his ain heart, mair than from any hope of help, told him the story from beginning to end. "It's a hard pinch," said the stranger, "but I think I can help you." "If you could lend the money, sir, and take a lang day, I ken nae other help on earth," said my gudesire. "But there may be some under the earth," said the stranger. "Come, I'll be frank with you. I could lend you the money on bond, but you would maybe scruple my terms. Now I can tell you that your old laird is disturbed in his grave by your curses and the wailing of your family, and if ye do venture to go to see him, he will give you the receipt." My gudesire's hair stood on end at this proposal, but he thought his companion might be some humoursome chield that was trying to frighten him, and might end with lending him the money. Besides, he was bold with brandy, and desperate with distress, and he said he had courage to go to the gate of hell, and a step farther, for that receipt. The stranger laughed. Well, they rode on through the thickest of the wood, when, all of a sudden, the horse stopped at the door of a great house, and, but that he knew the place was 10 miles off, my father would have thought he was at Redgauntlet Castle. They rode into the outer courtyard, through the muckle falding yetts, and aneath the auld portcullis, and the whole front of the house was lighted, and there were pipes and fiddles, and as much dancing and deray within as used to be in Sir Robert's house at Pace and Yule, and such high seasons. They lap off, and my gudesire, as seemed to him, fastened his horse to the very ring he had tied him to that morning, when he gaed to wait on the young Sir John. "God," said my Gudizire, "if Sir Robert's death be but a dream." He knocked at the ha door just as he was wont, and his old acquaintance, Dougal MacCallum, just after his wont too, came to open the door and said, "Piper Steenie, are you there, lad? Sir Robert has been crying for you." My Gudizire was like a man in a dream. He looked for the stranger, but he was gane for the time. At last he just tried to say, "Ha, Dougal Drivehour, are ye living? I thought ye had been dead." "Never fash yoursel wi' me," said Dougal, "but look to yoursel, and see ye tak neathing frae anybody here, neither meat, drink, or siller, except just the receipt that is your ain." So saying, he led the way out through halls and trances that were weel ken to my Gudizire, and into the old oak parlour. And there was as much singing of profane sangs, and burling of red wine, and speaking blasphemy and skullduggery, as had ever been in Redgauntlet Castle when it was at the blithest. But Lord take us in keeping, what a set of ghastly revellers they were that sat round that table. My Gudizire kenned money that had long before gained to their place, for often had he piped to the most part in the hall of Redgauntlet. There was the fierce Middleton, and the dissolute Rothes, and the crafty Lauderdale, and Dalyell, with his bald head and a beard to his girdle, and Earlshall, with Cameron's bluid on his hand, and wild Bonshaw, that tied blessed Mr. Cargill's limbs till the bluid sprang, and Dunbarton Douglas, the twice-turned traitor, baith to country and king. There was the bluidy advocate Mackenzie, who, for his worldly wit and wisdom, had been to the rest as a god. And there was Claverhouse, as beautiful as when he lived, with his long, dark, curled locks streaming down over his laced buff coat, and his left hand always on his right spool-blade, to hide the wound that the silver bullet had made. He sat apart from them all, and looked at them with a melancholy, haughty countenance, while the rest hallooed and sung and laughed, that the room rang. But their smiles were fearfully contorted from time to time, and their laughter passed into such wild sounds as made my Gudizire's very nails grow blue, and chilled the marrow in his banes. They that waited at the table were just the wicked serving men and troopers that had done their work and cruel bidding on earth. There was the lang lad of the Nethertown that helped to take Argyle, and the bishop's summoner that they called the Dial's Rattlebag, and the wicked guardsmen in their laced coats, and the savage Highland Amorites that shed blood like water, and many a proud serving man, haughty of heart and bloody of hand, cringing to the rich and making them wickeder than they would be, grinding the poor to powder when the rich had broken them to fragments. And money mare were coming and ganging, as busy in their vocation as if they had been alive. Sir Robert Redgauntlet, in the midst of this fearful riot, cried, wi' a voice like thunder, on Steenie Piper, to come to the board head where he was sitting, his legs stretched out before him, and swathed up with flannel, with his holster pistols aside him, while the great broadsword rested against his chair, just as my Gudizire had seen him the last time upon earth. The very cushion for the jackanape was close to him, but the creature itself was not there. It wasna its hour, it's likely. For, he heard them say as he came forward, "Is not the Major come yet?" And another answered, "The jackanape will be here betimes the morn." And when my Gudizire came forward, Sir Robert, or his ghaist, or the devil in his likeness, said, "Weel, Piper, hae ye settled wi' my son for the year's rent?" With much ado my father gat breath to say that Sir John would not settle without his honour's receipt. "Ye shall hae that for a tune of the pipes, Steenie," said the appearance of Sir Robert. "Play us up weel hoddled, Lucky." Now this was a tune my Gudizire learned frae a warlock that heard it when they were worshipping Satan at their meetings, and my Gudizire had sometimes played it at the ranting suppers in Redgauntlet Castle, but never very willingly, and now he grew cold at the very name of it, and said, for excuse, he hadna his pipes wi' him. "MacCallum, ye limb of Beelzebub," said the fearful Sir Robert, "bring Steenie the pipes that I am keeping for him." MacCallum brought a pair of pipes might have served the piper of Donald of the Isles, but he gave my Gudizire a nudge as he offered them, and looking secretly and closely, Steenie saw that the chanter was of steel and heated to a white heat, so he had fair warning not to trust his fingers with it. So he excused himself again and said, he was faint and frightened, and had not wined enough to fill the bag. "Then ye maun eat and drink, Steenie,
said the figure, for we do little else here, and it's ill speaking between a foeman and a fasting. Now these were the very words that the bloody Earl of Douglas said to keep the king's messenger in hand, while he cut the head off MacLellan of Bombay at the Thrieve Castle, and that put Steenie Mayor and Mayor on his guard. So he spoke up like a man, and said he came neither to eat or drink or make minstrelsy, but simply for his ain, to ken what was come of the money he had paid, and to get a discharge for it. And he was so stout-hearted by this time, that he charged Sir Robert for conscience' sake. He had no power to say the holy name, and as he hoped for peace and rest, to spread no snares for him, but just to give him his ain. The appearance gnashed its teeth and laughed, but it took from a large pocket-book the receipt, and handed it to Steenie. "There is your receipt, ye pitiful cur, and for the money, my dog-whelp of a son may go look for it in the cat's cradle." My gudesire uttered many thanks, and was about to retire, when Sir Robert roared aloud, "Stop thou sack-duddling son of a whore! I am not done with thee. Here we do nothing for nothing, and you must return on this very day 12-month to pay your master the homage that you owe me for my protection." My father's tongue was loosed of a suddenty, and he said aloud, "I refer myself to God's pleasure, and not to yours." He had no sooner uttered the word than all was dark around him, and he sunk on the earth with such a sudden shock that he lost both breath and sense. How long Steenie lay there he could not tell, but when he came to himself, he was lying in the auld kirkyard of Redgauntlet Parakean, just at the door of the family aisle, and the scutcheon of the auld knight, Sir Robert, hanging over his head. There was a deep morning fog on grass and gravestane around him, and his horse was feeding quietly beside the minister's twa cows. Steenie would have thought the whole was a dream, but he had the receipt in his hand, fairly written and signed by the old laird. Only the last letters of his name were a little disorderly, written like one seized with sudden pain. Sorely troubled in his mind, he left that dreary place, rode through the mist to Redgauntlet Castle, and with much ado he got speech of the laird. "Well, you diver bankrupt," was the first word. "Have you brought me my rent?" "No," answered my gudesire, "I have not, but I have brought your honour Sir Robert's receipt for it." "How, sirrah? Sir Robert's receipt? You told me he had not given you one. Will your honour please to see if that bit line is right?" Sir John looked at every line, and at every letter, with much attention, and at last, at the date, which my gudesire had not observed. "From my appointed place," he read, "this 25th of November. What? That is yesterday. Villain, thou must have gone to hell for this. I got it from your honour's father. Whether he be in heaven or hell, I know not," said Steenie. "I will delate you for a warlock to the Privy Council," said Sir John. "I will send you to your master, the devil, with the help of a tar barrel and a torch." "I intend to delate my cell to the presbytery," said Steenie, "and tell them all I have seen last night. Whilker things fitter for them to judge of than a barrel man like me." Sir John paused, composed himself, and desired to hear the full history. And my gudesire told it him from point to point, as I have told it you, word for word, neither more nor less. Sir John was silent again for a long time, and at last he said, very composedly, "Steenie, this story of yours concerns the honour of many a noble family besides mine, and if it be a leasing-making to keep yourself out of my danger, the least you can expect is to have a red-hot iron driven through your tongue, and that will be as bad as scalding your fingers with a red-hot chanter. But yet it may be true, Steenie, and if the money cast up, I shall not know what to think of it." "But where shall we find the cat's cradle? There are cats enough about the old house, but I think they kitten without the ceremony of bed or cradle." "We were best ask Hutchin," said my gudesire. "He kens of the odd corners about as weel as another serving man that is now gane and that I would not like to name." A wheel, Hutchin, when he was asked, told them that a ruinous turret, lang disused next to the clock house, only accessible by a ladder, for the opening was on the outside, and far above the battlements, was called of old the Cat's Cradle. "There will I go immediately," said Sir John, and he took,
With what purpose, heaven kens, one of his father's pistols from the hall table, where they had lain since the night he died, and hastened to the battlements. It was a dangerous place to climb, for the ladder was old and frail, and wanted ane or twa rounds. However, up got Sir John, and entered at the turret door, where his body stopped the only little light that was in the bit turret. Something flees at him wi' a vengeance, mice dang him back hour. Bang gaed the knight's pistol, and Hutcheon, that held the ladder, and my Gudisire that stood beside him, hears a loud skellock. A minute after, Sir John flings the body of the jackanape down to them, and cries that the siller is fund, and that they should come up and help him. And there was the bag of siller sure enough, and money ora things besides, that had been missing for many a day. And Sir John, when he had riped the turret wheel, led my Gudisire into the dining parlour, and took him by the hand, and spoke kindly to him, and said he was sorry he should have doubted his word, and that he would hereafter be a good master to him, to make amends. And now, Steenie, said Sir John, although this vision of yours tends on the whole to my father's credit as an honest man, that he should, even after his death, desire to see justice done to a poor man like you, yet you are sensible that ill-dispositioned men might make bad constructions upon it, concerning his soul's health. So I think we had better lay the hail deardom on that ill-deedy creature Major Weir, and say nathing about your dream in the wood of Pitmurky. You had taken our muckle brandy to be very certain about anything, and Steenie, this receipt, his hand shook while he held it out. It's but a queer kind of document, and we will do best, I think, to put it quietly in the fire. Odd, but for as queer as it is, it's the voucher I have for my rent, said my Gudisire, who was afraid, it may be, of losing the benefit of Sir Robert's discharge. I will bear the contents to your credit in the rental book, and give you a discharge under my own hand, said Sir John, and that on the spot. And Steenie, if you can hold your tongue about this matter, you shall sit, from this term downward, at an easier rent. Money thanks to your honour, said Steenie, who saw easily in what corner the wind was. Doubtless I will be conformable to all your honour's commands. Only I would willingly speak with some powerful minister on the subject, for I do not like the sort of summons of appointment whilk your honour's father. Do not call the phantom my father, said Sir John, interrupting him. Weel then, the thing that was so like him, said my Gudisire. He spoke of my coming back to him this time 12-month, and it's a weight on my conscience. Oh, weel then, said Sir John, if you be so much distressed in mind, you may speak to our minister of the parish. He is a douce man, regards the honour of our family, and the mayor that he may look for some patronage from me. With that, my Gudisire readily agreed that the receipt should be burnt, and the laird threw it into the chimney with his ain hand. Burn it would not for them, though, but away it flew up the lum, with a lang train of sparks at its tail, and a hissing noise like a squib. My Gudisire gaed down to the manse, and the minister, when he had heard the story, said, it was his real opinion, that though my Gudisire had gaen very far in tampering with dangerous matters, yet as he had refused the devil's arles, for such was the offer of meat and drink, and had refused to do homage by piping at his bidding, he hoped, that if he held a circumspect walk hereafter, Satan could take little advantage by what was come and gain. And indeed my Gudisire of his ain accord long forswore baith the pipes and the brandy. It was not even till the year was out, and the fatal day passed, that he would so much as take the fiddle, or drink usquebaugh or tippenny. Sir John made up his story about the jackanape as he liked himsel, and some believe till this day there was no more in the matter than the filching nature of the brute. Indeed, you'll no hinder some to threp, that it was nane of the auld enemy that Dougal and my Gudisire saw in the laird's room, but only that wanchancy creature, the Major, capering on the coffin, and that, as to the blawing on the laird's whistle that was heard after he was dead, the filthy brute could do that as weel as the laird himsel, if no better. But heaven kens the truth. Whilk first came out by the minister's wife, after Sir John and her ain goodman were baith in the moulds, and then my Gudisire, what was failed in his limbs, but not in his judgment or memory, at least nothing to speak of, was obliged to tell the real narrative to his friends, for the credit of his good name. He might else have been charged for a warlock.